Alberts Bridge Books presents Dying to Audition, a Como Lake Player's Mystery, written by John Gaspard, read by Margaret Mickelson. This book was previously released under the pen name Bobby Raymond. Frontispiece quote: "The good end happily, and the bad unhappily. That is what fiction means." Miss Prism, The Importance of Being Earnest. Chapter 1. I think we have another Mrs. Danvers situation here. Just wanted you to know, so you're not, surprised when they all come rolling in. Leah smiled, thinking that was an intriguing phrase. "A Mrs. Danvers situation?" she repeated. "How do you mean?" "Oh, you weren't here when we did Rebecca last season, were you?" Kenesha said. Leah shook her head. "Way before my time," she replied as she continued to sort through the papers on her lap. Kenesha looked back toward the lobby and then turned to Leah. "At those auditions, a lot of the older actresses dressed the part," she began. "The part of Mrs. Danvers. You know, hair up in a tight bun that looks like it would give the person next to you a headache, black clothes that look too somber even for a funeral, the whole deal. Basically Judith Anderson from the movie version," Leah suggested. The young stage manager shrugged. "I don't know about that," she said. "I just know when I first opened the door at that audition and saw 3 of them coming toward me from the parking lot, I nearly slammed the door and called the cops. It was right out of a horror film." She shuddered at the memory. "So you're saying they've shown up again for tonight's auditions?" Leah asked, trying to connect Kenesha's story with the current situation at the Como Lake Players Theater. They were the only ones in the large, empty auditorium, preparing for an evening of auditions for the theater's next show, The Importance of Being Earnest. A whole flock of Mrs. Danvers? Or would it be a herd? A horde? A pack? A murder, perhaps? Leah laughed, but she was alone on that. Clearly, Kenesha wasn't having as much fun with the concept as Leah was. "Nope, tonight we have a flock of Lady Bracknells," she began, but Leah cut her off. "A bevy of Bracknells?" Leah suggested. "They're not all dressed in black," Kenesha continued, ignoring the comment. "But apparently a lot of actors in this town keep their own stock of Victorian dresses in the back of their closets." "Presumably just the actresses," Leah suggested, and then remembered that it was not uncommon to cast the part of Lady Bracknell with a man. She hadn't entirely ruled out that idea for her production, although she wasn't currently leaning that way. "Please, please, please tell me we have other actors waiting to audition besides a bunch of older women who want to play Lady Bracknell." "Not to worry," Kenesha said. "We also have Cecilies. Lots and lots of Cecilies." "You mean Cecilies and Gwendolyn's, right?" Leah asked, a nervous timbre beginning to form in her voice. Kenesha shook her head. "So far, we've got about 15 girls, and they've all signed up to read for Cecily." "I hope they realize they can't all be Cecily." "And I hope you realize that only one of them can be," Kenesha replied. Leah nodded. "Not to worry," she said. "When it comes to casting, I am nothing if not decisive. I'm known for it. Legendary, even." "Fantastic," Kenesha said as she glanced down at her clipboard. "So who do you want first? Bracknells or Cecily's?" "Let's clear out some of the Bracknells," Leah said, and then turned back to Kenesha before she could head up the main aisle. "Clear out some of the Bracknells? It sounds like we're doing landscaping, doesn't it?" Kenesha just stared back at her, expressionless. "Wait, let's do Cecily's first," Leah said. "No, wait, hang on. Let me think about this for a second." "How about we do this?" Kenesha said as she realized Leah wasn't actually as decisive as she had claimed to be. "Why don't I just send them in the order they arrived? That seems fairer to the actors and at the same time gives you a little twinge of suspense, always wondering who might next come through that door." "That sounds great," Leah said, and then she turned back to her notes, looking through the sides she had pulled for each character. She had begun to worry she might not have selected the best scenes for each personality and was second-guessing the choices she'd made. She looked at her watch, wondering if she still had time to run up to her office, pull different scenes from the show, and get them photocopied for this evening's audition. One glance at her watch informed her that ship had long since sailed. Kanisha, watching from the top of the main aisle, shook her head slowly from side to side. Then she turned and made her way back into the lobby to wrangle the first auditioner for what would likely be a long, long evening. The theater's lobby had been, with little effort, converted into a staging area for aspiring thespians. Folding chairs had been placed in no particular pattern throughout the space. A table had been set up in front of the box office window, where 2 volunteers greeted actors upon their arrival, accepting their headshots and adding their names to the list of character roles to be filled. Given the digital nature of the world today, Kanisha was always surprised to see actors clutching physical 8x10 photos stapled to their printed resumes. The Como Lake players had never been at the forefront of any technological revolutions, and the theater seemed committed to taking an analog approach to auditions for at least the foreseeable future. Kanisha scanned the room and could see the crowd had gotten bigger, and that it broke down pretty clearly by the role each actor was hoping to get. The young men were there to audition for Algernon Moncrief or John Worthing, a.k.a. Jack. Oddly enough, she had already heard more than one say they wanted to audition for the role of Ernest, clearly demonstrating they hadn't read the play. Similar occurrences had been the comic highlight of recent auditions at the theater for a production of Harvey. The young women in the lobby were there to audition for the roles of Cecily or Gwendolyn, although as she had warned Leah, a preponderance had indicated a preference for the role of Cecily. Kanisha wasn't really sure why. In her reading of the play, Kanisha noted that Cecily appeared to have more lines than Gwendolyn, but not significantly more. In fact, Gwendolyn appeared in all 3 acts, while Cecily was only in the second and third. So Kanisha couldn't understand the significance of why more young actresses had shown up with a preference for one character over the other. The older women were there for Lady Bracknell or the governess, Miss Prism. While 2 more had shown up since her trip in and out of the auditorium, Kanisha noted with relief that neither of these 2 had come in costume. She assumed the handful of older men were there for the part of Reverend Chasuble, armed with the sad knowledge that, failing in that particular goal, they would undoubtedly be asked to settle for one of the 2 much, much smaller butler roles, Lane or Merriman. There was a constant soft hubbub in the room that Kanisha enjoyed. It was the sound of actors quietly running lines, honing their craft and preparing to audition. She greatly preferred actors in this mode, thoughtful and considerate, as opposed to how many behaved once they'd been given the role. The personality contrast, she had noted on numerous instances, could be stark. Kanisha let the volunteers know that Leah was nearly ready to see the first actor, then glanced at her watch to ensure things were indeed running on time. Currently, they were right on schedule, but she knew that wouldn't last. It never did. For my 1-minute audition piece, I will be performing the 60 Seconds of Silence, which opens Act 2 of David Mamet's classic drama, Glengarry Glen Ross. Leah looked up, surprised that an actor had appeared on stage without her noticing. And then she realized it wasn't just any actor, it was Alex, who had volunteered to come in and read with the actors who were auditioning. Leah laughed at his joke and was genuinely glad to see him, and not just because she needed someone to read with the auditioning actors. She really liked Alex, and he liked her. That much was clear. She had met him months before, during the theater's drama-filled production of the comedy Arsenic and Old Lace. Although they had both acknowledged an immediate and strong attraction, Leah wasn't sure what she wanted to do about it. Leah recognized she was still stinging from her relatively recent breakup with Dylan, her romantic and professional partner back in New York. His constant infidelities had been the impetus she needed to finally leave New York and her life as a struggling actress, and relocate in St. Paul and into her new and often daunting role, executive director of the Como Lake Players. She had been surprised at how quickly she had slid into this new role and new life. And then suddenly Alex was there, being all handsome and charming. and Leah knew, instinctively, that it was way too much new stuff all at once. And so they'd agreed, or at least tacitly acknowledged, that now was not the right time to start something new. At least, it wasn't the right time for Leah. But, she thought, looking at him up there on the stage, he was such a swell guy, sweet and just Alex. Tall, but not too tall. Fit, but not too fit. Brainy, but enough of a smart aleck to keep things interesting. And handsome, but just handsome enough. As her mother had warned her, never date anyone who is prettier than you are. Leah hoped she had learned that lesson with Dylan. Leah shook her head as all the old confusion rose up quickly within her, once again clouding her already hazy thoughts. "Thanks for coming in to do this," she said. "It's a huge help." "Always happy to be of assistance," Alex said. "And you're sure you don't want to audition for the show?" Leah continued, still not sure why he had declined every hint she had offered over the past 3 weeks. Alex shrugged. "I've done the show twice, once as Algie and once as Jack," he said. "I think I've exhausted the current options." "There's always Reverend Chasuble," Leah suggested with a smirk. "Were I fortunate enough to be Miss Prism's pupil," Alex said as he slipped effortlessly into a British accent and the voice of a much older man, "I would hang on her lips. I spoke metaphorically. My metaphor was drawn from bees." Leah laughed and Alex smiled, glad to see he still had the ability to amuse her, even if their relationship was still in its own unique, not fully defined form of limbo. "And of course, once I become an actor of a certain age, I hope to follow the path of my hero, Brian Bedford, and his brilliant turn as Lady Bracknell up in Stratford. I saw it on video back in school." "I saw him do it on Broadway," Leah admitted sheepishly. "And that's why I hate you, and won't do this show," he said with a laugh. "Well, you have been pretty busy lately, acting-wise," Leah said. Alex nodded in agreement as he sat down on the edge of the stage. "Yep, I've been burning the candle at both ends. That's what a guy does when he has no social life to speak of." Since he had finished his run of Arsenic and Old Lace at this theater, she knew he'd done Arcadia out at a community theater in Bloomington, a limited run of A Christmas Carol for a pop-up dinner theater, then One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest back here at the Como Lake Players. "I need a break," he said. "It's a good thing I don't have a private life, because if I did, it would be in tatters." "You and me both," Leah agreed. There was an awkward moment of silence between the two of them. The words private life seemed to have triggered it. Leah wondered, not for the first time, if the real reason Alex didn't want to audition for the play was because it was the first one she'd be directing since arriving at the theater. "So what's the plan?" he said as he pushed himself off the stage. "You have some sides for me?" "Indeed I do," Leah said as she pulled several sheets from the stack she'd been attempting to organize on her lap. "This should be everything you need." He took the sheets from her and quickly paged through them. "You picked some great scenes here," he said, glancing over at her before returning to his review of the documents. "Wilde gives one a lot to choose from," Leah said. "That he does," Alex agreed. "That he does." He looked at Leah again, and she returned his gaze, each staring for what felt like a moment too long. "Shall we let the acting begin?" Alex said, in an attempt to break the awkward moment. "Let's do that," Leah agreed. "I'll let Kanisha know you're ready," Alex said as he trotted up the aisle and out of the auditorium. Leah watched him go and then sat back down, somehow feeling both elated and deflated at the same time. "Is it hot in here?" Leah said to no one in particular. "Or is it just him?" Chapter 2. Much later, once all the bizarre and murderous events were finally behind her, Leah recognized that all the information she needed to solve the mystery had been right there in her audition notes, had she only been smart enough to look back at them. Leah had first established her approach to holding auditions when she was running a small theater company in New York with her philandering ex-boyfriend. While the boyfriend was, hopefully, long gone, her approach to auditions was still relatively unchanged. To begin with, she always requested a 1-minute monologue from the actor, either comic or dramatic, before they were allowed to read from the show's script. Leah felt this provided her with a sense of what the actor could do when given the chance to rehearse a piece. Too often she'd made the mistake of casting someone who was terrific at cold readings, only to find out later in rehearsal that cold reading actually comprised their entire acting range. After performing the prepared monologue, she'd then have the actor read a short scene from the script, performing the part they wanted to play. While other directors liked to pair up 2 auditioners at a time, Leah preferred to have the auditioning actor read the scene with someone who wasn't auditioning but who was familiar with the material. She felt this gave the auditioning actor a better shot, because they were already playing against another prepared performer whose only goal was to make them look good. While this process provided her with great results, it also took about twice as long as the normal audition process. Consequently, she'd scheduled 1 extra long evening for these initial readings, while she searched for her cast for The Importance of Being Earnest. First up were 3 of the potential Lady Bracknells. The first 2 were each wearing vaguely Victorian dresses, and neither one, as indicated by the simple "No" next to their names in Leah's notes, was particularly memorable. In fact, with the exception of their outfits, she forgot about them almost immediately. The third Bracknell contender was far more promising. "I'm Susan Withers," she said as she stepped onto the stage. She was probably in her early to mid-60s and was, thankfully, not dressed in Victorian garb, but instead in a sort of colorful leggings and caftan combo. "Nice to meet you," Leah said from her seat in the front row. "And what will you be doing as your monologue tonight?" "Amanda from Private Lives," Susan said as she reviewed her position on stage and found her light. "By Noel Coward," she added with a smile. "Yes, I'm familiar," Leah replied, grinning at the woman's spunky attitude. "I think very few people are completely normal, really," Susan Withers began, adopting an on-again, off-again British accent. "Deep down in their private lives, it all depends on a combination of circumstances. If the various cosmic thingamies fuse at the same moment and the right spark is struck, there's no knowing what one mightn't do." Once she'd finished her monologue, which Leah noted was very, very good indeed, she read through the Lady Bracknell scene, with Alex playing the part of Jack Worthing. She was much more subtle than the previous 2 actresses who had auditioned, and she made Leah laugh more than once, particularly in the way she brought the scene to a close. "Me, sir?" Susan bellowed as she stood up from one of the 2 chairs Kenesha had placed on the stage and advanced on Alex. "What has it to do with me? You can hardly imagine that I and Lord Bracknell would dream of allowing our only daughter, a girl brought up with the utmost care, to marry into a cloakroom and form an alliance with a parcel. Good morning, Mr. Worthing." They finished the scene, and Leah asked her to do it once more, this time adding as much indifference as possible to their conversation. For example, Leah suggested, don't even bother looking at Jack in this scene. Unlike the other characters in the play, Lady Bracknell is really allowed to play right to the audience. Susan Withers took the direction effortlessly, and Leah felt the second reading was even better than the first. "That was fantastic," Leah said, jumping up to shake hands with the older woman as she stepped down from the stage. "Just really, really nice." "Thank you," Susan said shyly as she carefully descended the stairs. "I was afraid I might be a little rusty. I must be honest, I haven't performed in a while." Leah glanced down at the woman's freshly printed resume, noting a string of credits. "You've done quite a bit," she began, but the older woman waved it away. "Mostly ingenues. You'll notice I've artfully left the dates off the resume," she said with a sly smile, "so as to bury the evidence, as it were." "Not in the least," Leah said. "You were terrific." There was a moment of awkward silence, which Susan broke as she handed the scene back to Leah. "Well, thank you so much for seeing me," she said. "Thank you for coming in." As the older woman made her way up the theater's main aisle, Leah turned to Alex, who was now standing on the edge of the stage. They both nodded in silent agreement, and Leah punctuated their excitement with a quick thumbs up. "She's the one to beat," Alex said quietly. "Well, let's see if anyone can," Leah said as she added Susan Withers' acting resume to her growing stack of papers and returned to her seat. The next 3 Bracknells didn't come close to the standard that Susan Withers had set, and then Leah went through a short and mostly depressing run of Cecily's. Leah's notes on this parade of ingenues indicated her lack of enthusiasm in the actresses, while she also noted that, oddly enough, 2 of them performed the same monologue, Val's "So the Day After I Turned 18" speech from A Chorus Line. The third Cecily did a piece as Lucy from You're a Good Man, Charlie Brown, and given the way she performed it, Leah was certain the girl was not consciously aware of the fact that she was doing a scene from a comedy. Alex read with the 3, and all Leah could think while listening to them was what a shame it was that Alex wasn't going to be in this production. Of course, he'd played Jack before, so he held a distinct advantage, but his sharp comic timing simply highlighted the lack of any humor coming from his scene partners. Next up, they had another older actor who introduced himself as Duncan Lundeen. He said he was reading for the part of Reverend Chasuble. "And what are you going to do for us tonight?" Leah asked after introductions had been made. "I'll be performing a stanza or 2 from Easter 1916 by William Butler Yeats," Duncan said in a clipped British accent, which he'd been using since walking into the room. Leah wasn't entirely certain whether he was putting on the accent or not, but she settled back as he spoke, his soft brogue gaining in volume as he recited. "Too long a sacrifice can make a stone of the heart. Oh, when may it suffice?" he began. "That is heaven's part. Our part, to murmur name upon name as a mother names her child, when sleep at last has come, on limbs that had run wild. What is it but nightfall? No, no, not night, but death. Was it needless death after all?" He finished his recitation, stepped back, and bowed slightly, indicating that he was done with his monologue. "That was lovely," Leah said. "I don't think I've ever had an actor recite poetry as their audition piece. That's a first." "Then it's a night of firsts all around," Duncan said with a wide smile. "An evening worth remembering, when past meets present." "Would you like to read a short scene as Reverend Chasuble?" "With all my heart." He and Alex quickly launched into the short scene, with Alex taking on the role of Jack, as they discussed the untimely death of Jack's fictitious brother, the scoundrel Ernest. In just a matter of seconds, Leah was transported as the 2 fine actors tore through the scene. While they performed, Leah made a couple quick notes on the audition. Duncan Lundeen, simply wonderful. He read Yeats, agreed it's a night of firsts, perfect for Chasuble. Then it was on to 2 more Cecilys, 2 Gwendolyns, and then 3 Jacks and a couple of Algernons. The first Jack was played by one of the actors from the theater's recent production of Arsenic and Old Lace. He had played one of the policemen, Officer Brophy, and despite her best efforts, that's the name Leah always associated with him. He hadn't been a great actor then, and he still wasn't, but he was game, and he and Alex had a nice chemistry together on stage. He thanked Leah at the end of the audition, and then threw a wave to Alex, adding in, "See you later, bro!" Alex silently returned the wave, and then, after he'd left, turned to Leah. "Some guys can make bro work," he admitted with a sad shake of his head. "It's just never been in my wheelhouse." The best Jack of the 3 was new to her, a young actor named Ryan Hall, who, in a halting, mumbling introduction, explained that he was new to the Twin Cities. His resume, however, was impressive, and he perfectly affected the haughty charm of Jack in his short scene, with Alex playing the playful Algernon. Although dynamic on stage, once he was out of character, he was once again immediately shy, hardly able to look Leah directly in the eye. Although she had seen enough to know he was terrific, she gave him a bit of direction. let's do it again, and this time be less concerned about the dedication on the cigarette lighter," and watched him perform the scene again just because he was so much fun to watch, and once again he nailed it. After she thanked him and double-checked the conflicts he had noted on his audition form, Ryan scurried up the aisle and out of the theater. "Do you know him?" Leah asked, turning to Alex after the shy actor had departed. "No, but I'm sure I'll get to know him," Alex said dryly, "as I'm going to be losing a lot of parts to him." Several more actors paraded through, many of them unmemorable and others even more so. And then Leah saw a delightful Miss Prism candidate, an older woman named Marcy Hallberg. She was a small, gray-haired lady who perfectly affected the bird-like quality Leah was looking for. For her audition piece, Marcy did a speech from Mrs. Warren's profession, which Leah wrote in her notes was charming. She then took the Miss Prism pages and read a short scene, with Alex playing Reverend Chasuble. Leah felt the actress brought a real poignancy to the final line in the scene. "And you do not seem to realize, dear doctor," Marcy said as Miss Prism, "that by persistently remaining single, a man converts himself into a permanent public temptation. Men should be more careful. This very celibacy leads weaker vessels astray." When she left the stage, Alex gave Leah a secretive thumbs up, indicating he was equally impressed with her. Over the next 2 hours, Leah then saw 4 more Bracknells, 6 Cecilys, 3 Gwendolyns, 4 each of Jack and Algie, and 3 each of Miss Prism and Reverend Chasuble. While she recognized several faces from past productions she had seen in her short time at the theater, and noted from resumes that others had been performing on and off at the theater for years, she was also delighted to see that at least a few of the auditioners were new to the Como Lake Players. Back when she had been regularly performing at the community theater level, Leah had always resented directors who cast the same actors over and over in all their shows. She was determined not to let that happen while she was in charge at the Como Lake Players, and certainly not while she was directing. It was nearly 11 when the final actor walked into the theater for her audition. It was another hopeful Lady Bracknell, which Leah felt bookended the evening just perfectly. Her name was Rebecca Flanders, and Leah immediately apologized for the long wait. "No problem," the older woman said with a genuine smile. "It gave me a chance to study the sides, chat with old friends, and hear the latest gossip. All in all, an evening well spent." "Plus you get to audition," Leah said, sounding perhaps a bit too perky. She always felt guilty for making actors wait, but the cattle call system employed by the theater made that an inevitability. She made a mental note to bring that up to the board to see if they couldn't switch to an appointment-based system in the future. "So what is your audition piece tonight?" "Well, I'm assuming you've heard all the favorites so far this evening," Rebecca said. She quickly and accurately named off many of the audition pieces that had been performed throughout the long audition process. "So I thought I'd do something a little less common. This is Nadia from Tom Stoppard's Travesties." She stepped to the center of the stage and then launched into her 1-minute monologue, employing what sounded to Leah like a perfect Russian accent. Leah also recognized the text, realizing the actress had strung together a couple of speeches that Nadia, the wife of Lenin, gives in the show to form this hybrid monologue. Rebecca concluded with the most heartbreaking part, where she describes how, while her husband was in prison, she stood on the same spot at the same time every day, hoping to catch a glimpse of him as he was led out to the exercise yard. "But he never saw me. Something went wrong. I forget what," she said. And then she stepped back, signaling that her monologue was completed. Leah stared at her for a long moment before realizing that it was her job at this point to speak. "Oh, yes, thank you," she finally sputtered. "That was terrific, just terrific." "Thanks, I've been looking for a chance to do that one," Rebecca said, looking a bit embarrassed at the level of Leah's praise. "Nicely done," Leah said, looking down at her notes and realizing she hadn't written anything except the woman's name and Lady Bracknell. "Thanks," Rebecca said again. She looked over at Alex, who was sitting in the front row, several seats down from Leah. "Should we read?" he said, recognizing that Leah was caught in a mental playback loop of some kind. "The Bracknell scene?" "Oh, yes, of course, please do," Leah said, regaining control of her brain finally. "This is Alex. He'll be reading with you. Do you have the sides?" Rebecca held up the 2-page stapled scene. "Terrific," Leah said. "Whenever you're ready." Leah sat back as the two actors began the scene. While Rebecca had been amazing in her short monologue as Nadia, she seemed less confident in this new scene. But Leah chalked that up to her being a strong actress, just not a great cold reader. As she had done for all the other actresses that evening, Leah chuckled at the funny lines, providing encouragement that was often hard to come by in the large, empty auditorium. The scene went along fine without any real highs or lows, but certainly well done for a first read. She was particularly pleased with how Rebecca, as Bracknell, virtually threw away one of the character's most famous lines, "A handbag!" opting to do exactly the opposite of what most other actresses that evening had chosen to do. In fact, one actress had said the two words so loudly that it had made Leah involuntarily wince. "That was great. Thanks so much for coming in," Leah said when they reached the conclusion of the scene, a scene she had heard probably about 20 times or more that evening. It might be the sheer repetition, Leah thought, which was working against her assessment of this poor but excellent older actress. "We'll be announcing callbacks later in the week," she added. "Thanks, it was fun," Rebecca said as she handed her completed script to Alex. "Thanks for seeing me," she added, then made her way out of the theater. "I've got some tough choices," Leah said after the older actress had gone. "Thank goodness for callbacks." Callbacks are for chickens," Alex said with a grin as he took the stairs off the stage 2 at a time. "When I direct, I decide right after the auditions are done." "Don't you want to see your possible choices side by side?" Leah said as she gathered her notes. "Why bother? I'll see them side by side for 4 weeks of rehearsals." "But what if they're the wrong height?" Leah said quickly. "Or something." "The wrong height for what?" She shrugged. She really didn't have a good answer. "I guess it's because I've always done it that way," she finally said. "Now, do you want to help me narrow down the list for callbacks?" "That is what I live for," Alex intoned, and the two sat down and began to go through Leah's notes, with Alex contributing the occasional opinion or joke or wisecrack. It was, Leah realized while they were doing it, one of the best parts of the evening. Chapter 3. Auditions are hard. Gloria looked up from her salad, clearly surprised by Leah's apparent non sequitur. "Excuse me?" Leah shook her head. "Sorry, my mind keeps drifting. We held auditions last night for Earnest, and I can't stop weighing my choices, or lack of choices in some cases, over and over in my head." "I was going to ask you how those went," Gloria said as she stabbed a hard-to-pin-down cherry tomato on her plate. "But then I got started on the whole new boyfriend thing and everything went south." Leah laughed at Gloria's precise recap of their conversation so far. They were dining in the plush restaurant buried within the large Guthrie Theater complex where Gloria worked, the largest professional theater in the Midwest, a world away from Leah's small theater, the Como Lake Players. Their conversation had, so far, entirely revolved around Gloria's latest, not likely to last relationship. A story in miniature which captured an accurate snapshot of most of her relationships. Spontaneous, passionate, problematic, and ultimately doomed. But always a great story in the retelling. As with most of Gloria's stories, it began innocuously enough with her having a couple glasses of wine at some new, impossible-to-get-into hot spot, and then spiraled into a debauched tale of lust at first sight. "Anyway, the last I saw of him, he was wearing one shoe and holding the other, his shirt was torn, and he was falling into an Uber outside my apartment," Gloria said, her tale obviously winding down. "This was the guy from the bar who claimed to be Idris Elba's brother?" "No, not that loser," Gloria said with a chuckle. I mean, he was cute and all, but not worthy of more than a couple or 3 drinks and a laugh. I left him on the curb when I jumped into my Uber." Leah wrinkled her brow. She had missed some key detail along the way. "Then who was the man with one shoe and a torn shirt who left this morning?" "My Uber driver from last night," Gloria said, her tone suggesting that Leah needed to do a better job of tracking with her stories. "Oh, that reminds me, I meant to give him 5 stars. Gloria reached for her purse and dug around until she finally found her phone. "So the auditions were just so-so? The cattle call produced less than a Class A herd, so to speak? More hamburger than prime rib?" Leah shook her head. "Oh, no, on the contrary, we saw some terrific people. For most of the parts. Sadly, we have 2 parts for older guys, the butlers, Lane and Merriman, and no one came in to read for those roles. So you'll have to see if you can pull them from the Reverend Passable rejects?" "Reverend Chasuble. Whatever." Gloria had located her phone and opened the app, tapping and swiping quickly before tossing the phone back into the recesses of her bag. 5 stars and a 20% tip. I don't know how I ever got the reputation of being a cheap date. "Yes, that is a puzzle," Leah said. She poked at her pasta to see if there were any small bits of chicken remaining. There appeared to be one final piece with just the perfect portion of pesto attached. "And yes, we'll have to find our butlers among the Reverend rejects. But I hate to do that, because I know what it feels like to come in and read for one part and then be asked to basically be a spear carrier. And to add insult to whatever, you're also asking them to hold that spear for free," Gloria added. "At least here in our quote-unquote professional theater, the poor actors are still getting at least union scale, whether they're Mother Courage or a peasant walk-on. Have you considered combining the roles and just have one person play both butlers? They're not even in the same act, if I'm remembering correctly." Leah shook her head. "No, not yet, but I might end up doing that. The thing is, it's our mission to get as many actors on stage as possible. And unlike you and your quote-unquote professional theater, with us, the number of actors on stage really has no impact on our budget." "You need more costumes," Gloria suggested. "We have hundreds of costumes in storage and free labor to tailor them, courtesy of the costume committee," Leah countered. "And since more people on stage generally translates into more family and friends coming to see each thespian, a big cast can actually result in a more profitable show." "But as a nonprofit, you don't care about profitable shows, right?" "Well, we don't mind making money," Leah said. "As you never tire of telling me, the board is always glad when we make money. It's when we lose it that I start to worry about my job." "Well, as president of the board of the Como Lake Players," Gloria said as she pushed her plate away and reached for her wine glass, "I can tell you that those of us on the board are very happy with your numbers so far." She held up her wine glass, and Leah grabbed her water glass, joining her friend in a quick toast. "Does that mean the board is paying for lunch?" Leah asked with a smirk. "Don't go crazy now," Gloria replied. "I said the board was happy, not insane. However, as part of this organization's commitment to the community," she continued, gesturing to the lush surroundings, "I think it would be a nice gesture for the great big theater to buy lunch for the itsy-bitsy theater. Let me just find my company credit card." Gloria returned to her purse and made another dive into its contents. This search was not as immediately fruitful as her phone search had been, but finally she produced the credit card and placed it on the edge of the table. "Thanks for lunch," Leah said. "No problem. Good luck with callbacks this week," Gloria said as she put her napkin on the table. "And here's to a successful, if uneventful, staging of The Importance of Being Earnest." "Gloria! Gloria!" The voice came from behind Leah, and moments later its owner was standing next to them. Leah looked up, and up, and up, to see a tall, handsome man who must have spotted Gloria from across the crowded restaurant. He was in his late 30s, with thick black hair that looked professionally tousled. His sparkling green eyes, even with matching laugh lines, gave his face a perpetually youthful look. And his wardrobe, nicely pressed khakis and a worn sweater, made Leah think of her favorite, cool theater professor in college. "I hope I'm not interrupting," he continued, glancing at Leah and giving her a quick, boyish smile before returning his attention to Gloria. "No problem, Anthony. We were just finishing up," Gloria said. "Is there an issue?" "Nothing pressing," he said. "I just wanted to make sure that everyone at the Foundation was up to speed on the opening night gala for Two Tramps. I want to make sure the audience accurately reflects our charitable wing to the same degree that it does our high donors. In short, you don't want the audience to be just the rich people." "Exactly," Anthony said with a laugh. "As I always say, I want the demographics of our audience to reflect the demographics of our community," Gloria said, finishing his sentence. Leah understood that Gloria was in charge of the theater's charitable foundation, but had never been entirely clear on what that actually entailed. "We're on top of it. I'll send you a copy of the foundation's guest list." "Oh, Anthony, how rude of me," Gloria continued as she gestured toward Leah. "This is Leah Sexton, the executive director of the Como Lake Players Theater. Leah, this is Anthony Knox, our practically spanking new artistic director." "Ah, yes, you're the one who Gloria lured here from New York, isn't that right?" Anthony asked as he put out his hand toward Leah. They shook hands, and Leah was surprised at the firmness of the grip and the warmth of his hand. His eyes sparkled as he smiled down at her. "Yes, and I'm thrilled she did," Leah said. His gaze was so warm and intense that she felt herself start to blush. "It's a great little theater, and I'm having a lot of fun there." "Leah's even directing the theater's next production, The Importance of Being Earnest," Gloria said. "If I am occasionally a little overdressed, I make up for it by being always immensely overeducated," Anthony said, slipping into a decent British accent. He looked down at the two women. "A long-time favorite of mine. I'll have to make a note to come see it once we get Two Tramps successfully birthed," he said. He looked at his watch and then turned back to Gloria. "We're running the new closing number in 10 minutes, so I have to get back and see if there's any fallout from this new edition." He turned to Leah. "I'm sure Gloria has told you. We're producing Two Tramps and a Tree, a new musical based on Waiting for Godot." "A new closing number?" Gloria asked. "So you cut Hurry Up and Wait?" "Sadly, yes," Anthony said. "It was a favorite of mine, but it just wasn't tying a bow on the ending the way we needed. So we're trying a new, bigger, splashier finale called Go Go Godot. We'll see how that flies, fingers crossed. If not, it will be back to the creative well for another deep dive." Anthony turned to Leah. "It was nice to meet you. Oh, and if Gloria hasn't mentioned it already, you should certainly throw your name into the running for our studio directing series. We really want to put a spotlight on regional directors. Regional theater is my personal passion. That's why I'm here," he added as he gestured to the building around them. Gloria held up a hand. "I was actually saving that for last, Anthony, so thanks for spoiling the surprise," she said with a laugh. "That is my stock in trade," he said with a wide grin. "Anyway, it was great to meet you." He turned and worked his way through the sea of tables, stopping more than once to greet other diners. Leah watched him go, and Gloria watched her. "That man is my dream trifecta. Straight, single, and super talented," Gloria said with a sigh. "Then why don't you go out with him?" Leah said, turning back to her friend. "Well, I would say I don't dip my pen in the company ink, but we both know that's not true," Gloria began. "Not even a little bit true," Leah agreed. "And he's actually age-appropriate. And we know how much I hate that. So what's the problem?" Gloria shrugged. "I don't know. I guess it's because he seems too nice," she finally said, struggling to land on the right adjective. "Nice is nice," Leah suggested. "Maybe, but just as often, nice is boring," Gloria said, reaching again for her wine glass and draining its meager remains. "At least it has been in my experience." "I wouldn't mind a little nice," Leah said as she gazed across the room to where Anthony had disappeared. "Well, he might be feeling the same way, because although he's passionate about the studio directing series, he's never personally suggested someone apply for it," Gloria said. A young waiter passed through her line of vision, and she followed him with her eyes for a long moment before turning back to Leah. "And you had already considered me for the program?" Leah asked. Gloria shook her head. "No, I lied about that. The program had completely slipped my mind. But now that he brought it up, I'll certainly put your name into contention. Leah nodded and looked around the space, smiling at the possibilities. Directing here, that would be something, she said, the awe apparent in her voice. Keep in mind, it's just the small black box studio upstairs, not either of the main stages, Gloria said, doing her best to set realistic expectations for her friend. Sure, no problem, Leah said. But when people see on your resume that you've directed at the Guthrie, how often do they ask which stage was it on? Hardly ever, Gloria agreed. That possibility of directing a play at the largest professional theater in the Midwest put Leah on a bit of a cloud as she left the theater complex and walked to her car in the ramp across the street. And that excited feeling stayed with her as she sat in the front seat, scanning through her phone messages and emails before exiting the ramp. There was nothing pressing in the emails, but the one voice message on her phone immediately cleared her mind of all other thoughts. It was from Detective Dietz of the St. Paul Police, Homicide Division, and it brought her crashing back to earth. Hello, Miss Sexton, the craggy male voice rasped as she held the phone to her ear. I need to chat with you about one of the actors who apparently auditioned for you at the theater last evening. He's been the victim of foul play. Please call me back at your earliest convenience. Leah stared at the phone for a long moment before hitting the redial button. Chapter 4. Is this one of those deals where we should have a lawyer present? Leah looked up, startled. She glanced over to see that Betsy's question had also taken Detective Dietz entirely by surprise. No, he finally said to the older woman. We're just trying to establish a timeline for the victim. Because I wasn't here for auditions. I'm just saying that right now, Betsy added. I'll make a note of it. I was at home the whole night, in case you need to lay out one of those timeline things for me. Thank you. The three of them were seated at the large table in the theater's boardroom, with Dietz at the head of the table, and Leah and Betsy seated on either side of him. His response must have satisfied Betsy, because she settled back in her chair and threw a quick look at Leah, mouthing the words, "It's okay, we don't need a lawyer." She then turned her attention back to the police detective. Leah nodded in return, thinking for a moment that maybe asking the elderly administrative assistant to sit in on the meeting might not have been the best idea after all. However, despite her age, which was indeterminate but clearly getting up there, Betsy still had a whip-smart mind. Leah was relatively new to the theater, and Betsy had so much institutional memory about the Como Lake Players, it had seemed like a good idea to ask her to sit in. The time between returning the detective's phone message and him showing up at the theater had been, Leah felt, remarkably short. But she had learned from watching countless TV police procedurals that the first 24 hours in an investigation were the most important. Or was it the first 48? Something about it rattled around in her memory. There might have been a line of dialogue to that effect in the one Law and Order episode she had appeared in while being an actress in New York. Sadly, the line of dialogue had not been hers. In fact, she'd had no lines at all, but instead spent the better part of her one day of shooting lying face down on the floor of an apartment set, doing her best not to move or breathe while the cameras rolled. Her single consolation, as pointed out to her by one of the actors who had actual lines that day, was that her body hadn't been discovered in an alley. I was a corpse on Blue Bloods and spent the day splayed out on a hot Manhattan sidewalk, the actor had told her during one of the many shooting breaks. If I had been an egg, I would have been well cooked within the first few minutes, so consider yourself lucky to have been strangled on a rug. And a shag rug, no less. Leah had thanked him for his thoughts and returned to her acting, such as it was, not feeling a whole lot better about her situation, or about her life choices, for that matter. As I was saying, Dietz continued, glancing at Leah to make sure she wasn't drifting off like she appeared to be, we're just trying to establish a timeline for the last few hours of Duncan Lundine's life. Currently, it looks like he spent most of the evening here at the theater and then went home. So the last time anyone saw him alive, as far as we can determine, was likely while he was here. And how did you know he was here? The question was out of Leah's mouth before she realized she was asking it. Dietz looked up from his small notepad. "Excuse me? How did you know he was here at the theater?" It seemed like a harmless question, but for some reason Leah felt guilty about asking it. "I'm just curious," she added quickly. There was a message on his voicemail asking him to come back to the theater tomorrow night for... Dietz looked back at his notes. For callbacks.
"That would have been from me," Betsy offered, sounding oddly cheerful about the admission. "I called all the actors first thing this morning. I mean, that is to say, not all the actors, just the ones who Leah wanted to see at callbacks this week."
She nodded at Leah and gave her a quick thumbs up.
"I didn't connect to all of them,"
she continued, talking as much to Dietz as she was to Leah.
"So the ones I didn't reach, they all got voicemail messages from me with all the callback details."
"So not everyone who comes in for the audition is also called back?" Dietz asked. He appeared to be doing his best to comprehend the special language of this odd theater world he'd been suddenly thrust into.
"Oh, heavens, no,"
Betsy said, turning to Leah to see if she shared her delight at the question.
"It's part of the winnowing process directors go through. Here's how it works. Auditions are for everyone. Callbacks are for a select group from the people who auditioned. And then, finally, casting the actual roles with the chosen few."
Dietz turned to Leah. "That's the process?" Leah nodded, but before she could say anything, Betsy continued her explanation.
"Yes, that's Leah's process, but not all of our directors work that way," Betsy said, clearly warming to this topic. "Some don't bother with callbacks. They just go ahead and cast the show right after the auditions. And you know, their shows seem to work out just as well as the ones with callbacks, so who knows?"
"But the auditions are open to anyone?" Dietz asked, splitting his attention between both women, not sure where the next answer might come from. "Yes, we do open auditions," Leah said. "Sort of like a cattle call. Anyone can come."
"Other community theaters precast their shows," Betsy added. "You know, with the same actors over and over, but that's not part of our mission. We like to get at least a few new actors for every show."
"And did you get a lot of new actors last night?" Dietz directed the question at Leah, but then turned to Betsy, still unsure of who held the answer to his question. "I know there were a few, but I'm not sure if we had a lot of new people," Leah said. "You see, I'm still relatively new here myself." She looked to Betsy. "Did we have a lot of new folks last night?"
"I haven't tabulated the numbers yet, dear," Betsy said, and then she looked at Dietz. "I keep track of all that information so we can better serve the community. You can't improve what you don't measure." "I went over the sign-in sheets this morning, and I recognized as many names as I didn't, so I think we had a good mix. But I did recognize Duncan Lundeen's name because he's done tons of shows here over the years."
"Would it be possible to get a copy of those sign-in sheets?" Dietz asked. To Leah, it seemed like he was trying to make his request sound as offhand as possible. "I don't think there would be a problem with that," Leah said as she glanced at Betsy. The two women exchanged a long look, and then Betsy shrugged.
"It's not privileged information," Betsy added. "Why, do you think someone from the auditions killed him? And how did he die, anyway?"
Betsy's tone suggested there was a certain level of annoyance that Dietz hadn't been more forthcoming with this information. "I really can't reveal any of that at this time," he said in what sounded like his most diplomatic tone. "And in reality, Mr. Lundeen's death may have had nothing to do with last night's audition. As I said earlier, we're just trying to establish a timeline."
"But it was definitely murder, right?"
Betsy asked this question with a bit more enthusiasm than Leah thought might have been appropriate. "We're not jumping to any conclusions," Dietz replied. "But I can say that Mr. Lundeen did not die of natural causes." He glanced at the notebook in his hand and then up at the two women. "But you say he'd performed here at the theater in the past? He'd done other shows?"
"Goodness, yes," Betsy said with a quick laugh. "He's probably been in 1 or 2 shows a year for, I don't know, maybe the last 30 years? 40, maybe? Forever, that's for sure."
"Is that common?" Dietz said, not even bothering to look to Leah for confirmation. "For an actor to do plays here for that many years?" Betsy shrugged.
For some, it is. Others lose the taste for it, or their lives get too busy. But not Duncan. Somehow he never lost his love for it.
He was good? Betsy nodded.
He was one of the better ones. Comedy, drama, big part, small part. He didn't care.
She turned to Leah.
Were you here when we did room service?
Leah shook her head. That was the season right before I got here. Betsy turned back to the detective.
When he auditioned for that, he told the director there was only one part he was interested in playing, the hotel doctor.
That's a big part? Dietz asked. Betsy shook her head.
That's the thing. It's a tiny part. One scene, like 2 or 3 pages long. But he knew how to make it into a gem. A little comic jewel. I tell you, he was probably on stage for less than 5 minutes. And I swear he got more laughs than the rest of the show put together.
Was he particularly close with any other actors here at the theater? Now Dietz wasn't even bothering to look at Leah. He had shifted his full attention to Betsy. The older woman looked up at the ceiling thoughtfully while she considered the question.
Duncan wasn't a big schmoozer, she finally said. Came in, did the work, and then was gone. However, back in the day, he used to hang out with Malcolm. They were thick as thieves for a while.
Malcolm? Detective Dietz prompted.
Malcolm Rose, Betsy said. He hasn't acted here in a while, but I think the two of them were friends.
I see. Do you have contact information for Mr. Rose you could get for me?
I probably have something on him. Not sure how current it is, Betsy said.
If I could get that and a copy of the audition sign-in sheets, that would be great, he said.
So Duncan Lundeen is dead, Betsy said slowly. Might be murder, and it might even be someone from last night.
She looked over at Dietz and gave him a penetrating look.
Well, you've got yourself quite a mystery there, my friend, Betsy said as she stood up.
Apparently, as far as she was concerned, the meeting was over.
Quite a mystery indeed.
Yes, I suppose we do, Dietz finally replied. But by that time, Betsy was already through the door and had disappeared down the hall. After Leah had walked Detective Dietz to the front door and given him the contact information for Malcolm Rose and the audition sign-in sheets that Betsy had quickly photocopied, she returned to her desk. She sat there for several long minutes, thinking back to her lone encounter with the now deceased Duncan Lundeen. She guessed that the British accent he had sported was put on for the purposes of the audition, although that wasn't necessarily the case. Betsy could settle that question, although Leah wasn't sure it was worth bothering her about it. However, she had been particularly impressed with his audition and intrigued that he had chosen to do a selection from a poem as his audition piece. What had it been? She looked around for her notes from the previous evening, found them on the edge of her credenza where she'd left them last night, and quickly flipped through them. Her scribblings only noted that he had read a poem by Yeats. So Leah turned to her computer and for several minutes tumbled down an internet rabbit hole as she scanned through the collected poetry of William Butler Yeats. Finally, she recognized a few lines from a poem called Easter, 1916. She settled in and read the entire piece, remembering Duncan's voice in her head as she scanned the lines. She slowed when she got to the section he had performed and was taken aback by the final lines he had spoken from the poem, which had seemed merely poetic the previous evening. But now the words took on a more prophetic feeling, ominous and a little foreboding. What is it but nightfall? No, no, not night, but death. Was it needless death, after all? She read the poem to the end, and then returned to the portion he had used for his audition piece, again marveling at the coincidence of him doing a poem about death on the night of his own murder. But then, Leah considered, weren't a lot of poems, especially from that era, about death? She got up from the computer and went back to the credenza, where she picked up the 2 stacks of photos and resumes which Kanisha had assembled for her. The larger stack was of the rejects, the people she was certain would not be joining the cast of The Importance of Being Earnest. The smaller stack were the ones belonging to the actors who would, hopefully, be returning for the callbacks. She dug through the pile and quickly located Duncan's photo and resume, which were all one piece, an 8 by 10-inch photo of the actor on one side and a list of his previous roles on the back. Due to his long career, Duncan's list was headed Representative Roles and covered only the last 20 years of his community theater career. She scanned the list, impressed by the range of the roles he had played, and then flipped it over and studied his photo. It was not a recent photo, but was still well within the range of acceptable when it came to headshots. Over the years, Leah had encountered more than a few actors whose headshots were clearly 10 or 20 years out of date. It seemed like a foolish vanity to her, as all would be revealed when they turned up at an audition. But as an actress, she completely understood the impulse. She set his photo back on top of the stack of actors who had been invited to callbacks and returned to her desk. Duncan had not been in any of the shows she'd seen since taking on the job of executive director for the small theater. But according to Betsy, he was a theater mainstay, having performed here on and off for over 30 years. A thought occurred to her. One of Betsy's ongoing tasks was to digitize and catalog all the production photos from the theater's long history. This process had started well before Leah arrived and continued, somewhat slowly and haphazardly, to the present. The older woman was methodical about the process and meticulous in her classification of each image. Betsy had begun the project with the most recent shows and was moving backwards through the years. Her progress had been slow, sometimes painfully slow. Leah turned back to her computer, signing on to the theater's small server and clicking away until she found the Photos file. Betsy had tagged each photo, so a simple search brought up all the photos which included Duncan Lundeen, or at least the ones Betsy had already scanned and tagged. The administrative assistant had not been kidding about Duncan's tenure at the theater. Photo after photo popped up on the screen and continued to appear even as Leah started to go through them. The most recent images were from the Crucible, and Duncan was easy to spot as Deputy Governor Danforth. Leah continued to click through the images, where she found pictures of him as Prospero in The Tempest, Dr. Chumley in Harvey, and the role Betsy had mentioned in the meeting with Detective Dietz, the hotel doctor in the theater's relatively recent production of Room Service. Leah clicked past several years of productions and found herself looking at a significantly younger Duncan Lundeen. There were shots from Death Trap, A Man for All Seasons, and Tartuffe. She moved back a few more years, and there he was in I Hate Hamlet, The Royal Family, and An Inspector Calls. And then the images ran out, and Leah realized that she had gotten as far in the photo library as Betsy had digitized. The available photos had taken her back to a Duncan who was probably in his mid-40s, but if he really had worked at the theater for nearly 40 years, then there were certainly more photos to come. Leah thought about asking Betsy if she could look through the unscanned images, but then realized there was really little point. She had met Duncan Lundeen once, and now he was dead. He certainly appeared to have been a terrific actor, and she would have loved to have worked with him. In particular, she would have been thrilled for him to play Reverend Chasuble in her impending Ernest, not only because he was a good actor, but also because she remembered the other options who were coming to callbacks were not nearly as interesting. But it was not to be. Leah started closing all the windows on her computer and was about to shut down the one with the Yeats poem on it, but she couldn't help look at it once again. That one line from his audition stared back at her. What is it but nightfall? No, no, not night, but death. Was it needless death, after all? Leah wasn't entirely certain what the poem, or the line, meant, but it didn't feel positive. Chapter 5. I miss Alex. For one terrifying moment, Leah was afraid that she had actually said these 3 words out loud. She glanced over at Kanisha, but the stage manager was still flipping through her notes, unaware of any verbal utterings, silent or otherwise, that Leah might have made. Leah sighed and settled back into her front row seat, looking up at the bare stage that would, in just a few weeks' time, transform magically into the set for the importance of being earnest. She understood that she wasn't missing Alex for his acting skills, because he wouldn't be needed for this evening's callbacks. Unlike the auditions, at the callbacks she paired up the various returning actors into assorted character combinations, and so didn't require the help of a non-auditioner like Alex to read with them. Instead, she realized she was missing Alex just because he was fun to be around. And of course she found him to be very attractive. The exact same qualities which terrified her, because she knew, felt, believed, was completely unsure that this was not the right time to get into a relationship, and particularly not a relationship with an actor, as her last try at that had ended up like a bad car wreck and inspired her move back to St. Paul. Any preference on the pairings tonight? Leah looked up, realizing halfway through Kanisha's sentence that the efficient young stage manager had asked her a direct question. Pairings? Leah repeated, recognizing that her echo didn't qualify as an actual answer. Yes, do you care which Cecilys I pair with which Algernons and which Gwendolyns I pair with the Jacks? Surprise me. Be careful what you wish for, Kanisha said as she headed up the aisle toward the lobby. Leah smiled and then tried to focus on the callbacks. She realized her mind was everywhere but where it needed to be. If she wasn't thinking about Alex, she was thinking about the late Duncan Lundeen, who had stood on this very stage 2 nights before and was now dead, probably murdered. When she shifted her mind away from that grisly scenario, she was reminded of her brief encounter with Anthony Knox during her lunch with Gloria. This led her to thinking about the highly attractive prospect of directing a show over at the most prestigious regional theater in the Midwest. She had liked her initial encounter with Anthony. Even Gloria was impressed with him and what she called his anti-Broadway, pro-regional theater mindset. Leah's thoughts then cycled back to Alex, and she started the sequence all over again. She would have likely continued with this revolving mental carousel if Kanisha had not returned with the initial pairing of the evening. First up, Kanisha said loudly as she pointed 2 nervous young actors toward the stage. We've got Fred and Julie reading Algie and Cecily. Hey, you 2, welcome back, Leah said with forced cheer as she glanced down at her notes. She was desperately trying to remember her initial thoughts on these 2 actors and why she had called them back in the first place. Unfortunately, her sketchy notes gave her few clues as to what had attracted her to either of the actors at their audition. But, she reasoned, they wouldn't be here if there hadn't been something she liked. You can go whenever you're ready. And so it went for the next 45 minutes, as pair after pair of young actors paraded through the auditorium, speaking Oscar Wilde's witty dialogue with British accents which ran the spectrum from dead-on at one end all the way down to Dick Van Dyke and Mary Poppins at the other. Leah gave a wave to Kanisha as the stage manager ushered in the next pair. She bent down to hear Leah's whispered request. I'm feeling like we're going to need a dialect coach on this show, Leah said quietly. If what I've heard so far is any indication, we've got accents that are covering all corners of the British Isles, plus Australia and even South Africa. Does the volunteer committee have a list of dialect coaches we can draw on? Kanisha suppressed a smile. Well, I have some good news, some bad news, and then some other bad news, she said, and then continued before Leah could comment. There is a list of volunteer dialect coaches, which is the good news, but there's only one person on that list, which might be the bad news, although, in my opinion, that person is a really, really good dialect coach. And what's the other bad news? Leah asked, although she had a premonition of what the answer was going to be. It's Alex, Kanisha said. He's the only one on the list, but trust me, he's really, really good. And why would you think there'd be any bad news in that? Leah asked, trying and failing to put an attitude of innocence into her voice. There doesn't have to be, Kanisha replied. I was just thinking that might be an issue. And why would that be? I have no idea, Kanisha said innocently. I'm strictly on a need-to-know basis on that topic. Do you want me to check on his availability? Please, Leah said. And who do we have next? She added quickly, in the hopes of steering the conversation as far away as possible from the subject of Alex. We're going to change things up a bit. I'm putting together some Bracknell and Jack combinations for your consideration, Kenesha said as she looked down at her list. Any thoughts of which Jacks you want to see again? Leah was relieved with this change in topic and quickly surveyed the list, pointing out which actors she wanted to see again and which ones could be sent home. Kenesha headed back to the lobby to assemble the next pairings, while Leah consulted her own list, cross-checking it against her original notes. It was quickly becoming apparent that the actors who had really sparked her interest at the audition were doing the same thing tonight. The ones who she had noted were still strong. The ones she was unsure about, she was still unsure about. Leah wondered for a long moment if Alex had been right, and if she really didn't need to go through this arduous callback process, particularly if she was just going to go ahead and cast the handful of actors who she had liked after their initial readings anyway. This point was driven home to her with the first new pairing, Ryan Hall as Jack and Susan Withers as Lady Bracknell. Leah immediately remembered Susan Withers. She had been one of the first auditioneers the other night and had set a high bar for the rest of the actors who were trying out for that part. It took Leah a longer moment to remember Ryan, but as soon as he started the scene, she was reminded of how much she had liked his initial reading. While he virtually disappeared into the background when he wasn't acting, there was a real spark of energy when he started to speak Wilde's famous lines. In her notes, she had written that he would be a good fit for either Algie or Jack. For her part, Susan Withers seemed even better than she had before. Perhaps some of the nervousness of auditioning had worn off, or she felt more confident because she had been called back. Regardless, the scene really crackled as the two sparred back and forth.
You can take a seat, Mr. Worthing.
Thank you, Lady Bracknell. I prefer standing. I feel bound to tell you that you are not down on my list of eligible young men. However, I am quite ready to enter your name, should your answers be what a really affectionate mother requires. Do you smoke? Well, yes, I must admit I smoke. I am glad to hear it. A man should always have an occupation of some kind. Leah got so caught up in their performance that there were several seconds of awkward silence before she realized that, as the director, she needed to comment on what she had just seen, or at the very least say something, or anything. That was terrific, Leah said quickly, trying to fill what had felt like a long silence. Really, really nice. She looked down at her notes, realizing at that moment she hadn't jotted down any thoughts or impressions while they had performed their scene. Her mind was as blank as her notepad, so she fell back on a comment from other directors she had heard too often to count. It must have been some sort of fallback phrase they teach at directing school, because all directors in her experience had used it at one time or another. Let's try it again, but this time pick up the pace. The two actors stepped back into position and did the scene again, slightly faster this time. But to Leah's mind, it was just as perfect. Thanks, you two, she stammered. That was great. I want to see each of you with some other folks if you have time. All the time in the world, Susan Withers said, still in her Lady Bracknell accent. She looked to Ryan, who nodded in agreement. Sure thing, he said, his voice a strained whisper. It seemed to Leah that once Ryan was out of character, he wanted to be anywhere but on stage. While many of the choices she needed to make were immediately apparent, Leah struggled the most with the Cecilys and the Gwendolyns. Her main issue was that many of the young women who read for the parts just seemed too modern. While most of the men reading for Jack or Algernon slipped into a Victorian mode, or a close facsimile, with ease, many of the young women struggled to fit into that style in their readings. It wasn't just the many visible tattoos which created the dissonance. Leah knew those were easily covered, either by makeup or judicious costume choices. It was instead the natural attitude of the young women, which just didn't fit neatly into Oscar Wilde's world. It was only after seeing the fourth actress who appeared to be constricted by the nature of the two characters that Leah had a revelation. It was that very conflict which was, in its own way, driving each of these female characters. Cecily and Gwendolyn were both pushing against the strictures of their time and their society. This mini-revelation pleased Leah, although she currently wasn't sure how that would help her in the casting and rehearsal process. But for the moment, at least, she felt she had a better handle on the issue and, in a larger sense, a firmer grasp on the ideas behind the play itself. With this new understanding, she focused on narrowing down her options for the two young female characters. After several pairings that went nowhere, she finally put two actresses, Jessie Schmidt as Cecily and Beth Sarrazin as Gwendolyn, together and was thrilled with the results. Jessie was petite, with dark hair and big eyes. Beth was taller and blonder and extremely wry, delivering some of her lines with such a dry deadpan that Leah, who had heard the lines plenty of times before, still laughed out loud during her reading. The two young women couldn't have been more different physically and temperamentally, and to Leah it was that stark contrast which really made them funny together. Next, she focused on getting the right Miss Prism, which was immediately made more difficult because she wasn't able to find a suitable Reverend Chasuble to play against her. Duncan Lundeen had been her only real choice for the part, and while she had called back other older men to read, it had really only been because she felt silly just calling back one person for a role. Plus, deep down, she was hoping that two of the older actors, recognizing that they weren't going to be cast as Reverend Chasuble, would happily volunteer to play the two butlers. But Leah knew that outcome was, at best, highly unlikely. And now Duncan wasn't available, in the worst sense of the term, and Leah felt a little stuck. For the role of the very proper Miss Prism, her notes offered two likely candidates, the mousy Marcy Hallberg, who had nailed her audition, and the less perfect for the part, although obviously very talented, Rebecca Flanders. Rebecca had impressed Leah with her audition for Lady Bracknell, and if Susan Withers hadn't been so good, Rebecca would have easily grabbed that plum role. However, as far as Leah was concerned, that ship had sailed, and Susan Withers owned the part of Lady Bracknell. But Leah also felt that it was never a good idea to let talented people slip away, so she had Rebecca read for Miss Prism as well. Comparing the two readings, the highly professional Rebecca and the quiet and mousy Marcy, was for Leah a classic conundrum. With Rebecca, she had a trained actress who, even if slightly miscast, could still bring the character to life. The older woman was a pro, even if she was working for free on the community theater circuit. Marcy, on the other hand, really was Miss Prism, and that created a special, almost magical quality on stage. Her demeanor, whether speaking the lines in the scene or chatting awkwardly with Leah after the reading, was virtually the same. In many ways, she had been born to play Miss Prism. Sitting by herself in the auditorium, Leah considered simply tossing a coin to decide how to proceed with the choice for Miss Prism. But common sense, and the fact that she wasn't carrying any spare change, was all that prevented her from employing that chance-based approach to finalizing casting. "Do you have a minute?" Kenesha said in a loud whisper as she stuck her head through the doorway. "Sure, what's up?" Kenesha glanced back toward the lobby and then headed down the aisle, first making sure that the door had actually shut behind her. "There's a Malcolm Rose here, in the lobby. He asked if he could see you." It took a moment for Leah to place the name, and then she remembered. Malcolm Rose was the person Betsy had come up with when asked by the homicide detective if she knew of any friends of Duncan Lundeen. "Malcolm Rose?" Leah repeated. "Is he here to audition?" Kenesha shook her head, but the response lacked conviction. "I don't think so. He just asked if he could talk to you." "Are you sure he's here to see me? What did he say, exactly?" "He said, 'May I speak with the director when they have a free moment?'" "Well, that's pretty straightforward and hard to misconstrue." Leah considered the request for a long moment and then glanced at her watch. "Sure, let's take a short break. Send him in." Kenesha went back to the lobby while Leah straightened her stacks of notes and waited for the arrival of this surprise visitor. She was not sure why Malcolm Rose had come here on the night of callbacks, and, more to the point, why it was so important to him that he speak to her. Chapter 6. Moments later, Malcolm Rose walked into the auditorium. He was gray and slightly stooped, wearing a nicely tailored sport coat. He made his way slowly down the aisle, looking around the room and smiling. He stopped in the center of the aisle and looked up at the stage. "There it is," he said, his voice coming out stronger than his frail frame might have predicted. He was somewhere in his 70s, Leah guessed, and walked in careful, measured steps as he continued to make his way toward the stage. "It still looks the same, even smells the same. The whole place does," he added, turning when he reached the stage and taking in the view from the edge of the platform. "Mr. Rose, I'm Leah Sexton," Leah said as she extended her hand. "I'm the executive director here at the theater." "Good evening," he said. "Have we met before?" "I don't think so." "No, neither do I," he continued. "But at my age, I always have to check. I'm not as good on faces as I used to be, which, to be frank, can sometimes result in embarrassing encounters with people I should know well. It's a good thing I have experience as an actor, as I am forced to do a lot of pretending these days." Leah noticed immediately that, despite his protestations about his age, his bright blue eyes still sparkled. The wrinkles around them appeared to be as much from smiling as from aging. "What can I do for you?" Leah continued, gesturing toward 2 seats in the front row. He waved the invitation away with his hand. "Oh, no, dear, I don't want to take up any more of your time than is absolutely necessary," he said, kneading his hands together nervously. "It's just, well, I know you were one of the last people to talk with Duncan before he let his sentence trail away." "That's what they tell me," Leah said. "He auditioned here 2 nights ago. It was the first and last time I met him, actually. I'm sorry for your loss," she added quickly. "Yes, well, thank you, but it's been many a year since Duncan and I were close," Malcolm said. And then he turned back and looked up at the empty stage. "The last show we did together before our falling out was right here on this stage. The Odd Couple. We said at the time that we'd revisit the redoubtable Neil Simon in our dotage and perform the Sunshine Boys together. Sadly, though, that never came to pass, and now it never will." "Well, as I said, I only met him the once, but he struck me as being an exceptional actor," Leah said. Malcolm smiled. That he was. It never came easy to me. I always had to work like crazy, but Duncan, he had a natural gift for it, like falling off a log. We had so much fun," he continued, looking over at Leah. She could see that his eyes were beginning to water. "So much fun. Duncan and Malcolm, the Macbeth boys, they called us. Oh dear, now I've gone and done it." He looked around nervously and then at Leah. "Sorry about that. Saying the name of the Scottish play in a theater. Bad luck. Just begging for trouble." "Don't worry. It's only a superstition if you believe in it," Leah offered. "That's exactly how Duncan would have put it," Malcolm said with a grin. "We had such fun. But then there was a fissure. Stupid, really, how friendships can implode over the silliest of things." Leah smiled warmly and nodded. She wanted to know more, but didn't feel right about pressing for the details. "Politics, in case you're wondering," Malcolm continued. "Silly, silly politics." "That's a shame," Leah said. Yes, it was. We had been 2 peas in a pod in our youth, very gung-ho against the war, self-righteous, self-involved, really. Then the ideals that we felt defined us shifted, as they do, and before we knew it, we were looking at each other from either side of a divide, a yawning chasm, but never really sure in our hearts which one of us had moved." Leah nodded. He looked over at her. "Who was it who said, 'In this country, if you maintain a consistent political position long enough, you will eventually be accused of treason'?" "I don't know." "Neither do I, although I'm sure I used to know, like so many, many other things," he said. He gave his head a quick shake, signaling that he was done reminiscing. "So about this audition with Duncan, my guess is that he was reading for Reverend Chasuble." "He was. And I'm sure he was magnificent. The man to beat, as it were." "He absolutely was. He gave a wonderful reading." No doubt. And he would have given a wonderful performance as well. This I know for certain and can say with confidence. If we both were up for that role, it would have gone to Duncan Lundin, hands down. In fact, if given the option, I would have cast my own vote for him. There was a long moment of silence as Malcolm scanned the room again, taking it all in. He turned, and as he did, he asked a question, which disappeared into the auditorium. "I'm sorry?" Leah said. Malcolm turned back to her. "Oh, excuse me. What I asked was, how did Duncan seem when you saw him, when he read for you?" Leah looked at the older man, not sure of how to answer the question. "I mean to say, what was his demeanor?" he continued. "Did he seem, I don't know, happy? At peace?" "Well, sadly, I have nothing to compare it to," Leah said, thinking back on her short encounter with Duncan Lundin. "But yes, he seemed energized and excited. I'm guessing it was probably the adrenaline of the audition, but yes, he did seem to be in high spirits. He seemed happy." "Good," Malcolm said, nodding slowly. "That's good to hear. All I ever wanted for him was to be happy. As we used to say, an easy goal to have, a difficult goal to hit." He glanced down at his watch and then at Leah. "I feel I've taken up way too much of your valuable time," he said. "Being in the midst of callbacks, I'm sure you have a million details and you don't need me buzzing around like a troublesome bee. Thank you so much for letting me stop by and chat and allowing me to take a few minutes of your time to help me remember an old friend." "No problem," Leah said as she put out her hand. "No problem at all." He shook her hand quickly and turned to head back up the aisle. Before she even realized she was doing it, Leah called out to him, "Mr. Rose." He turned back. "Yes?" "This is a weird question," she began. "Then be prepared for a weird answer," he replied with a smile. She smiled as well. "I was just wondering, and feel free to say no, but I was wondering if you might be interested in reading for Reverend Chasuble?" He looked genuinely surprised at the offer. Leah wasn't entirely sure if the look which spread across his face was one of surprise or confusion, so she continued. "You know, the role in the play, The Importance of Being Earnest, Reverend Chasuble." "Oh, I know it well, my dear," he said, slowly walking back toward her. "I did it in high school, of all places. I'm just surprised to be asked." "Are you interested? I mean, do you have a few more minutes?" He smiled again. "My dear, I have all evening." "And if cast, are you available?" "I am nothing if not available. In fact, I might go so far as to say I am the very definition of available." "Fantastic," Leah said as she turned and began to dig through her papers, trying to find the sides for Reverend Chasuble. "I hope, Cecily, you are not inattentive." Leah looked up from her search. "Pardon me?" "I hope, Cecily, you are not inattentive." Leah recognized the lines from the play because she had heard the scene frequently during the audition process. The lines were from the sides she was digging for. "Oh, I am afraid I am," she replied. Her search bore fruit, and she found a couple copies of the scene. She handed one toward Malcolm, but he waved it away with a smile. "That is strange. Were I fortunate enough to be Miss Prism's pupil, I would hang upon her lips." He looked momentarily shocked at what he had just said. "I spoke metaphorically. My metaphor was drawn from bees. But I must not disturb Egeria and her pupil any longer." "Egeria? My name is Letitia, Doctor." "A classical allusion merely, drawn from the pagan authors. I shall see you both, no doubt, at evensong?" Leah smiled, genuinely enjoying Malcolm's take on the old vicar. She was also amazed at his ability to recall the lines. "I think, dear doctor," she continued, glancing down to find her place in the scene, "I will have a stroll with you. I have a headache after all, and a walk might do it good." "With pleasure, Miss Prism, with pleasure. We might go as far as the schools and back." "That would be delightful," Leah said as she lowered the paper. She smiled up at Malcolm as she slipped out of the British accent. "And that was delightful." "It was fun, wasn't it?" he said, breaking into a wide grin. "And the words! I'm surprised I had most of the words." "So let me ask you this," Leah said as she placed the papers back atop her loose stack of scenes and notes. Might you have the time and the inclination to play the role of Reverend Chasuble in our production?" He looked at her for a long moment. "Really?" he finally said. "We'd love to have you. That is, assuming you'll have us." He considered the offer, looking from her to the stage and back to her. "Yes," he finally said. "Yes, I would love to do it. It's high time I did something. And I think this is it." They said their goodbyes, and moments later Leah found herself once again alone in the theater. She was thrilled to have filled this key role in the play. It was only later, when she looked back at the subsequent events, that she realized how different things might have turned out had she made some different casting choices. As the evening wound down, Leah looked over her notes one last time, making sure that she had put together all the various actor and character combinations she had wanted to see. As an actress herself, she hated to make actors wait for hours if she was, in fact, done seeing them. She scanned down her first pass at a casting list and was pleased with where she had landed, at least tentatively. For the ingenues, she had Jessie Schmidt as Cecily and Beth Sarrazin as Gwendolyn. The quiet and shy Ryan Hall was her Jack, and she had 3 nice options for Algie, although she was leaning towards Sam Tillett, who was deep in the MFA program at the nearby University of Minnesota, her alma mater. She was set on Susan Withers as Lady Bracknell and Malcolm Rose as Reverend Chasuble. For Miss Prism, she was still vacillating between Marcy Hallberg and Rebecca Flanders, although in her heart she knew she was leaning toward the mousy Marcy. For the 2 servants, Merriman and Lane, she had a few viable options from the Chasuble rejects. These were actors who she hadn't felt would bring Chasuble to life, but could certainly handle the less demanding servant roles. All in all, not a bad evening of casting. As if she had been reading her mind, Kenesha appeared at the main door. "Do you need to see anyone else?" she asked as she consulted a list of her own. Leah shook her head. "No, I think you can release everyone. I've learned as much as I'm going to learn. Let them know we'll be announcing casting in the next day or so." "No problem," Kenesha said. She continued to stand in the doorway, holding the door open with one outstretched arm. Leah noticed the stage manager looked more concerned than she had all evening. "What's up?" Kenesha considered for a long moment and then started down the main aisle, letting the door swing shut behind her. "You're sure you're done, right? Because I don't want to be the one to get you off track." Leah wasn't sure where this was headed. "Yes, I'm done for the night. What's up?" "Well," Kenesha began, "I called Alex to see if he was interested in being the dialect coach on the show." Leah could tell from the stage manager's demeanor that the answer was not going to be a positive one. What had he said? That he simply couldn't work with her, or wouldn't? "What's the problem?" "He wasn't home. I got his housemate." "And?" Leah was getting more concerned. Kenesha was not one for dramatic revelations, yet her tone definitely suggested that some sort of less than positive surprise was in the offing. "He said that the police came and got Alex," Kenesha finally said. "They've taken him in for questioning." "Questioning? Questioning about what?" Kenesha swallowed quickly before answering. "About the death of Duncan Lundeen." Chapter 7. "Thanks for bailing me out." "I didn't bail you out. I just picked you up at the police station." "Wait, was I supposed to bail you out? Was I supposed to pay bail or something?" Leah panicked for a moment, thinking she had skipped some key step in the process. No, Alex said quickly. "No bail necessary. There was no arrest involved. You are not now aiding and abetting an escaped prisoner. Or anything. Relax. The police just wanted to ask me some questions." "Such as?" Alex's response was delayed by the arrival of the waitress, who set a piece of pie in front of each of them with little finesse. She scowled as she pulled her pad from the pocket of her stained and faded apron, ripped off the top slip and tossed it toward them. The slip floated gently down, landing in the dead center of the table. "Pay at the front," she said without looking at them as she walked away. "When you leave." Leah and Alex watched the waitress as she crossed the small cafe and returned to her stool at the counter, where her coffee and crossword puzzle awaited her. They exchanged a look, both trying hard not to laugh. "Anyway," Alex said as he used his fork to surgically remove the front tip of his slice of French silk pie. "I drove him home that night, and since I was, in theory, the last person to see Duncan alive, with the exception of the murderer," Leah added. "Indeed, with the exception of the murderer," Alex continued. "They wanted to know if I knew anything." "And do you?" Alex shrugged. "Who knows?" he said. "I'll tell you what I told them. As I was driving away from the theater after the auditions, I saw Duncan standing at the bus stop, so I pulled up and asked him if he wanted a ride." "What did he say?" Alex gave Leah a long, questioning look. "He said no," Alex said with a grin. "So I left him there and went home." "Really?" "Of course not. If he had said no, the police wouldn't have wanted to talk to me." "Okay, so you drove him home. What did you guys talk about?" "Actor stuff," Alex said as he took another healthy bite of his pie. Leah was beginning to regret having chosen the lower-calorie pumpkin pie and was absolutely regretting that she had rejected the optional whipped cream topping. "Such as?" she prompted. "Oh, I don't know. Things like how the audition had gone, what else we've been auditioning for, anecdotes from past shows, that kind of thing." He was making quick work of his slice of pie. Leah took another bite from her own slice. "So you'd been in shows with Duncan before?" Alex nodded while he chewed. "A few. He was Marcus Lycus to my Pseudolus in A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Forum, and he was Gramps to my Mr. Brink in On Borrowed Time." "You played Death in On Borrowed Time?" "Typecasting, I know," Alex said with a grin. He finished off his slice of pie, scraping the plate with his fork to gather any spare filling. "Good thing the cops didn't know I've played Death. They might have held me for longer." "Too soon?" he added quickly, seeing the look on Leah's face. "Probably too soon," she agreed. "Anyway, it was a short ride. I dropped him off at his apartment building and then headed home. It was only memorable insofar as I was the one who drove him home on the night he was murdered." "So they're sure it was murder?" Alex nodded. "That's the impression I got," he said. "They didn't give me any details, but I did overhear one of them use the words stab and stabbed, so I'm guessing it was murder." "What did the police say after you told them about the ride?" Alex shrugged. "They basically just asked me the same 3 or 4 questions in different forms for 30 minutes. And then they said I could go. And although they were happy to drive me to the police station, they didn't offer to give me a return ride home, so I called you. Or actually, you called me. Anyway, here we are. You are now officially up to date." "And they cleared you?" Leah said, not at all convinced she was using the correct terminology. "I don't think there was much to clear," he said, licking the last remnants of his slice of French silk pie from his fork. "I think they're just trying to reconstruct his last few hours. With me, they now know how and when he got home. What happened after that, I think, is still all conjecture." "Did they say anything else about it?" Alex considered this for a long moment. Or he might have been thinking about ordering another piece of pie. Leah wasn't certain which. "Well, from what they were saying, I inferred that Duncan had let his assailant in. That there had been no sign of forced entry." "Impressive vocabulary," Leah said with a grin. "Which was it? Assailant?" "Inferred. Properly used. Always an attractive quality in a man," Leah said, realizing that she was treading very close to being flirty and not really caring. "What are you implying?" Alex asked. "Nothing," Leah said quickly, realizing that she had, in fact, been too flirtatious. "Nothing, really," she stammered again. "Anyway," Alex said, skillfully moving back to the topic at hand, "so they figure whoever came into his apartment was someone he knew, or at the very least, someone he trusted." "No robbery or burglary?" she added, again not sure of the correct term. "No burglary for sure," Alex said. "Because, as you know, burglary means to illegally enter some place to commit a crime." "Of course I knew that," Leah lied. "But was there a robbery?" Alex shook his head. If there was, they didn't mention it. So we really don't know anything more than we did before. Nothing, except that someone makes a mean French silk pie in this place, he said, glancing over at the crabby waitress, and that the staff can be a little mean as well. Shall I get you home? Leah offered, reaching for the check at the center of the table. Sure thing, but I'm paying, Alex said as he skillfully snatched the check away before she even got close enough to touch it. It's the least I can do to thank you for this late-night prison break. Leah smiled as Alex got up and headed toward the cash register, then reached for her purse and began to dig for her car keys. All through the short drive, Leah worried about how the conversation in the car might end. That awkward moment after she pulled the car to the curb, but before Alex got out and headed up to his apartment. As it turned out, the worrying, like most worrying, as her mother had often reminded her, was unnecessary. As she pulled the car in front of Alex's apartment building, her phone began to ring. She pulled it from its home in the car's cup holder to see that it was her friend Gloria. "Oh, sorry, I have to take this," she said to Alex. "No problem," he said with a grin. "Thanks again for the ride. See you at the read-through." He swung the door open and was halfway to his front door as Leah answered the call. Alex gave her a wave as he disappeared into the building. "Hey, are you okay?" Leah said as she distractedly returned Alex's wave. "No problem, hun," Gloria's voice came through the phone. "Sorry for the late call, but I wanted to give you a heads up." Leah, who had been splitting her attention between Alex's exit and the phone call, turned her full attention to Gloria. "Heads up about what?" "There's a very good chance Anthony might be calling you." Leah wrinkled her forehead as she tried to place the name. "Anthony?" she repeated. "Anthony Knox, the artistic director at the theater," Gloria said, not bothering to mask her tone of annoyance. "You know, the great, big, well-funded regional theater across the river from your little non-profit and more than just tax status theater." "Oh, yes," Leah said as she conjured up a mental image of the handsome man she'd met at lunch with Gloria the previous week. "He's calling me? Why is he calling me? What happened? What's going on?" "Calm down, princess. I said he might be calling you," Gloria replied. "I just came from another in a series of endless theater soirees, the highlight of which were the yummy hors d'oeuvre and the even yummier young bartenders." "Anyway," Gloria continued, "I heard Anthony mention your name in passing as one of the candidates for the directing gig in the studio series. It was all part of his community theater's the heart of the community stump speech, although for the life of me I don't know what he's running for." "That would be great," Leah stammered. "I mean, even to be considered." "Yeah, right, it's an honor just to be nominated, blah, blah, blah," Gloria said with a bitter laugh. "Anyway, I wanted you to know you're on his radar, so you don't blow it if he calls you out of the blue." "I hardly think I would blow it," Leah began, but Gloria cut her off. "Anthony who?" Gloria intoned in a not-too-bad impression of Leah's voice. "And which theater did you say you work for? Is this another one of those stupid robocalls?" "I'm not that much of an idiot," Leah said, realizing that her friend's description of her likely response was closer to the truth than she really wanted to admit. "Well, we'll never know," Gloria said, "because you've been forewarned. So don't blow it." Before she could respond, Gloria hung up, leaving Leah listening to dead air on her phone. After considering the news for a long moment, she put the phone back in the cup holder, put the car in gear, and pulled out into the street. If she'd looked up, she might have noticed that Alex watched her go from his apartment window. But she didn't look up. Leah successfully put the impending conversation with Anthony Knox out of her mind for the rest of the evening and was proud of herself for not lying awake fretting about it all night long. Once she had arrived at the theater in the morning, she was able to keep Anthony Knox out of her mind by instead occupying herself with the final casting details for The Importance of Being Earnest. Leah found that by simply focusing entirely on her final choices for each of the roles, she was able to put the possibility of directing at the larger theater entirely out of her mind. Almost. She went through her notes one last time, agreeing with all the tentative choices for all the key parts that she had penciled in the night before. All that remained was to go through the Reverend Chasuble rejects to find her two butlers, Lane and Merriman, and the show would be completely cast. She flipped through the headshots of the 4 men she'd winnowed the list down to, and then once again reviewed their resumes. This seemed like overkill on her part, she conceded, as any one of the 4 had enough experience to perform either of the 2 small roles. Picking any 2 at random would certainly have provided what she needed, but she still went through the motions of comparing their relative experiences against each other and then referring back to her notes about their auditions as Reverend Chasuble. After more time than was really required, she finally decided on 2 dissimilar actors, one quite thin and the other more portly, to provide some contrast to the butlers. She added their headshots to the final cast pile and put the other 2 into the reject pile. With those decisions made, all that was left was to call the 9 actors and offer each one the role she had selected. If she got a yes from each of them, then she'd be spared the arduous task of returning to the reject pile to find a suitable substitute. Leah hoped this wouldn't be the case, as in many instances she had no viable second choices. She also knew that after that she'd need to call all the other actors who'd come to the callback to break the news that they hadn't made the cut. She realized that many directors opted to skip this step. Some never made the call, while others hid behind the safety of an impersonal email. But Leah felt since these poor actors had gone to the trouble to come to the theater, not once, but twice, it was the least she could do to be the one to give them the news, regardless of how unwelcome that news might be. But first, she had the far more enjoyable task of offering roles to the actors she had chosen. She'd already essentially offered the role of Reverend Chasuble to Malcolm Rose the night before, but she called him anyway, just to confirm that he was still interested and available. "I am excessively both," had been his short response, but she could tell by the tone of his voice that he was excited at the opportunity. So she verified his email address and said she looked forward to seeing him at the read-through. And then she moved on to the others in her potential cast. While she was expecting to be put into voicemail more often than not, her calls to Sam Tillett, Algie, and Ryan Hall, Jack, were both picked up immediately. Their responses were a study in contrast. Sam Tillett, who was in the MFA program at the nearby University of Minnesota, tried to sound cool at the offer, but Leah could tell he was thrilled to be getting a role, and a significant one at that, outside of the university environment. He immediately accepted, and Leah ended the call by saying she'd see him later in the week at the first cast read-through. Ryan Hall, in comparison, was just as quiet and withdrawn on the phone as he had been when not performing on stage at the audition and the callback. When he said he'd be thrilled to have the role, it came out in such a flat whisper that Leah had to ask him to repeat his answer. "That would be great," he said, his voice sounding a million miles away. "I'm really looking forward to it." Then you should mention that to your voice, Leah thought, because it clearly hasn't heard the news yet. But instead of saying that, she thanked him and said the theater would be in touch with the schedule. The 2 ingenues were equally excited and giggly, with Jessie Schmidt, Cecily, thanking Leah profusely, and Beth Sarrazin, Gwendolyn, almost coming to tears at the news. Leah remembered back to her own excitement at being cast at that age and knew how the 2 young women were feeling. When she'd gotten cast as Irma in The Mad Woman of Chaillot at the Park Square Theater in downtown St. Paul while she'd been at the university, she had been over the moon. So it was fun to experience that feeling again, if only vicariously through the 2 younger actresses. Her phone calls to the 2 older actresses she hoped to cast were equally interesting, although mercifully they lacked the screaming and the giggling of the 2 previous calls. Marcy Hallberg, who appeared to be acting the role of Miss Prism offstage as well as on, was reserved in her response to the offer of the role. Given her personality, that did not surprise Leah. "That would be very nice," the older woman said softly. "I think I would enjoy that very much. Thank you." In contrast, Susan Withers gave out a whoop of joy at the news. "I could tell there was some stiff competition in the lobby," she said with a laugh. "So thanks so much for taking a chance on an old broad who's been away from the stage for probably far too long." "Cream rises," Leah said, immediately regretting the metaphor. "I think you'll be great in the role." "Thanks so much for the opportunity," Susan repeated, still clearly smiling at the news. "I promise I won't let you down."
Leah had left the calls to the two butlers for last. She was hoping for voicemail because she knew her news was good but not great. Reverend Chasuble wasn't a huge role, but it was far more significant than either of the butlers. That being said, of the two butler roles, Lane got to come on first and did, in fact, have a couple funny lines. The role of Merriman, in contrast, had little to recommend it. Bearing that in mind, Leah called the actor she wanted to cast as Merriman first, to get that one out of the way. His name was Charles Beck, and there was a noticeable swell of excitement in his voice when she introduced herself. "Yes, Leah, what can I do for you?" he asked. "Thanks, Charles. I wanted to thank you for coming in to the callbacks, and I wanted to offer you the role of Merriman in our production of The Importance of Being Earnest." There was a long pause on the other end of the phone. So long, in fact, that for several moments Leah wasn't sure if they'd been cut off or not. Or she thought, did he hang up on me? Given the role she was offering, she really couldn't blame him. "Merriman?" he finally repeated. "I'm not familiar with that character." "He's the butler," Leah stammered. "Jack's butler, at the country house." "Oh, yes," Charles finally said, with more than a hint of disgust in his voice. "The butler." "Yes, that's the one," Leah said, doing her best to sound chipper. "As I remember, he doesn't appear until Act 2 and mostly is there to introduce people and set the table." "Yes," Leah repeated, seeing where this was headed. "That's the one." Charles gave out a long, dramatic sigh. "Well, Leah, I hate to be this person, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to decline the offer," he finally said. "The role is so small, and there is so much mold in the green room and the dressing rooms, and I don't think my allergies would survive me sitting down there for hours at a time, waiting to come on and do next to nothing. Thank you for considering me, but I'm going to have to sit this one out." Leah mumbled a quick thank you, saying she hoped they'd have a chance to work together in the future. Charles echoed her comment without enthusiasm, and then, thankfully, the call ended. Leah sat quietly for several moments, not wanting to place the next call and realizing that, like removing a bandage, it would be easier in the long run to just do it quickly and get it over with. She dialed the number for the other actor she'd picked, Eric Wood, and he answered on the first ring. She introduced herself, and he cut her off before she could get into her prepared speech. "Oh, I feel for you. These are awful calls to make," he said with a laugh. "I've directed several times myself, and calling to say you didn't get the role, well, that's the worst part of the job. I can see why some directors prefer to communicate via rumor, so I applaud your gumption. I'll try to make this as easy for you as I can, dear. Should I just say that I've accepted another role before you have to tell me I didn't get the one I auditioned for?" "Have you accepted another role?" Leah asked tentatively, not entirely certain how the conversation had veered into this new direction. "No, I can't say that I have," he agreed with a laugh. "Have you called to reject me?" he countered. "Not really," Leah said. "Not really," he repeated. "Well, I can deduce from your tone that you've called to offer me a role, but not the one I auditioned for. Am I warm?" "Warmish," Leah replied. "Well, with The Importance of Being Earnest, that narrows the field considerably. If you're not offering me the role of Reverend Chasuble, and it's unlikely that you're offering me Bracknell, though stranger things have happened, that means I'm being offered either Merriman, the butler, or Lane, the manservant." "Aren't they both butlers?" Leah asked, confused by this sudden delineation between the two parts. "Oh, heavens, no," Eric Wood said, laughing again. "Worlds apart. So which one was it?" He hummed softly while he thought this over. Finally, he spoke again. "I don't suppose there's any chance you're offering me both roles." "Would it make it more appealing if I were?" Leah felt like she was suddenly taking part in a high-stakes negotiation of some kind. "That would certainly color the offer," he said. "Lane has some smart lines up front, but then I'd spend the rest of the evening doing crosswords in that moldy green room." Leah made a silent note to have the basement checked, again, for mold. "And Merriman only has a handful of lines and is the least memorable character in the piece."
However, the technical feat of going off stage as Lane and coming back on as Merriman offers a certain attractive challenge for an actor. Not quite up to the level of A Gentleman's Guide to Love and Murder, certainly, but still a fun acting exercise at that. So you're interested in doing it? Leah said, not really sure just how hypothetical his musings had been. Are you offering me both roles? I am, she said definitively. Then I'm accepting, Eric Wood said. See you at the read-through. Next came the short list of rejection calls. These calls, mercifully, were mostly delivered via voicemail. A coward's way out, Leah thought each time she left the crushing news to a different, hopeful actor, but far better than asking them to call her back only to be told in person that they didn't get the part. She did end up talking to a handful of the hopefuls. Most took the news with resignation, which Leah tried to bolster by saying she really hoped to be able to work with them in the future, but even she wasn't convinced by her sentiment. The only negative reaction she received was from the other contender for Miss Prism, Rebecca Flanders. The actress had also been her second choice for Lady Bracknell, although Leah wisely didn't bring that up in the conversation. Instead, she went through her standard tactic of identifying herself and thanking the older actress for coming into the callbacks. Although I thought you were terrific, Leah said truthfully, I don't have a role to offer you in this production. I'm sorry, what did you say? Leah was taken aback by the question and stumbled with her reply. I said I thought you were terrific, but sadly don't have a role to offer you for this show. Really? Leah noted that the word was delivered as a statement and not a question. Yes, Leah finally said, not sure how to react to that single-word reply. I'm very surprised by that, Rebecca Flanders said. Her voice was getting chillier as the conversation, such as it was, continued. I thought I gave an excellent reading. Several of them, in fact. You certainly did, Leah began, but the older woman cut her off. Do you mind if I ask you who you did cast? Leah thought about this for a long moment. The news was hardly a secret. It would be disseminated via social media later that day, and the two actresses were already aware they had been cast and had accepted the roles. Well, Leah said as she looked through her notes. The names of the two actresses had flown out of her mind. Susan Withers will be playing Lady Bracknell, and Marcy Hallberg will be Miss Prism. I see, Rebecca Flanders said, drawing out the two words into what sounded like a much longer response. I don't know Withers, although I heard good things from the others at the audition and at the callback. But Hallberg as Prism? Rather a bit of typecasting, don't you think? It took Leah several seconds to formulate a reply. I was taken by her reading, she finally said. I see, Rebecca Flanders said flatly. I see. Well, thank you for the call. Before Leah could respond, the older actress hung up. Leah hung up as well, but sat there for a long moment, her hand still resting on the phone receiver. She was still reeling from the short conversation, not sure how she felt about how it had gone. Should she be impressed by the actress's moxie? Or annoyed by her candor? As she mulled these two options, she was about to take her hand off the phone when it suddenly rang. Leah jumped at the sound. She picked up the receiver, thinking it might be Rebecca Flanders calling back to apologize. Como Lake Players, Leah said, trying to take the tremor out of her voice. Leah Sexton, please. The voice was male and almost sounded familiar, but Leah couldn't quite place it. Speaking, Leah said. Oh, hello, he said. This is Anthony Knox from over at the Guthrie. He said this all very casually, Leah thought. Well, she considered it probably was casual for him. Yes, hello, she said, trying to match his level of casualness. Yes, good to speak to you again, he said. Here's the thing. I'm wondering if you have time in the next few days to stop over to the theater for some coffee and maybe a chat. Chapter 8. If you don't mind, I need to put out a fire. A small one, I hope. No problem, Leah said as she jumped up. She had been sitting in the small lobby area outside a line of offices where the theater's receptionist had told her to wait while she let Mr. Knox know she was there. The chair, which looked like a failed art project, was far more comfortable than it appeared, and sitting in it, if only for a few seconds, had lulled Leah into a state of near calm. Not actual calm, but close. Then that quasi-serenity was shattered as Anthony Knox flew out of his office, offered a quick greeting, and sailed past her, waving that Leah should follow him. And so she did, regretting not for the first time her shoe choice. She had spent, she knew, far too much time worrying about what to wear for this appointment. Or was it an interview, or just coffee? And in the process, she'd never considered that the meeting's agenda might include a quick sprint. No rest for the wicked, Anthony laughed over his shoulder as he raced down an all-white hall toward the elevator she had just gotten out of. He pressed the up button and turned to smile at her. Never put on a new musical in just 6 weeks. Never, ever do that. I won't, Leah stammered. He looked up at the floor indicator and wasn't pleased with what he saw. Bloody slow. We'll take the stairs. He moved toward the exit door and Leah followed. Moments later, they were in an echo chamber of a stairwell as he took the steps 2 at a time. This morning's problem is mechanical, or so they say, he explained over his shoulder. But it's always something. Cast, designers, set, lyrics, you name it, at one point or another it's caught on fire in this production. Not literally, of course. Of course, Leah echoed. In this hard-walled stairwell, her words immediately bounced back. At least, not yet. Knock wood, he added, reaching over and tapping the wall as he ascended to the first landing. Leah was pretty sure the wall wasn't made of wood, but decided to ignore that as she struggled to keep up. 2 floors later, Anthony Knox burst through a door and Leah followed. They had landed in the lobby for the proscenium stage, one of 3 lobbies for the different stages housed within the multi-story, multi-theater complex. Anthony moved directly toward the door to the theater and Leah followed. Once through the 2-door system, it took her eyes a moment to adjust to the dim lighting in the auditorium. But Anthony Knox didn't seem to have an issue with it. He hustled down the steps, where several technicians were gathered around the single set piece which adorned the stage, a large, leafless tree. Or to be accurate, a large tree with one single, sad leaf barely clinging to one of its bony branches. Leah made her way more tentatively down the aisle. Anthony was already in full conversation with the technicians. He pointed to the floor and then looked up. The crew shook their heads in unison. He pointed to the left and then to the right. This was greeted with a similar group headshake. He stood for a long moment, his hands on his hips, as he looked up at the tree and then down at the floor. He studied the floor for what seemed like a long time. And then he suddenly dropped to his hands and knees and reached down into a recess beneath the stage. He appeared to fumble around for a moment, and then he finally pulled his arm out. In his hand he held what appeared to be a screwdriver. "And that," he said loudly as he handed the tool off to the woman who appeared to be in charge of the crew, "is what I believe was the problem. A simple screwdriver, literally jamming up the works." There was some sheepish laughter as one of the crew guys retrieved the screwdriver and added it back to his tool belt. Anthony exchanged a few more words with the men and women of the crew and then descended from the stage, shielding his eyes from the overhead lights as he searched the room for Leah. "Oh, there you are," he said, spotting her about halfway up the main aisle. "I'm wondering if it would be a very great hardship if we forego the coffee and just had our conversation here. I need to see the results of this morning's technical advancements, such as they are." He gestured toward an aisle seat and Leah sat down. He sat down on the steps next to her. "A tough technical issue?" Leah offered. He shrugged. "You might think the set is simple just looking at it." Leah looked at it again. It did seem simple. A large, bare tree center stage. The floor and back cyclorama wall were painted to suggest a barren landscape. With just the work lights on, it didn't look particularly stunning, but Leah knew enough about stage lighting to know what a difference the sea of lights up on that grid would provide for the final look. But she had to agree it was a very simple-looking set. But, truth be told, the cursed thing isn't as simple as it may appear. It's actually built on 3 interconnected turntables, one on stage left, one on stage right, and then one under the tree. He pointed to each as he mentioned them, and for the first time Leah could see the 3 circular discs that made up the floor of the stage. In theory, each can turn independently, so one can be going clockwise while the other turns counterclockwise. It's a devil of a concept to get across to the cast up in the rehearsal room. It will make more sense when we move the actors down here and give them a chance to experience it for real. And when is that scheduled to happen? Anthony laughed. 2 days ago, he said, turning to grin at Leah. Yes, it's turned into one of those productions. So I've gathered. Oh, this one will be a rocky berth if it comes off at all, he continued. Nothing but problems from day one. For instance, in the first version the writing team brought to me, Godot actually showed up. At the end. Just strolled right in. That's different, Leah said, smiling more at his enthusiasm than the story. The idea of Godot showing up at the end of Waiting for Godot was a common comic trope. The writers had even written a great 11 o'clock number, Look Who Showed Up Late for the Party, a sweet, funny song. Then wiser heads prevailed, Leah suggested. Well, there were arguments all around, Anthony said as he warmed to the story. The writers were insistent. They said that the plots were changed for Tootsie and My Favorite Year when they became musicals. Even the story in The Producers is slightly different than the original movie. But you ultimately won the argument? Anthony shrugged. I told them, people, adapting Waiting for Godot into a musical is not like adapting a movie. It's like adapting Waiting for Godot. Sure, when you're staging it in college and you want to be edgy, you can reverse the order, do Act 2 first, then Act 1, have at it. There are many things you can do with Waiting for Godot, including turning it into a musical. But the one thing you can't do is have Godot show up. That's a non-starter. I can't imagine the process. So many details. And so many places where it can all go south. That's a life in the theater, she said, immediately regretting the cliché. Indeed, he agreed. Which brings us to the topic of our discussion this morning. He turned to her and became more intense, and at the same time, quieter. His voice dropped almost to a whisper, and Leah actually had to lean in to hear him. When I first landed here, one of my top personal goals was to reach out to the local theater community, he began. For too long, I'd been told, this theater stood apart from that community. Conventional wisdom was that we put too much of a focus on bringing in artists from outside of the Twin Cities. Leah nodded, not sure if this was a conversation or more of a well-practiced monologue. But if you hadn't heard, I am committed to regional theater. For too long, our industry has been bullied by Broadway, with a mentality that suggests that only star-studded fancy musicals and Hollywood-led plays have a place at the table. Not for me, and not for this theater, he said emphatically. I know I have a reputation for slamming Broadway, and believe me, I think Broadway has its place, but a slavish devotion to its ideals will be the death of the American theater. If I never see another Broadway show, it will be too soon. Unlike many in our industry, I am committed to never being Broadway bound, in all senses of the phrase. Like that tree on stage, I have planted my roots and intend to be here, or someplace very much like it, for the long haul. He took a breath and laughed. As you can see, I'm passionate on the topic of supporting and growing regional theater. Nothing to apologize for, Leah said. I've been there and I've been here, and I honestly prefer here. Me too, he said. I started at a little community theater in Ohio that was so poor we literally used the same set for 4 shows in a row. And let me tell you, what works for mornings at 7 does not necessarily work as well for Marat Sod. And don't get me started on how it worked for Equus. It must have been an interesting season, Leah suggested. It was, Anthony continued. But when I got here at this wonderful theater with its deep pockets and unparalleled resources, I was determined to not take the community out of community theater. So, as part of my mission, I immediately created our studio series in which local theater artists can bring their work to our audience. Our studio space upstairs is a flexible black box, an ideal workshop to try out new ideas and bring new works to life. Leah nodded. Yes, I've heard of it. Unfortunately, in the short time I've been back in town, I haven't been able to attend any of the productions. He waved this away with his hand. Not a problem. Working in theater means, sadly, that you hardly ever have the time to see theater. I'll get you house seats to any of the upcoming pieces. Right now, we're sponsoring a series of one-acts from the most recent Fringe Festival. I haven't had a chance to get up and see them, but critical response has been positive, and not that it matters, box office numbers are well within the acceptable range as well. That sounds great, Leah said. There's been talk at the Como Lake Players about offering up our space as part of next year's Fringe Festival. At least the idea is in front of the board. I'm not sure where that will end up. A worthy goal, he said, still speaking at just above a whisper. So now to the reason for your visit. Offhand, Leah, are there any projects you've been itching to put up on their feet, as it were? As a matter of fact, Leah said, and then lowered her voice to match his level. As a matter of fact, there is a small show I've been dying to do for years. It's called First Station. I read it when it was first submitted to Louisville, but sadly it didn't get in. But I've always been drawn to it. It's political, and it's angry, and it's really of the moment. Anthony cut her off, smiling broadly. Fantastic, he said. Sounds perfect. Here's what I need you to do. He stood up suddenly and started heading up the steps. This abrupt movement took Leah by surprise. She quickly and awkwardly struggled to get to her feet and follow him. Put together a proposal, outlining the piece, your vision for it, space requirements, logistics, artistic statement, all the standard stuff, he said, glancing over his shoulder to make sure Leah was keeping up. She was, but just barely. Put together the proposal and get it to me by, he said, looking up toward the ceiling for a moment. Get it to me by the end of next week. And then I'll get it in front of the committee, and then hopefully they will deem to put it on the calendar. Sure thing, Leah said, desperately trying to remember the short list of tasks he had just quickly rattled off. They had reached the top of the steep stairs. Anthony held open the door for her. Thanks for coming in. I can't wait to see what you come up with and learn more about the show. What was it called again? First Station, Leah repeated. Exactly, Anthony said. Now, I hate to give you the bum's rush, as it were, but I'm suspecting several more fires await me on stage and even more up in the rehearsal room. He was still holding the door with one hand, and he extended his free hand toward her. Leah shook it, surprised that the meeting was, apparently, at an end. Well, yes, absolutely, I'm sure. Thanks for seeing me, she said. And I'm looking forward to seeing Two Tramps and a Tree, she added, gesturing toward the stage. As are we all, he said with a smile. As are we all. Seconds later, Leah found herself alone in the theater's lobby. Anthony Knox had headed back down toward the stage and probably missed her final, thanks again. If he had heard it, it had gone unacknowledged. And so she had wandered into the lobby, feeling more than a little dazed at the 5-minute whirlwind which had been the sum total of her meeting with the theater's artistic director. So did I get the gig? She said quietly to herself, and then she considered another question. And do I even want the gig? Her first instinct was to call her friend Gloria or head to her office. Was it up or down from this floor? Leah couldn't remember. Gloria, after all, was the one who had gotten her into this. But when she pulled out her phone, she saw that she had missed a call while in the meeting with Anthony Knox. Several, in fact. All from Malcolm Rose. He had, despite the number of calls he had made, left only one message. Sensing the urgency, Leah tapped on the icon and held the phone to her ear. Her eyes got wider as his voice explained the reason for the call. I'm so sorry to bother you, he said more than once in his rambling introduction. You see, I was checking my email because you said you'd be sending out a copy of the schedule. I hardly check it these days, so maybe it's a good thing you mentioned what you did about that schedule. But the thing is, when I checked my email, I was very surprised to see that, among all those silly spam emails that inflict themselves upon me, which is probably why I don't check it more often. One email stood out. It was from Duncan, you see, Malcolm said, still sounding breathless. I'm amazed to be saying this, but somehow I have received an email from the late Duncan Lundeen. Chapter 9. I'm not sure if bothering you was the right thing to do. No, Detective Dietz said over his shoulder as they climbed the stairs to Malcolm Rose's apartment. He had already started to huff, just a bit. You made the right decision. But this could be nothing, Leah said, realizing that she was again trying to keep up with a man climbing a stairway, now for the second time in the last 2 hours. She was beginning to feel a little winded by all the surprise exercise this morning had already thrust upon her. And it probably is nothing, the older man said as they reached the landing. But that's the nature of the job, like it or not, checking out every lead, even the ones which go nowhere, which, to be honest, is what most of them do. Such is the story of my life. He waited for her to catch up, and then together they looked down the hallway, first left, then right. Whichever way we pick will be wrong, Leah said. Again, story of my life, Dietz grumbled. He made a decision and headed left, which turned out to be, surprisingly, the correct choice. Moments later, they found themselves in front of Malcolm Rose's apartment, number 237. Dietz had barely finished knocking when the door swung open. Malcolm Rose, looking frazzled, squinted at both of them. He wore a faded smoking jacket, and his hair, apparently, had yet to be tamed by a comb that day. I'm still a bit unnerved, he said as he ushered them into the densely furnished apartment, as you can imagine. Absolutely, Leah agreed. The computer's over there, he said, pointing to a corner of the living room. His direction wasn't entirely crucial. An old PC computer and its screen, sitting on a much older desk, stood out in distinct contrast with the walls and walls of books which surrounded it. Leah immediately recognized that every wall of the large living room was covered by bookcases, each packed from edge to edge with books. Even the tops of the bookcases were lined with books. Leah glanced to her right, to the small dining room. Bookcases lined that room as well, and the petite dining room table in the center of the space held its own small mountain of books. Mostly history and politics, Malcolm said as he watched her scan the apartment. Some biography, very little fiction, with the exception of Wodehouse, of course, and then I have one bookcase in the bedroom entirely devoted to drama. As with most of us, the primary source of drama in my life can be found in the bedroom. Malcolm laughed at his bon mot, and Leah smiled as well, but the detective was clearly all business. And this is the email? Dietz said. He had already seated himself in front of the computer, on a delicate wooden chair which creaked ominously under his weight. Leah got the sense the chair was more ornamental than practical, and that the computer was not frequently used. Yes, I've left it open for you, Malcolm said, moving over to stand behind Dietz. Leah followed and stood next to him, peering over the detective's shoulder. It's dated the night Mr. Lundeen was killed, Dietz said, indicating the date and time on the email, at 11:24 p.m. He turned and looked up at Malcolm and Leah. We know he was dropped off at his apartment about 11:10 p.m. Leah nodded. She wasn't sure if she was supposed to know about Alex's late-night ride with Duncan or his subsequent questioning by the police. A blast from the past, Dietz said as he read the email's subject line. We hadn't spoken in quite a while, Malcolm explained. We'd seen each other in passing, but it has been years since we'd actually sat down and had a face-to-face conversation. Comrade, Dietz continued, reading the email's greeting. A joke, Malcolm said. We used to call each other comrade, since the beginning. Funny back then, I suppose. Now just a habit, and perhaps not all that funny. If it ever was. We must speak anon, Dietz read. He repeated the last word. Anon? Like anonymous? AA? Malcolm shook his head. Like Shakespeare, he said. It means soon. We must speak soon. Juliet uses it for comic effect in Romeo and Juliet, in the scene where the nurse continually calls to her, if memory serves. Interesting tidings are rolling at us from across the sands of time, Dietz read, clearly not interested in Shakespeare and his use of comic repetition. What does that mean? I have no idea, Malcolm said. Like I said, we hadn't spoken in a while. But from context, I suspect he had some news from our murky past which he wished to share. But that's just an educated guess. I will call in the morning. Malcolm sighed. And obviously, that was not to be. Dietz recapped the message. Comrade, we must speak anon. Interesting tidings are rolling at us from across the sands of time. I will call in the morning. And then his initials. D.L. Dietz turned and looked up at Leah and Malcolm. He didn't seem particularly enthused by the email. This looks like one of those leads that is going to create more questions than answers, he said. Story of my life. Indeed, Malcolm agreed. Thick as thieves. We were thick as thieves in our youth, Malcolm repeated as he set a plate of cookies on top of a small stack of books on the cluttered coffee table. Since there was little other space available, Leah and Dietz each held their coffee mugs in their hands. Of course, we were less in touch in our dotage. Leah took a sip, finding it just the right temperature and far richer than its thin color suggested. It was her first coffee of the day. Her planned coffee meeting with Anthony Knox had hardly been much of a meeting, and it had involved precious little coffee. She took another long sip and felt the caffeine begin to do its work on her system. Dietz seemed to have accepted the coffee only to be polite. He searched the coffee table for a place to set it down. Finding no open space, he instead placed the mug on the floor next to his feet. He pulled out his small notebook from his suitcoat's inner pocket. So, Mr. Rose, when did you first meet Duncan Lundeen? Malcolm settled into a worn recliner and looked up to the ceiling, as if the answer was floating somewhere above him. He sipped his coffee, which was in a worn and slightly chipped NPR mug. Arturo Ui, he finally said. I think that was when. And where is Arturo Ui? Dietz asked as he looked up from his notes. South America? Malcolm smiled and shook his head. No, the play. The Most Resistible Rise of Arturo Ui. By Brecht, of course. You met while doing a play? Yes, I think that was the one. We went on to produce Rice's Street Scene and Odette's Waiting for Lefty ourselves, all very revolutionary, anti-fascist, quasi-pro-communist, but really more neo-socialist when you got right down to it, when that was all the vogue. But I think we met on Arturo Ui. That's where it started. Where what started? A bunch of us, wide-eyed revolutionaries, producing theater for the people, by the people, about the people. Then it got to be more about revolution than about theater, and truth be told, that's when I parted ways with them. I simply wasn't able to make the philosophical leap from property is a crime to their next level, which involved committing criminal acts against actual property. And Duncan stayed with them? Malcolm shook his head. No, not really. His heart wasn't in it. The group splintered not long after, no big surprise there. Doomed from the start, really, groups like that. Fiery, passionate, but fated to fade as quickly as they burst on the scene. He looked once again at the ceiling, searching for something. And then he began to recite. My candle burns at both ends. It will not last the night. But ah, my foes, and oh, my friends, it gives a lovely light. Malcolm looked over at Detective Dietz, who was staring back at him blankly. Figs from thistles, first fig, Malcolm explained. Edna St. Vincent Millay, of course. Dietz turned to Leah for some help. So, Leah said, trying to get the older gentleman back on track, you were saying your friendship with Duncan Lundeen? Ah, yes, Malcolm said quickly. Sadly, our friendship, Duncan and me, never really got back on track. Malcolm looked down into his coffee mug for a long moment. But ah, my foes and oh, my friends, it gives a lovely light, he repeated softly. So you didn't see each other much over the years? Leah wasn't sure if she was allowed to continue asking questions, but her curiosity had gotten the better of her. Well, our social circles rarely converged, Malcolm said. I was still interested in liberal issues, gay rights, all reasonably left-wing stuff. Duncan had gone so far left that he ended up being far right. Sort of in a circle, I guess. So politics kept you apart? Dietz looked up from his note-taking. That's one way to look at it. But I think we just grew differently. We had less in common simply because we had less in common, if that makes any sense. So, Dietz asked, why do you think he reached out to you the other night? Malcolm shrugged. It might have been the audition at the Como Lake Players. Somehow it must have brought back old memories. A blast from the past? Leah suggested. Malcolm nodded and turned to Dietz. Absolutely. We had done plays there, together in the old days. I think as one gets older, since there's so little time ahead of you, you spend more time reflecting on the time behind you. Just because there's more of it, if that makes sense. Sure, Leah said, although she wasn't completely certain that it did. So this email from Duncan Lundeen, Dietz continued, trying to keep the interview on track. It was completely out of the blue. Completely, Malcolm agreed. And you really have no idea what he wanted to talk to you about the next day? Malcolm shook his head. I truly wish I did, he said, a melancholy tone in his voice. I truly, truly wish I did. If you think of anything else, regardless of how minor you think it might be, don't hesitate to get in touch with me. Detective Dietz said this as he handed his business card to Malcolm. Anything at all. I absolutely will, Malcolm said, reading the card closely before slipping it into the pocket of his faded smoking jacket. He opened his apartment door as he looked over at Leah. And thanks for talking me down from the ledge this morning. I'm surprised how unnerved I was by the whole thing. You helped bring me back from the narrow edge of a precipice. It's not every day one wakes up to a voice from beyond the grave. Well, an email from beyond the grave, at the very least. Not the usual sort of thing, Leah agreed. No, indeed, he said with a shudder. Of course he was alive when he sent it. We must lament my poor communication habits, which are to blame for not finding it until now. I pledge now and going forward to check email more often. Perhaps even daily, God help me. Both Leah and Dietz made agreeing sounds as they edged through the doorway and into the hall. But at least we two have far more enjoyable events to look forward to, do we not? He said, grinning broadly. We do? Leah said. Of course, Malcolm replied, gesturing grandly. My dear, we've got a play to put on. Chapter 10. Remember the time he kicked the door in to get on stage? It had gotten stuck or something, and he was trapped off stage, so he just kicked it in. Got a huge laugh. Sure, I remember that. That was on Sly Fox. The director saw it and wanted that laugh every night, which meant I had to rebuild the damn door after every show. Every single show, matinees included. Who are we talking about? Leah had entered the rehearsal room at the tail end of the conversation among the show's designers. Carol Andrews, the very stylish and sometimes garish costume designer who had recounted the door incident, tried to catch her breath from laughing. Duncan Lundeen, she said, still giggling. We're telling our favorite Duncan Lundeen stories. Every time I saw him in a show after that, all I could think about was that damn door, Brandon Sharp added. He was the large, burly set designer who Leah had found was equally adept at constructing huge sets as well as designing lovely, intricate sound designs. He had agreed to do double duty on her production of The Importance of Being Earnest, set and sound design. The lighting design would be overseen by a quiet young man named Kevin, who sat next to Brandon, doodling on a small notepad in front of him. When Leah had asked him if he was interested in doing the lighting for her show, he had said, yes. That was the first and last word she'd heard him utter. Next to Carol sat a young woman who Kenesha had recommended to handle sourcing the props for the show. Leah felt terrible because she couldn't remember if her name was Tara or Mara. It might even have been Kara. Leah made a mental note to check her email from Kenesha and finally learned the woman's name. Because this would be her first production as a director at the theater, Leah had sought advice from all fronts on who she should ask to be on her design team. Being so new, she didn't have the institutional knowledge of who was good, who was great, who was easy to work with, and who was more trouble/overly dramatic/insane than they were worth. So she had asked advice from all quarters, from Betsy, from board members, from Kenesha, and of course from Alex and Gloria. Carol and Brandon and Kevin had been on the top of everyone's list, and Leah had been thrilled that all three were not only available, but highly interested. That is, if Kevin's monosyllabic yes qualified as being thrilled. She had gone through the available photos of past shows each had worked on, and was amazed at what they had been able to come up with on truly limited budgets. Just as with all the actors at the Como Lake Theater, all the designers and the volunteers who helped them were volunteers as well. Each designer was given a budget for their portion of the show to spend as they saw best, within reason, of course. Carol, the costume designer, had done a number of period shows, such as Shaw's You Never Can Tell, and a smart production of Pygmalion. Clicking through the photos of those shows, Leah could see how Carol had cleverly helped to define each of the characters via their clothing, while skillfully matching or contrasting with the set's color scheme. Brandon's set designs were equally captivating. Leah scanned through photos from many of the more than 24 shows he had done at the theater, marveling at how much bang he was able to produce on a budget that was far less than $1. His set, along with Kevin's lighting design for An Inspector Calls, was stunning and impressionistic, and the store set he created for Come Back to the Five and Dime, Jimmy Dean, was so realistic that it looked like he had found an actual period five and dime store in Texas and had it shipped to St. Paul. Duncan was one of a kind, Carol continued. She and the other designers were seated at the long table Kenesha had set up for the first reading of the show's script. I'm so glad I had a chance to see him and talk to him the night. Her voice trailed off. The night of the auditions, she finally said. Brandon sat across from her. He was futzing with a scale model of the show's set that he had built, complete right down to miniature tables and chairs. It was an ambitious set that cleverly transformed from Algie's flat on Half Moon Street in Act 1 to the garden at Jack's Manor in Woolton in Act 2. It then made one final transformation to Jack's drawing room for Act 3. You had a chance to talk to Duncan that night? Leah asked. At the auditions? We both did, thank God, Carol said. No, I didn't, Brandon snapped. He looked from Carol to Leah. I mean, I saw him, from up in the booth, but I didn't talk to him. In the booth? Brandon nodded. I was up in the tech booth, looking for some fuses for the lights Kevin and I are fixing, he said. You know, the ones we talked about. He looked to the lighting designer, who silently nodded his agreement. In addition to his volunteer work as a designer, Brandon also helped out on the technical side, ensuring that the theater's old lighting system would survive at least another season. Leah hoped he could keep it going for longer than that. So I could see the auditions, Brandon continued. I just happened to be there when Duncan was reading, but we didn't talk. Did he do one of his poems? Carol asked, looking to Leah expectantly. Well, not one of his, Leah said, but yes, he did a reading by Yeats. Easter 1916? That's the one. Carol smiled broadly. I loved that Duncan would do poetry as his audition pieces. It freaked some directors out, but I think it really made him memorable. Not that he needed that, of course. Leah was just about to admit she was one of the directors that had almost freaked out, but then decided against it. Yes, I only saw him that one night, but it was clear he was gifted, she said instead. He was in the very first show I ever worked on here, Carol said, glancing down at her hands for the first time since Leah had come in. She was adding a button to a costume, but was so skilled at the task that she rarely needed visual confirmation of her work. He was the father in Come Blow Your Horn. Neil Simon? Leah asked. That's the one, Carol agreed. I worked crew on the set for that one, Brandon said quietly as he made minor repairs to one of his miniature chairs. A terrible set, just the worst. Really thrown together. And to be honest, the play wasn't much better. Early, Neil Simon. Very early. But Duncan was really funny in it, Carol said brightly. And he was a sweetheart about the costumes. The director wanted it very period, very 60s. Not the best look for anyone. But poor Duncan had this hideous turtleneck that the director just loved. Fuchsia, if you can believe it. But Duncan made it work. He just always made it work. Leah was about to ask what Carol and Duncan had talked about the night of the audition, but as if on cue at that moment, several cast members burst into the rehearsal room, all talking and laughing. So Leah decided to set the question aside until later, and instead sat at the head of the table. She flipped open the binder that held her copy of the script and turned to the beginning of Act 1. "Did you hear what I was playing, Lane?" "I didn't think it polite to listen, sir." Sam Tillett as Algie and Eric Wood as Lane kicked off the reading, getting an immediate laugh from the assembled cast on their very first exchange. As encouraging as that might have been, Leah knew that cast readings were not the best barometer for how funny a play may end up being. There was so much nervous energy, and everyone was so intent on being part of a hit that as a group they tended to over-reward each other with appreciative laughter. And so it went, with each of Oscar Wilde's witty lines getting a strong positive response as they made their way through the first act of the show. Leah had kicked off the read-through with a short welcome speech, and then everyone went around the table, saying their names and announcing which role they would be playing. Leah then introduced the 4 designers, and Brandon took them on a short tour of the 3 sets for the show via his scale model. Carol then showed off some preliminary costume designs, which produced collective oohs and ahs from the cast. She followed this by reminding all the actors that there would be a costume fitting immediately following that evening's read-through. "With the help of my costume shop volunteers," she explained, "we will take measurements of all of you so that my team can get started on your beautiful costumes. It is mandatory," she added as sternly as her thin voice could muster, "for each of you to stick around after the read-through for these measurements. We're on a tight schedule, as I'm hoping to build a couple of the dresses as opposed to just pulling them from storage." This news produced a suitably excited response from the 2 young actresses, although Leah noted that neither Susan Withers nor Marcy Hallberg, her Lady Bracknell and Miss Prism, were similarly excited by the announcement. This may have been due to their longer tenure in the business and their innate understanding that promises made at the first read-through sometimes get abandoned long before opening night. Finally, Leah introduced Alex, who would be acting as their dialect coach. "I think I know most of you already," he said from his seat on the edge of the group. "I don't think there will be anything massive you'll need to worry about. I'll just be here to help smooth off the rough edges, move you from a mid-Atlantic sound to a more day-to-day London feel. But of course, my main goal will be to help anyone who is struggling with how to say lieutenant the correct British way." Leah smiled at this. The proper pronunciation of that word was always, at least for her, an indication of how much research an actor had done when working on a British accent. She was amused that apparently Alex used that as a gauge as well. "Isn't it just, lieutenant?" Beth Sarrazin asked, looking around the table for confirmation. Alex looked from Beth to the rest of the group, slipping easily into an impression from Ferris Bueller's Day Off. "Excellent question. Anyone know the answer? Anyone? Anyone?" From the other end of the table came the response. "We say lieutenant, but the British pronunciation is actually lieutenant." They all turned to see that this had come from Ryan Hall, who, other than announcing his name and his role in a whisper, had been utterly silent since arriving. He looked back at them and seemed to sink further into his chair. "Exactly," Alex said with a grin. "You nailed it. And since your character is the only one in the show who uses that word, I can now call my work done. Thank you, everyone." He snapped his notebook shut and began to stand. "Not so fast. Take a seat," Leah said, "and let's get started." Alex sat down and stage manager Kanisha got the ball rolling. "Act 1, Scene 1, she read from her script. "The morning room of Algernon Moncrief's flat in Half Moon Street." The read-through was, to Leah's mind, essentially uneventful. She was pleased with each of the actors she'd picked, and as she looked around the table, it appeared to her to be a well-cast group, at least for a read-through. The actual rehearsals might prove otherwise. Only one moment stood out for her. It happened early in the first act. Lady Bracknell and her daughter, Gwendolen, had arrived at Algy's flat and were getting settled. Beth Sarrazin, who was playing Gwendolen, was seated across the rehearsal room table from Susan Withers, who was reading Lady Bracknell. But it wasn't either of those two actresses who caught Leah's attention. It was Marcy Hallberg, who would be playing Miss Prism. She was also seated across the table from Beth. "Won't you come and sit here, Gwendolen?" Susan Withers read.
"Thanks, Mamma. I'm quite comfortable where I am," Beth replied.
Something about that line reading must have registered with Marcy Hallberg, for her head shot up and she stared across the table at Beth Sarrazin. The older woman had a frozen, intense look on her face, which the young actress, who was looking down at her script, didn't notice. Marcy Hallberg continued to stare at her through the next few lines. "I had some crumpets with Lady Harbury," Susan read, "who seems to me to be living entirely for pleasure now." "I hear her hair has turned gold from grief," Sam Tillett as Algy responded. "It certainly has changed its color. From what cause I, of course, cannot say." Leah's attention had completely left the play as she watched Marcy Hallberg. The older actress had, it appeared to Leah, gone deathly pale. However, her complexion was quite fair to begin with, and the harsh fluorescent lights in the rehearsal room made everyone look pallid. So perhaps it was Leah's imagination. What wasn't her imagination was what Marcy Hallberg did next. She looked down at her script, and, as far as Leah could tell, she did not look up again until the reading had concluded. The read-through ended with a rousing round of applause from all assembled. Leah waited for the ovation to subside and then spoke to the group at the table. "That was fantastic, people," she said, genuinely pleased with how the play had sounded. Leah knew that casting was more than half the battle in directing, and she felt she had done an excellent job of finding the right people for each role. "Kanisha will be handing out our preliminary rehearsal schedule. If you have any questions about it, please see me. And now I'll turn you over to the capable hands of Carol Andrews and her crew, who will be taking measurements for your costumes." Carol wasted no time in taking charge. "Okay, children," she said in a surprisingly loud voice, "we'll make this as quick and painless as we can. I have enough volunteers to measure 3 actors at a time, so would the following folks please come forward? Sam Tillett, Ryan Hall, and Jesse Schmidt." The 3 young actors scrambled over to her, and the 6 costume volunteers dived into their work. One did the actual measuring, calling out the numbers to a second volunteer, who made copious notes on a costume reference sheet for each actor. While this activity took place in one corner of the rehearsal room, the other actors stood around patiently, chatting and getting to know each other. Leah saw Malcolm Rose approach Susan Withers and put out his hand. "I'm Malcolm Rose," he said. "I apologize if we've met before. I'm not as good on faces as I used to be." Susan Withers laughed. "I have the same problem, but my issue is with names," she said as she shook his hand. "But I haven't acted in a long, long time, and I don't think we've met. But it's so nice to meet you." "Well, it sounds like a good group," Malcolm continued as he glanced around the room. "I'd like to take a moment and say hello to my Miss Prism, but I can't seem to spot her." "Let's see if we can find her," Susan Withers said as she took his arm. "She can't have gone far." Leah scanned the room herself and turned just as Alex was approaching her. She jumped, if only a little. "Sorry about that," he said. "We're going to have to put a bell on you," Leah laughed. "That was a fun reading," Alex said. "Well cast and well read." "Thanks. I think we've made a good start of it." "Indeed," he agreed. There was an awkward moment of silence. "Well, since I won't be needing a costume, I'm going to take off. Unless you need me for anything else?" Leah thought about it for a moment, struggling to come up with an excuse to have him come back sooner than later. "No, I think we're good. When will we see you again?" "When the hurly-burly's done, when the battle's lost and won," he quoted in his best serious actor voice. "Meaning?" Leah said with a laugh, recognizing the lines from Macbeth. Alex looked down at the schedule Kenesha had handed out. "I'll probably swing by after you're done blocking Act 1, he said. "There's really nothing I can do until they're at least a little bit off book." "You and me both," Leah said. What little experience she'd had in directing had taught her that no real work would happen until the cast memorized their lines and weren't holding their scripts in their hands, reading them as they rehearsed. She hoped that moment for this particular show would come quickly, but it rarely ever did. "However, if anything comes up and you need me, I'm always available," he added as he grabbed his backpack. "Only a phone call away." He headed toward the door, and Leah turned to check up on the costume fittings. Carol was answering a question from Eric Wood while her two assistants were busily measuring and making notes. "Well, they are both butlers, so there's only so much we can do in differentiating them," the costumer was saying. "Actually, to be precise," Eric said, turning to Leah and pulling her into the conversation, "Merriman is a butler, so he's the one servant in the household who's in charge of the other employees. He receives guests and generally runs the place. Am I right?" Leah nodded, not really sure what she was agreeing to. "A manservant, such as Lane," Eric continued, "is really more like a valet. He has a much closer relationship with Algie, as evidenced by his tone with his master, which is much less formal than the way Merriman speaks with Jack. So we can't think of both of them as simply butlers." Leah could tell that Carol was getting frustrated with Eric's dissertation, so she stepped in. "You just want them to look different, right?" she suggested. "Exactly," Eric replied. "I'll do what I can to make them physically different, but any help I can get from costuming would be greatly appreciated." "I think Carol and her team will come up with something great," Leah said. She turned to Carol, who nodded in agreement. "Absolutely," she said, feigning as much enthusiasm as she could. "Now let's get you all measured," Carol added, stepping away so that her assistants could finish their work on Eric. "Jolly good," he said as he turned and began to submit himself fully to the measurement process. "And if drastic steps are deemed necessary, let us not forget about the amazing transformative powers of Spanx." The costume fitting went faster than Leah had anticipated, and before she knew it, the rehearsal room was nearly empty. She stopped over to the table where Kenesha was scribbling notes. "That went quickly," Leah said as she slid into a chair next to the stage manager. "I've got notes on the running time," Kenesha said, flipping back in her notebook quickly, "but it's only preliminary. Things always change once it's on its feet." "No, I meant the costume fitting," Leah corrected. "Carol and her team are really efficient." "She's been here forever," Kenesha said as she looked over at the costumer. Carol was flipping through some of the notes made by her team and glancing up from time to scan the room. "She runs costumes like a little army, and God help anyone who stands in her way." "I'll make a note to stay out of her way then," Leah said with a smile. "Anything else we need to discuss?" Kenesha checked her notes again. "No, I think we're good. For now." "That's the most we can hope for," Leah said as she stood up. "Do you need me to lock up?" "No, I've got it," Kenesha said. "The first to arrive and the last to leave, the life of a stage manager." If you want to call it a life. Leah turned to go and nearly ran into Carol. The costumer was flustered, still holding a small sheaf of notes in her hand. "Have you seen Miss Prism?" she demanded. This was more than a question. It bordered on being an accusation. Not since the reading," Leah said as she glanced around the room. All of the older actors had gone. "Did you need to see her again?" "Again?" Carol snapped. "We haven't seen her at all yet." Leah was confused by this. "You mean she didn't stick around for the costume fitting?" She looked to Kenesha for confirmation. The stage manager simply shrugged and shook her head. "I made it very clear that all the actors had to stay after the read-through to be measured," Carol muttered as she stepped away. "Why in the world would she leave without saying anything?" That was the same question which had occurred to Leah. Why had Marcy Hallberg suddenly disappeared at the end of the reading? And what was it that made her vanish so quietly into the night? Chapter 11. Leah gave little thought to Marcy Hallberg's odd disappearance, or the play, or the theater itself for that matter, for the next couple of days. Instead, she threw herself into creating a proposal to direct a show in Anthony Knox's studio series. Her first action had been to reach out to Gloria, who kindly broke at least a few rules and sent Leah examples of other proposals the large theater had received. "I had a much bigger stack I was going to email you," Gloria said when Leah called to thank her. "But then it occurred to me that I should really only send the ones that got accepted. I figured there was really no point in giving you examples of what not to do." "Sometimes that can be helpful," Leah countered. "But in this case, I think it makes sense to only look at the successful examples." "Highlight only the patients who lived, as it were," Gloria suggested. "Exactly. Never a great tactic in the field of medical research, but ideal in this situation. So, how is it going?" Leah sighed. "It had been going fine until I looked through the ones you sent over," she said. "Then I started to freak out. Those proposals are much longer and way, way more detailed than what I had planned on sending in." "So what, you thought you might do something akin to what Twyla Tharp famously wrote on her application to the NEA?" Gloria suggested. "What was that?" "Oh, I'm paraphrasing here, but it was something like, 'I write dances, not applications. Send money, Twyla.'" Gloria laughed so hard at this she could barely get the sentence out. "Well, I'll admit my proposal isn't quite that direct," Leah said, "but it isn't a whole lot longer either. So I'm going back to the drawing board, fleshing it out. But there's only so much I can do. I mean, it's a pretty simple play. 4 people in one apartment." "With?" Gloria said. Leah knew where this was headed, but she played along anyway. "With a working kitchen, a gas stove, microwave, and running water," Leah said. "So, in reality, not really all that simple, right?" "I guess so. But done right, that's the beauty of it," Leah said. "With the right production elements, you'll feel like you're actually in this woman's apartment and witnessing their descent into hell in real time. Plus, the power dynamics are fascinating because they constantly shift from moment to moment. The gender roles sort of reverse, and there's a real palpable ambiguity about each character's agency and agenda, not to mention the underlying theme of environmental doom, which is always provocative." "Well, to start, be sure to use phrases like that. It will help your chances about 1,000%. "Phrases like what?" "Power dynamics, reversing gender roles, ambiguity, agency, agenda," Gloria suggested. "And if you can toss in patriarchy, matriarchy, and shoutocracy, you might win the proposal trifecta." "I'll see what I can do." "When are you sending it over?" Leah looked at the computer screen in front of her. A glance down at the word count indicator told her she was far, far from being done. "I'm shooting for next week," she said, "unless something else gets in the way." "What are the odds of that happening?" "Lately, around here," Leah said, "about 1,000%. And so it went, rehearsing at night and pounding away at the proposal during the day. Leah also tried to keep up on her responsibilities for the theater at the same time. These included going through and making notes on a preliminary season recommendation from the play selection committee, and reviewing bids for someone to work on the parking lot's many potholes. Plus, she still wanted to get someone in to test the green room for mold. Again. But mostly, Leah worked on her proposal. "You busy?" Betsy asked one afternoon, poking her head into Leah's office. "Sort of," Leah said as she looked up from the artist's statement she was painfully crafting on her computer. In an attempt to beef up her skinny first draft, she had added so many new ideas to what had been a simple, straightforward thesis that it now read like gibberish. Artsy gibberish, she thought, but gibberish nonetheless. You know that line in The Importance of Being Earnest, Leah continued, about how people never talk anything but nonsense? Betsy shook her head. My head's full enough already. I certainly don't need to start adding in bon mot from Oscar Wilde. Me too, Leah said as she stopped searching her brain for the line from the show. What's up? Two things, Betsy said as she stepped fully into the small office. She held her ever-present to-do list in her hand. I just wanted you to know that I haven't made the progress I'd like to on the photo library. Just too many other things keep popping up. I know the board was pushing to get it done soon. Not a problem, Leah said. I can bring it up at the board meeting later this afternoon and take their temperature on the project as a whole. Thanks, that's why I brought it up now, before the meeting. No problem, Leah said. And? Betsy stared back at her. And what? She finally said. You said there were two things. Oh, right, Betsy said as she glanced down at her notes. The other thing is still no word from Marcy Hallberg. Marcy Hallberg? The name didn't immediately register with Leah. Yes, the actress who skipped out on the costume fitting after the read-through. I've left several messages for her. Carol still wants to get her in this week. She's being typically insistent and persistent about it, as only Carol can be. And Marcy's not responding to messages? Betsy shook her head. Neither voicemail or email. Nothing on either front. She's been in shows here in the past, right? Leah asked. Betsy nodded. Several. Over many, many years. Do you remember having any issues with her in the past? Not a one, Betsy said. Quiet as a mouse, to be sure. But that one's not a prima donna. Not like others I could name. Leah considered this for a long moment. She looked at her screen and her proposal, which still needed lots and lots of words. Big words. Smart words. Probably more than she had in her head at the moment. Do you have Marcy Hallberg's address? It will be on her audition form, Betsy said. Should I grab it? Yep, Leah said as she pushed herself away from her desk. And grab your coat as well. We're going on a little field trip. Leah knew, of course, that the death of Duncan Lundeen was coloring this issue with Marcy Hallberg in her mind. If nothing had happened after that night of auditions, if Duncan were still alive, she wouldn't be quite so worried about her Miss Prism. But given the fact of the murder and the actress's behavior during the read-through, her odd response to the lines said by Beth Sarrazin and then skipping out early, and finally this lack of response to phone calls and emails, Leah felt like extra steps were required. So 30 minutes later she found herself, with Betsy at her side, ringing the bell of Marcy Hallberg's apartment in the Highland Park district of St. Paul. The two women were in the vestibule of an old but clean building. Mailboxes and buzzers lined one wall. The button for Marcy Hallberg's buzzer was right above her mailbox, which Leah couldn't help but notice appeared to be full. The edges of a couple letters were wedged through the mailbox door, and the small slot that allowed you to look into the locked box appeared to be blocked with letters and flyers. Full mailbox, no answer at the doorbell, no answer on the phone, Betsy said slowly. Looks to me like Marcy Hallberg is out of town. Did she mention anything about not being available on her audition form? Under the conflicts section? Leah asked as she gave the buzzer another probably unnecessary push. Let me check, Betsy said as she started to dig into her purse. I brought it along. Maybe I'm wrong, but in the old days nobody had conflicts. They just showed up and rehearsed. Now everybody's busy doing a million little things. After more mumbling and much digging and then a bit of quiet cursing, Betsy finally located the single folded sheet. She opened it and then squinted at the thin handwriting on the form. Need my glasses, she said with a laugh, and then returned her attention to her purse. Leah took the form from her and studied it quickly. Under conflicts, she says that she has none. She makes no mention of going out of town. Nothing. Well, she's clearly not home, Betsy said as she finally located her glasses. She looked up and realized they were no longer needed, so she slipped them back into her jumble of a purse. Or she is home and she's not answering the door, answering the phone, or bringing in her mail, Leah suggested. The two women shared a quick look, neither one wanting to take that particular premise any further. I think we should talk to the super, Leah continued, or the building manager or something. She scanned the other mailboxes in the 18-unit building until she saw one which had a small sticker under the name that read, Manager. Let's see what this Mr. Arnold can tell us about Marcy Hallberg's whereabouts, Leah said in her most upbeat and positive voice. If she went out of town on an emergency or something, she may have mentioned it to him. Mr. Arnold responded quickly after Leah rang his bell, coming to the security door and giving the two women a long look before opening it enough to stick his head through. No vendors, no solicitations, he said, gesturing to a small printed placard right inside the vestibule's door. It's the law. If you put up a sign, it's the law, so I put up a sign. Not that it appears to matter, more's the pity. He was about to close the door, but Leah put her hand out to stop him. We're not soliciting, she said quickly. We're concerned about one of your tenants, Marcy Hallberg. We've been trying to get in touch with her for days. A quiet one, that one, Mr. Arnold said. Never a peep. But I think she went out of town, not that you'd ever know if you were listening. Quiet as a mouse, that one. She's out of town? Mr. Arnold shrugged. Just a supposition on my part, he said. But her mailbox is full, and she hasn't picked up her newspaper in a couple days. He gestured to the small stack of Star Tribune newspapers, which had been roughly assembled into a pile at the base of the mailboxes. We don't think she's out of town, Leah said. I mean, she's not supposed to be. Betsy held up the audition form she brought along. She made no mention of it, she added, hoping this would help bolster Leah's argument. Mr. Arnold gave them a long look, his own expression taking on a somber attitude. Oh, that's not good, he finally said. Not good at all. He reached into the pockets of his worn and baggy jeans and pulled out a ring of many different types of keys. He flipped through them until he found the one he was looking for. I've got my pass key, let's check it out. He turned to go into the building, and Leah reached out quickly to grab the door before it closed behind him. She held it open for Betsy, who delayed her entry into the building long enough to pick up the small stack of newspapers from under Marcy Hallberg's mailbox. Leah followed her into the building, a sickening feeling beginning to rise up in her stomach. Chapter 12. Walking into Marcy Hallberg's apartment gave Leah an odd sense of déjà vu, but in reverse, or inverted, or something. The last strange apartment she had been in had been Malcolm Rose's cluttered and book-filled abode. Marcy Hallberg's place was like its mirror opposite. The apartment was light and airy, with just a few pieces of well-chosen furniture. The finely polished wood floor in the living room was accented by two small, tasteful rugs, while the table in the dining room looked to be an antique Scandinavian original. Leah wasn't entirely certain, but she felt it might even be Danish modern. A glass vase sat at the center of the table, a small, dying bouquet of flowers sagging over its crystal edges. Several plants near the windows looked similarly droopy. The only interior decorating choice which stood out at all were the many, many angel figurines. Or perhaps they were fairies. Leah looked around again, reassessing. Now they looked like elves. Marcy Hallberg was obviously a fan of Hummel-like statuettes. Several of the porcelain figurines were easy to spot throughout the living room, and then Leah noticed two more in the dining room. Her grandmother had owned a similar collection, but in Leah's memories those figures had been smaller. Each of Marcy's angels, or fairies or elves or whatever they were almost a foot tall and delicately painted. To Leah's eye, Marcy was straddling that delicate abyss between owning just enough figurines, or maybe a few too many. It wasn't a judgment, she told herself. Simply an observation. Leah shook her head and refocused her thoughts back on the task at hand. "Hello?" she said tentatively. "Marcy, are you here?" Her voice echoed throughout the apartment. It not only sounded like no one was here, it felt like no one had been here for days. The air was stale and heavy. "Let's take a quick look and hope we don't find what we don't want to find," Mr. Arnold said. He was a thick, round man and about Leah's height, but he moved with surprising speed and dexterity. "Bathroom first. Statistically, that's where we find most of them."
"You've had this happen before?"
Betsy asked nervously. She was still in the doorway, hovering halfway in the apartment and halfway in the hallway. She continued to clutch the small bundle of newspapers. She leaned in to watch as he went through the dining room toward the rear of the apartment. "More often than you might think," he yelled back to her. "We've got lots of older folks in the building, because it's rent-controlled. I keep it up, it's near the bus line, and there's a decent grocery store 2 blocks away. Of course, I can't speak with any authority to the data, but I believe older people tend to die more than younger people. It's just common sense, right? And a surprising number of the older ones die on the toilet." Leah stood frozen in the dining room, waiting to hear what he said next. She turned to Betsy and gestured for her to come in. The older woman acquiesced, but only a little. She stepped tentatively over the threshold. "All clear in the bathroom," Mr. Arnold finally yelled. "On to the bedroom." Leah waved Betsy in again, this time more insistently, and she finally stepped into the living room. Betsy looked around, taking in the room. "Neat as a pin," she said. "Isn't that what you expected?" Leah asked. Betsy shrugged.
"I figured it would either be something like this, or she'd be a major hoarder. She struck me as someone who could go either way."
"Well, she was definitely not a hoarder," Leah agreed. Betsy scanned the room again.
"Although she might be on her way with these statues. What the heck are they supposed to be? Werewolves?"
"Maybe angels, maybe elves," Leah suggested. "I'm still not sure." She moved toward the kitchen, which was small but just as tidy and organized as the rest of the apartment. "All clear in the bedroom," Mr. Arnold yelled from the back of the apartment. Seconds later, he joined Leah in the kitchen. "Nobody's home." "Did you see a cat anywhere?" Leah asked as she turned to him. "Nope," he said as he surveyed the room. "Should there be one?" Leah pointed to the small bag of cat food on top of the refrigerator, and then at the far corner of the room. A litter box sat neatly atop some spread-out newspapers. Mr. Arnold followed her gaze. "That's right, she had a cat, named Fiddles or something," he said. "So wherever she went, she must have taken the cat with her." But Leah had already moved on from the cat. The newspapers under the litter box made her think of the small stack Betsy had carried in. She glanced around the room until she saw a recycling container. She pushed past Mr. Arnold and opened the bin, immediately seeing what she knew would be there: more newspapers. She picked up the one on top and glanced at the date. It was the same day of the cast read-through. "Betsy, what's the earliest newspaper you have in your stack?" Betsy sorted through the papers as she made her way toward the kitchen, flipping through the stack quickly. 4 days ago," she said. Leah handed the section she had been holding to Betsy. Well, she read the paper 5 days ago and then recycled it, but she never got around to picking up the next day's paper.
"And that was the day after the read-through, right?"
Betsy asked. She was beginning to see where this was headed. "That's right," Leah said, taking another look around the room. "Which means what?" Mr. Arnold asked. He wasn't tracking with anything these two women were talking about. "Which means the last day Marcy Hallberg was in this apartment was the night of the read-through of the play we're doing," Leah explained.
"And then she disappeared after that,"
Betsy added. The trio looked around the empty kitchen for a long moment, and then Leah, realizing there was no other option, reached into her purse, grabbed her phone, and began to dial.
"We were really good about not touching anything. We know not to touch stuff in an active crime scene."
Detective Dietz shook his head slowly and gave Betsy a knowing smile. "Well, this isn't technically a crime scene, ma'am," he said slowly. "Now, explain to me again why I'm here. You say you think this woman is missing?" "Yes," Leah began. "She was at a read-through 4 or 5 days ago.
She left there abruptly, and no one has heard from her since.
And by no one, I assume you mean the three of you?
Dietz gestured to Leah and then to Betsy and finally to Mr. Arnold. Well, yes, Leah said, but before she could explain further, Mr. Arnold cut her off. I gotta tell you, I sometimes went for weeks without seeing her, he explained. But she was never a problem. Quiet and always prompt about getting her rent in on time. Not like some tenants I could name. And that's part of my point, Leah said. I didn't know her well, or at all, really, but I know this behavior was not normal on her part. For example, what he said about the rent. Look at this. Leah quickly moved from the living room and headed to the kitchen. She returned moments later holding a wall calendar. She noted the due dates on all of her bills on this calendar. Electric and gas should have been sent in 2 days ago, but those bills are still sitting there unpaid. She gestured to the small desk in one corner of the living room. You went through her desk? Dietz's tone was highly skeptical. But you didn't touch anything. Neat trick. I looked at her desk, Leah replied. That's different. Splitting hairs, but all right. And look at this, Leah continued as she headed toward the bedroom. She turned when she realized that Dietz was not following her. In the bedroom. She continued on her path, and Dietz reluctantly followed. When he got there, Leah was pointing at the room's closet, which was as neatly put together as everything else in the apartment. The closet? That's right. Dietz looked at the small space for a long moment. What am I missing? It's not what you're missing, it's what's missing in the closet, Leah said. She pointed to a large empty space on the closet's top shelf. Linens were stacked on one side of the space, while a comforter took up the other side. The comforter? Dietz suggested. Leah shook her head. It's not what's up there, it's what's not up there. Dietz gave the space a long look. I give up, he finally said. What's not up there? That space is the perfect size for a suitcase. Yes, but it's also the perfect size for a lot of things, like more linens, or hat boxes, or anything really. Yes, I agree, Leah conceded. But then look at the clothes. See all the empty hangers in the closet? I'm supposed to count the hangers? Dietz was getting more confused. The empty hangers are a clue? I happen to think they are, Leah said. The ones that are on the rod and the ones that are on the floor. She pointed out a few hangers which were strewn randomly on the floor of the closet. Look around this whole apartment, Leah continued. Does Marcy Hallberg strike you as the kind of person to leave hangers on the floor? Before he could answer, Leah continued her argument. I think Marcy came in here, pulled down a suitcase, and then grabbed a bunch of clothes. I think she was in a hurry and didn't care if the hangers were left on the floor. And I think she was in a hurry because she was scared. Scared of what? Leah shook her head. I don't know. It might have been something that happened at the read-through, or it might have nothing to do with the play. But I know this. One of my actors was killed after his audition, and another of my actors has disappeared after the first read-through of the play. That's enough of a coincidence for me. Is it enough for you? Detective Dietz thought about this for a long moment before replying. Well, he finally said, I agree that it warrants further investigation. At the very least, we can submit a missing persons report and see what that gets us. Dietz pulled out his phone and began making calls while Leah and Betsy exchanged a worried look. Do you think it ends here? Betsy asked, her concern evident in her voice. Leah shook her head. I'm not sure the end is anywhere in sight. Chapter 13. When do I have to make a decision? Kanisha looked down at the schedule, which took up the first page in her voluminous show notebook. Well, you'll finish blocking Act 1 tomorrow night, she said slowly. So, if we stick to this schedule, you'd need a replacement the day after tomorrow, because Prism is needed right at the top of Act 2.
And if I don't stick to the schedule? Leah asked, already knowing what the options might be. Well, you can have me read in her lines while you're blocking scenes and keep going, Kanisha suggested. Or you can stop blocking and just keep working on Act 1, doing scene work, since all of Act 1 will be blocked by that point. Leah didn't really like either of those options. She always preferred to plow through and get the whole play blocked before going back and finessing the individual scenes. It had been her preference as an actress, and she continued to prefer that method as a director. And blocking scenes when all the actors weren't there had always struck her as usually a waste of time. I need to block the whole thing, she finally said to Kanisha. Otherwise we'll get locked into something that screws us up later. It's inevitable. Well, then I guess you know what you need to do, Kanisha said. You have her phone number, right? Leah nodded. I do. Then all you have to do is make the call. Oh, it sounds so easy when you say it. Well, you don't have to do it right now, because it looks like everyone is here for Act 1. Leah was startled by that announcement because she hadn't heard anyone come in. Of course, Ryan Hall hadn't made a peep when he came in because he never did. But it was unlike Beth Sarrazin or Susan Withers to be so unobtrusive in their entrance. However, it was true they were all there, including Eric Wood and Sam Tillett. The two actors were rehearsing a bit of business in which Lane, the manservant, passes by Algie, who grabs a glass off of his moving tray. The two actors were trying variations to make the move seem as effortless as possible. Okay, we'll get started, Leah said to Kanisha, and then she noticed Alex just stepping through the rehearsal room door. In a minute, she added. She got up and headed toward the door, meeting Alex halfway across the room. Thanks for coming, she said quietly. I know you didn't plan to start dialect work this early, but I think we have a problem we need to nip in the bud. Might it be someone's tendency to go all working-class Irish when they're supposed to be aiming for upper-class British? Leah nodded. How did you know? They both were doing their best to not only speak quietly, but also avoid looking at Susan Withers. Or, for that matter, in her general direction. Alex shrugged. That's the sense I got at the reading. She's a good actress. She's just gotten into some bad habits. Do you mind listening tonight, and then we'll talk to her? No problem, Alex said as he took off his jacket. He headed over to a chair in the corner and planted himself. Good evening, everybody, Leah said as she turned to the room. Let's get settled and pick up where we left off last night. Unless, she added as she turned to Kanisha, unless there are any announcements? You said you had two, Kanisha said without looking up. Leah snapped her fingers. Yes, that's right, she said. There were two things. She moved back to the table and paged through her notes. Now, what were they? After flipping through a couple of pages, she found the two items she had hoped to cover before the evening's rehearsal began. Here we are, she said as she looked up again. We sent out emails about this today because we've got a couple volunteer activities if any of you, or anyone you know, might be interested. First, we're looking for volunteers to help out with the upcoming annual fundraiser, selecting entertainment and shaping the show. She looked around the room and the actors stared back at her blankly. Then Leah noticed a movement out of the corner of her eye. Alex was raising his hand. I helped out on that last year. It was fun, he said. So sign me up. Thanks, Leah said. Sign me up too, came another voice. Leah looked up to see that Beth Sarrazin had also raised her hand. The young woman glanced over at Alex. I like fun. Leah looked from Beth to Alex and then back to Beth, recognizing the dynamic that was forming. She considered this for a moment and then returned to her notes. Great, she said flatly. I'll add both your names to the list. She diligently made note of it and then scanned down the page. We're also trying to digitize all the photos and programs from past shows, she continued, which has turned into a larger endeavor than we anticipated. So if anyone loves quiet time in a small room with a scanner and a stack of photos, let me know. Leah was surprised to see a hand raised. It was Ryan Hall. Yes, Ryan? I did something similar for our high school drama department, he said, his voice just slightly louder than a whisper. It's easy, and I got pretty good at it. His interest in the project, or anyone's interest in the project, surprised Leah, but she did her best to stifle any sort of astonishment in her expression. Fantastic, she said. Anyone else interested in joining Ryan? Leah scanned the room, looking at everyone, doing her best not to appear to be only looking at Beth Sarrazin, but she need not have bothered, as Beth wasn't even looking in her direction. The young woman was still gazing at Alex. Okay, great. Well, Ryan, if you've got the time, we've got the stacks of photos, Leah said, realizing that she was now sounding way too positive. Anyway, see me later and I'll connect you with Betsy and she can help explain the details of the setup to you. Ryan nodded and then returned his attention to the script in his hands. Okay, Leah said, giving one last look at Beth, who was still looking at Alex. Let's get started. Despite his shyness in real life, Ryan was really able to turn on the charm when he was playing Jack, the dashing playboy. In fact, to Leah's eyes, the transformation was nothing short of remarkable. Plus, wonder of wonders, he was already virtually off book, something that made directing him 10 times easier. They had done a quick breeze-through of everything they'd blocked so far, and now they were working on the first scene where Jack and Gwendolyn are alone. Kanisha had gone through furniture storage and found rough approximations of the furniture they'd be using on stage. She'd arranged the rehearsal space exactly as it would be laid out once the set was built and installed down on the stage. Ryan and Beth sat on opposite ends of a small love seat, looking at anything but each other. Leah turned and whispered to Kanisha, "Make a note to tell Brandon that whatever love seat he comes up with for the show, it shouldn't be any bigger than that one. In fact, a tad smaller wouldn't hurt." "Got it," Kanisha whispered back. "Charming day it has been, Miss Fairfax," Ryan said in the clipped British accent he'd adopted for Jack. "Pray don't talk to me about the weather, Mr. Worthing," Beth replied. "Whenever people talk to me about the weather, I always feel certain that they mean something else, and that makes me so nervous." "I do mean something else." "I thought so. In fact, I am never wrong," she replied, and then she broke out of her accent and turned to Alex. "Is my accent right on that? It never sounds right to me." She tried the words again, giving the short sentence a couple different British spins. "In fact, I am never wrong. In fact, I am never wrong." Alex glanced over at Leah, who gave him the nod to go ahead. "No, you've got that right," he said. "Your accent sounds quite good. Not to worry." "Thank you. High praise indeed," Beth said, and then continued dramatically in her British accent. "However, pray, kind sir, if I go astray, please do not be shy about providing me with swift correction. I require you, by all means necessary, to keep me honest," she added with a laugh. "No problem," Alex said, returning the laugh and then settling back into his chair and returning his attention to his phone. "Okay," Leah said in an attempt to take back control of the room. "Let's move on." And so the evening progressed as Leah continued to block Act 1, moving on to Lady Bracknell's famous interrogation scene with Jack. As she worked with Susan Withers and Ryan on the best way to get the most comic mileage out of the confrontation, she occasionally glanced over at Beth Sarrazin. The young actress had planted herself 2 chairs away from Alex and seemed to be entirely engrossed in studying her lines. However, she took several opportunities to lean over and ask quiet questions of the dialect coach, nodding enthusiastically to each response Alex provided. Perhaps too enthusiastically. Leah did her best to ignore this as she worked with Bracknell and Jack. She suggested some adjustments to their blocking, and each of them took the notes and did the scene again, confirming for her that they were headed in the right direction. Once they'd landed on an approach they all liked, the 2 actors stopped to make scribbled notes about these adjustments in their scripts. While they did that, Leah took that moment to again glance over at Alex and Beth. The two were once again engaged in a whispered conversation, apparently concerning something to do with the script in Beth's hand. But Leah was beginning to feel that was just a cover, and that the young woman was using any excuse she could muster in order to find a reason to chat with Alex. Of course, Beth had every right to do that, Leah thought. She'd had her own chance with Alex and had pushed him away, both figuratively and literally. So why should it be bothering her if someone else was interested in him? Or if he was interested in someone else? It was just silly, Leah realized, and somewhere in the back of her head, a little voice quietly suggested that she should just move on. And then she realized the voice wasn't in her head, but was standing next to her. "Are we ready to move on?" Kenesha said. Her tone suggested that she had already spoken these words more than once in the last few seconds. "Yes, of course, by all means," Leah said quickly. "Back to the scene. Let's take it from Lady Bracknell's return to the room and see how far we get." The actors quickly repositioned themselves while Leah worked very, very hard at not looking over at Alex and Beth. She was, to be honest, not entirely successful. "That was a good night's work," Alex said as he approached the table Leah and Kenesha used as their base of operations in the rehearsal room. "This was my first time seeing any of it on its feet. Nice work all around. The show is well cast." "Thanks," Leah said without looking up. "I'm glad you like the cast." She considered adding a comment about Alex liking one member of the cast more than others, but knew it would come out as catty and petulant, which was, she'd learned from past painful experience, never a good look on her. "Some of us are going over to Jimmy's for a post-rehearsal drink," he continued as he slipped into his jacket. "Care to join us?" Jimmy's bar was a favorite post-show and post-rehearsal hangout for the actors, if for no other reason than it was conveniently located right across the street from the theater. The fact that the drinks were cheap and the appetizers plentiful was only an added bonus. Leah looked up, quickly scanning the room to see which cast members appeared like they were planning on being part of this post-rehearsal venture. The answer she was looking for came quickly. "Alex, I'll hold a chair for you," Beth yelled as she headed toward the door out of the rehearsal room. "Should I order anything for you?" "My usual, onion rings and tap beer," he said. "I'll endeavor to commit that to memory," Beth said with a laugh as she headed out the door with Sam Tillett. Leah quickly scanned the rest of the room. It didn't look like Ryan or Susan Withers were joining the group, and she knew Kenesha wouldn't be going. The stage manager rarely socialized with the actors. Leah looked back at Alex. "Sounds like fun, but I have some work to finish up here." "Sure thing," he said, recognizing what felt like a new, cold edge to her tone. "Let's find a time to talk about that dialect situation." "Didn't you already cover that?" Alex looked at her, puzzled. "You know, the one who was going all Irish?" It all came back to Leah. He was talking about Susan Withers. That was the reason Alex had come tonight in the first place. He wasn't referencing Beth's repeated dialect questions that she had posed to him throughout the evening's rehearsal. "Oh, of course," she said quickly. "I think I have a plan that will get us where we need to go without embarrassment for anyone concerned." Leah glanced over at the older actress, who was just gathering her things in preparation for leaving. "That will be great," Leah said. "Should we discuss it with her now?" Alex looked at Susan and then at the door Beth had just gone through. He turned back to Leah. "Another night?" he suggested. "Sure thing," Leah said flatly. "Another night." "Great, thanks," he said. "Later." "Later," Leah parroted and then returned to her notes. Alex stood there for a long moment, not sure how the conversation had become so icy. Seeing that no answer was likely to be forthcoming, he turned and left. Leah watched him go, then looked back down at her notes. So she didn't notice when Alex turned and gave her one final look before heading out the door. Leah hadn't really planned on staying late to work, but that was what she had said she was going to do, so that's what she did. After a few minutes, she realized it wasn't actually a bad idea, because she was behind where she wanted to be on her directing proposal for Anthony Knox. Her hope had been to send the completed document over today or tomorrow, and today was quickly slipping away. So once the actors had gone for the night and she had assured Kenesha that she would, in fact, lock up when she left, Leah then returned to her office and her nearly finished proposal. She first reread the document, noting a couple of logic gaps and fixing typos as she went. Then she dove back into it, focusing on the two biggest problem areas and completely rewriting the final page. Leah was so involved in the process that when she finally heard a persistent beeping, she actually didn't really hear it, or at least her brain didn't acknowledge it. Instead, she continued to focus on the document, giving all the pages one final scan as she scrolled through it. She got to the end and decided that, left unchecked, she could tweak this proposal forever. Literally, until the end of time. That approach seemed counterproductive, so instead she proofed the cover sheet one last time, and then, after taking a deep breath, she hit the send button. There was the sound effect of a whoosh from her email program as she leaned back in her office chair, savoring this rare moment of completion. It was done. It might go nowhere, but at the very least, it was done. And then she noticed another sound, one that had been in the background for what felt like a while. Beep, beep, beep. Leah considered for a moment, thinking perhaps it was the fan on the computer. She leaned in, closer to the machine. Beep, beep, beep. But that wasn't it, and the sound persisted. It was coming from somewhere outside her office, but clearly within the confines of the building. Leah leaned back again and listened for a long moment. The sound was high-pitched and shrill, providing a steady and annoying beep, beep, beep that was softened only because it appeared to be passing through several layers of walls before it got to her. She stood up and headed toward the door to her office, and then she returned quickly to her desk. She grabbed the ring of keys on her desk and moved toward the door in search of the source of that annoying sound. Beep, beep, beep. As she moved into the hallway, she was, for some unknown reason, reminded of a joke one of the actors in the Arsenic and Old Lace cast had told her on more than one occasion during the run of the show. Why do bagpipe players walk around while they play? Because they're trying to get away from that annoying sound. In this instance, her mission was reversed. Leah was determined to find that annoying sound and put an end to it. Beep, beep, beep. She realized as she made her way through the mostly dark building that this might be the first time she was completely alone in the theater late at night, if she was in fact alone. That sudden thought of someone else lurking around a corner didn't add to her jumpiness, but at the same time it did little to reassure her. Leah walked quietly through the empty lobby and opened the door to the auditorium. The murkiness of that large room was cut, if only a little, by the ghost light which sat at the center of the stage, providing a steady but dim glow. She cocked an ear and listened. The beep, beep, beep continued, but it didn't sound any louder in this room than it had in her office. She shut the door to the auditorium and stood for a moment, listening intently, trying to place the location of the sound. After a moment, she realized it was coming from downstairs, either from one of the large storage rooms or perhaps the scene shop. She moved in that direction and realized immediately that she was on the right track. The sound was getting louder. Beep, beep, beep. Leah headed decisively toward a series of doors, sorting through her key ring as she did. Each room in the building had its own unique lock. You could only gain access to the costume shop if you had the costume shop key, or prop storage if you had the prop storage key. As a large volunteer organization, this allowed volunteers to come and go as they needed, while still maintaining some semblance of control on who went where. Leah found the correct key and headed to the first door on the right. She listened for a moment at the door. The beep, beep, beep was louder, but didn't appear to be coming from this room. Just to be sure, Leah unlocked it and looked in. The room had no real name, but was nicknamed Betsy Storage. Not, Betsy liked to joke, because that's where they put the long-time administrative assistant at night. Instead, it was because her small office behind the box office was so cramped, she used this low-ceiling space to work on larger current and upcoming projects. Leah flipped on the light and determined immediately that, although there was a lot going on in the room, which was crammed with files and old photos and computers, the sound was not emanating from this space. Leah was glad she didn't have to venture further into the room. Its low ceiling was fine for Betsy, who was a tiny woman, but Leah always felt she was going to bang her head any time she was in the room, probably because she had done exactly that on several occasions. Beep, beep, beep. The next door led to prop storage, which was equally jammed with stuff, although in a somewhat more organized fashion and with normal ceiling height. Leah stood in the doorway a long moment and listened. She could still hear the beep, 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 but it wasn't coming from this room. The next two options were furniture storage or the scene shop. Leah mentally flipped a coin and opted for the scene shop. She searched for the key on the large ring, unlocked the door, and swung it open, immediately realizing that she had discovered the location of the sound. The beep, beep, beep was the smoke detector, and it was doing its job admirably. The scene shop was filled with smoke, and, Leah quickly noted, also appeared to be engulfed in flames. Chapter 14. Two words immediately sprung to Leah's mind. She even found herself whispering them out loud. Don't panic. She wasn't sure how helpful that mantra was. Instead, she stood there frozen, staring at the flames, which were providing all the illumination there was in the large scene shop. The room was quite bright. Then 4 words popped into her head. Fight fire with fire. She considered this idea for a moment and realized it made absolutely no sense at all. Even if it was a cogent plan of action, she wasn't sure how she would make that happen. She would have to get more fire to fight this fire, and even if she got it, how would it help? That plan was a non-starter. Then suddenly 5 words were in her head. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Leah sighed and shook her head. While this aphorism was undoubtedly true, it was in no way helpful in this situation. Then one more thought occurred to her. It came into her head so quickly and sounded so perfect for the situation that she didn't even bother to count the number of words. Go grab the fire extinguisher, stupid. This was an idea she could run with, and as luck would have it, Leah knew where all the fire extinguishers were in the building. In fact, Leah always knew where all the fire extinguishers were in any theater she worked in. This wasn't some rare, savant-like ability. It was merely a habit she had gotten into since a blaze broke out on stage during a college production of The Glass Menagerie. In that instance, Leah had been backstage, working as an assistant stage manager when the fire started. The actress playing Laura had insisted on wearing a wig in the show, a wig she meticulously shaped before each performance. The night of that fateful show, she had, it was later determined, overdone it a bit when she added a heavy dose of hairspray as the final touch to her styling. This didn't become an issue until the end of the play, when her brother Tom intoned, "Blow out your candles, Laura." On cue, the actress leaned forward, not realizing how close her wig was to the candle flame. In an instant, the heavily hairsprayed hairpiece burst on fire. This produced a gasp from the crowd, which the actress assumed was in recognition of her fine acting talents. While she basked in that moment of misconstrued glory, she turned to see the actor playing Tom racing across the stage toward her. Thinking he had finally gone completely insane, which was something she had always suspected he might do, she ran the other way, leaving a trail of smoke and burning embers in her wake. Finally, the actress became aware of her situation and her flaming wig. She screamed and pulled it off, flinging it across the stage where it landed on an old couch. Seconds later, the couch was in flames, probably due to the age of the Afghan that had been spread across it and the liberal amount of Febreze which had been sprayed on it, the Afghan, not the couch, over the years. Although, to be fair, the couch could have also benefited from a heavy dose of Febreze or any similar product. Watching from backstage, Leah had scanned the area for a fire extinguisher. It took longer than she would have liked to find one, but once she did, she ran on stage and aimed it at the fire. She sprayed the wig and the flame-engulfed couch until that portion of the set was drenched in white foam. When she was done and the canister was empty, All that was left of the fire was some smoke and a memory she would carry with her forever. It was a ragged curtain call that night, but Leah wasn't really watching. Instead, she was making a mental note to always determine where all the fire extinguishers were in the future. In this instance, the closest fire extinguisher was right outside the green room. Leah grabbed it and raced back toward the scene shop. As she did, another thought popped uninvited into her head. Aren't there probably several items in the scene shop that might explode if they got too hot? She knew there must be, and realized that running back toward the flaming room might not be the best choice she could make in this situation. However, the fire extinguisher was in her hand, she had already pulled the safety clip, and she was mere feet from the flames, and so she pressed on. Leah fired up the canister like a pro, and in a matter of moments the flames had subsided to mere embers. She blasted those glowing pieces into oblivion, and then looked around the smoky room, checking to see if any other small fires were still burning. It appeared that the fire was out. She gave the area a couple more blasts, just to be sure, saving one final blast for the smoke detector itself, giving it a good long spray. The white foam drenched the beeping device on the wall, and although it didn't put an end to the persistent beep, 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 it did muffle the sound and made it, at least for a moment, less annoying. Assured that she'd brought the blaze under control, Leah felt her knees give way and she sank to the floor. She sat there for a long moment, panting from exertion and adrenaline, before slowly heading back to her office, picking up her phone and putting in a call to the fire department. "I want you to put on this oxygen mask." "I'm fine. I didn't breathe much smoke." "Humor me," the fireman said, and Leah acquiesced, holding the clear plastic mask over her nose and mouth. The fireman adjusted the gauge on the small oxygen tank, and she felt the difference in air quality immediately. Although it might not have been strictly the fault of the fire, the theater always had a slightly dank atmosphere. But Leah breathed in the fresh air as he steered her to a chair in the green room. "The guys tell me the fire is out, so nice work with the fire extinguisher. However, given the number of flammable solvents in that space, it might have been a better idea to call us first and let us put it out." "I considered that option," Leah said, her voice muffled by the mask. "But by the time that thought occurred to me, well, I was already putting out the fire." "Okay, but that's something to consider for the next time," the fireman said. Leah was able to get a good look at him for the first time. He was younger than she first thought, but definitely seemed to know his stuff, at least as far as it went with fires and oxygen tanks. "Let's hope there isn't a next time," Leah said. "Do you guys have any idea how it started?" He shook his head. "I was going to ask you the same thing," he said. "The fire inspector will be here in a bit, and she'll sort it out." He looked around the green room, taking it in. "I did a play in high school, the senior class play. You Can't Take It With You. Ever heard of it?" Leah nodded. "A classic," she said, "and perfect for high schools and community theaters. Big cast, one set, lots of laughs. I played the crazy Russian, Boris Kolenkov. It was like 10 years later that I finally got the joke behind that name." Leah looked up at him, squinting. She had trouble believing he was 10 years out of high school. He sure didn't look it. "The joke?" "Kolenkov," he repeated. "Like a colon cough. Need I say more?" Leah shook her head. "I've seen that play like 10 times, and I never got that joke. Let's hear it for Kaufman and Hart, those sly devils." "A time-released joke," the fireman agreed with a laugh. A burst of squawking on his radio turned his attention away from Leah. He replied into the radio and turned back to her. "How are you feeling? Breathing okay?" "Just fine." "Then I think we're wrapped up here. Like I said, you'll be hearing from the fire inspector sooner than later." Leah handed back the mask and, after thanking all the firemen, 2 of whom were women, she noted happily, and seeing them to the door, she was once again alone in the theater. The only difference from how it had been 2 hours earlier was that there was now just the slightest smell of smoke. The persistent beep, beep, beeping had been finally and permanently silenced. "Tell me again about the young fireman," Gloria said. "He was like, what, 25, 26? Sort of rugged, but also soft, smart, but not too smart." "The fireman is really the least important part of the story." "Speak for yourself," Gloria said, and then her voice warmed. "Imagine what would have happened if you hadn't been in the building." "I suspect we wouldn't have a building anymore," Leah said, rubbing her eyes wearily. It was 12 hours later, and although she had gotten a couple hours of fitful sleep, she felt nowhere near rested. Leah was once again in her office at the theater, but the eventful night was beginning to recede, and she was now facing the aftermath of the fire and all that entailed. Gloria sighed from her end of the phone. "This all could have turned out so much worse," she finally said. "Although, given the choice between your safety and the preservation of the theater, I'm glad that you made it out okay." "It really sounds worse than it was," Leah said, although even she didn't entirely believe that statement. She flashed back on when she had opened the scene shop door and saw what appeared to be a wall of flames moving toward her. "Do you realize how many potentially explosive things there are in that scene shop?" Gloria said. "I do now because people keep insisting on listing them for me," Leah replied. "At the time, all I was thinking was that I had to put out the fire." "This could have turned out so much worse," Gloria repeated. "I'll send out an email and we'll have an emergency board meeting tonight to discuss next steps. Do we need to cancel this weekend's show or tonight's rehearsal?" Leah shook her head. It took her a long moment to realize that this action wasn't particularly helpful in a phone conversation. "No, probably not. They say we have minimal smoke damage," she said. "I'm in my office now and I can't smell the smoke residue at all. The fire inspector said that the special ventilation system in the scene shop did a good job of pumping most of the smoke right through the vents into the parking lot, which is why I heard the smoke detector but didn't smell anything. So the scene shop is out of commission for a while, but it shouldn't interfere with anything else at the theater, except for building the sets for Ernest, of course." "Well, that's one piece of good news," Gloria said. "Do they have any idea how it started?" Leah began to shake her head again, then stopped because it was adding to an insistent feeling of distant dizziness, way in the back of her head. She was still foggy from the short night and the rush of adrenaline. "They're not sure. The fire inspector is still down there now, poking through the ashes. She said it would take a couple of days to narrow down the possible cause. And the insurance guy is due at noon to start his assessment. Plus, we had a couple of reporters call with questions." "You've got quite a day ahead of you," Gloria said, sounding genuinely concerned. "That's not the worst of it," Leah said as she flipped through a stack of photos and resumes she'd pulled from the credenza. "Fighting the fire was one thing, but now I've got to do something even more foolhardy and possibly life-threatening." "What's that?" Leah found the photo and resume for Rebecca Flanders, the actress she had initially rejected for the role of Miss Prism. She remembered the tone of their last conversation and wasn't looking forward to their next one. "I have to call an actress and eat crow," she said as she flipped the resume over and found the phone number she was looking for. "Wish me luck." "Well, this is a surprising call." The ice in Rebecca Flanders' voice was evident, even through the fuzz of a not great cell phone connection. "I thought it might be," Leah said. "Just so I understand, you're saying you would now like me to play Miss Prism? Unlike before, when you didn't?" "Yes," Leah said. She wasn't sure what more she could say, as her offer had been, she felt, fairly straightforward. "So what happened? Your first choice dropped out? Or wasn't up to snuff?" The tone was still icy, but now had a strong hint of sarcasm in it as well. "Sort of," Leah said. "She seems to have left town, or something. We're not quite sure what happened, but we can't wait to find out because we're in the midst of rehearsals." "And you'd like me to step in at this late date and take over the role?" Rebecca Flanders said. Leah wasn't sure how many different ways the actress wanted her to repeat the same request, or how close to begging she wanted Leah to get. "I would be thrilled if you could do that, yes," Leah said. She was beginning to think that it might have been easier to simply hold new auditions for the part, even though she recognized that option would have set them even further behind schedule. "I see," Rebecca Flanders said slowly. There was a long pause, and after a few silent moments, Leah began to think they might have been disconnected. Deep down, she hoped that was the case. "However, I understand if this won't work for you," Leah said, trying to fill in the conversational black hole, "at this late date." "Well, there is that," Rebecca Flanders said. "But you'd have to admit that your production is beginning to establish a reputation of sorts, and not a particularly positive one at that. I mean, with one actress hightailing out of town, and another actor dying after the first night of auditions. Plus, if I'm to believe the scuttlebutt on Facebook, it sounds like there was a fire in the theater last night as well?" "Yes," Leah said slowly. "A small fire. Nothing too big." "I must say, your production, as Lady Bracknell might put it, is one crowded with incident." "Yes, I'm afraid it's beginning to look that way." "Which leaves me with only one question to ask of you." Leah sighed. "And what would that be?" There was a dramatic pause as Leah leaned forward, waiting with just a hint of dread for the actress's question to come through the phone line. Finally, Rebecca Flanders spoke. Leah was surprised to hear what sounded like a smile in her voice. "So tell me, do rehearsals start at 7 or 7:30? Chapter 15. Although she had showered that morning and was wearing freshly laundered clothes, Leah couldn't shake the feeling, real or imagined, that she still smelled of smoke. So later that afternoon, she made a quick trip home for another shower and a new change of clothes. She then headed back to the theater with minutes to spare before that evening's rehearsal was scheduled to begin. Leah had rehearsed her welcome speech for their new Miss Prism and was running through it in her head as she crossed the theater's small parking lot. The sun was just setting, and the lot's automatic lights had not yet popped on, which was probably a function of the recent daylight savings time switchover. She stopped rehearsing her speech for a moment and tried to figure out a way to remind herself to reset the timer on the lights. Lately, she had found the best way to remember things was to send herself an email. So Leah moved her building keys to her other hand and began to dig in her purse for her phone. It was at that moment she had the distinct feeling someone was watching her. Leah slowed and turned, scanning the lot, which was about half full of cars. She recognized Kanisha's car and Alex's car, and as she examined the lot, she could see that all the cars appeared to be empty, except one. In the back corner, near the driveway, she could see a figure behind the wheel of a generic-looking hatchback. In the fading sunlight, it might have been gray, might have been green, might even have been light blue. Whoever the driver was, he must have been checking his phone, for the device did a fine job of illuminating the face of what appeared to be a middle-aged man. It also appeared that he was looking at her, and that he was scowling. Although the name wasn't coming, there was definitely something familiar about the face. But before she could get a second look, his phone shut off, and the interior of the car was plunged back into near darkness. Seconds later, he shifted the car into gear and roared out of the parking lot. Leah watched it disappear down the street and then turned back to the door to the theater. As she did, the phone she had just pulled out of her purse began to ring. Leah looked at it in her hand, trying to remember why she had pulled the phone out in the first place. There must have been a reason.
The caller ID read unknown caller. Recognizing it might be one of the actors for that night's rehearsal, she sighed and answered the phone. "This is Leah," she said, sounding more winded than she realized she was. "Yes, hello, this is Anthony Knox," came the familiar, smooth voice. "Hope I'm not catching you at a bad time?" "Oh, no," Leah stammered. I'm just heading into rehearsal." "What a coincidence," he laughed. "I'm just heading out of rehearsal. Such is the day-to-day drudgery of the artistic director's life, am I right?" Yes, sure." "Dictatorships passing in the night, as it were. Well, I won't keep you," Anthony continued. "I just wanted to touch base and let you know that I've had a chance to look through your directing proposal." There was a pause that made Leah think that the only possible reason for his pause was that he was about to tell her that the proposal was terrible, and that she probably was a bad person as well. "Okay," Leah began. If he was going to reject her, she thought, why couldn't he have the decency to do it by email? Or at the very least as a text message? This was just cruel and unusual. "I looked through it first thing this morning and found it absorbing," he finally said. "A really curious idea. A first-rate use of the space and just the sort of work at which regional theater is uniquely positioned to bring to life," he said. "Oh," Leah said, trying to sort out all of his words in her head. Unless she was mistaken, was it possible that he liked her proposal? "What I'm saying is, I liked your proposal," he said. "Oh, that's great. Thank you," Leah stammered. "I won't keep you any longer," he said. "From my own experience, I never want to be late for a rehearsal. That sends just all sorts of bad messages to the cast. So I'm wondering if you're free this Friday night? That's the opening night for Two Tramps and a Tree. You could come as my +1. We won't have a tremendous amount of time for deep discussion, but you've laid things out so brilliantly in your proposal that I don't think we really need a long conversation to lock things into place. So what do you think?" Leah wasn't sure she even still had the capacity to think. "Oh, sure, Friday would be great," she said quickly. "That should work just fine." "Fantastic," Anthony said. "I'll email you the details." "Great, thank you. That would be great." Leah pulled the phone away from her ear for a quick second and glanced at the clock on the screen. He was right. She was about to be late for rehearsal. She put the phone back to her ear just in time to hear him say, "Oh, and before I let you go, one last thing." "Sure, no problem," Leah said as she continued to head toward the door to the theater. "I read about your fire situation and recognize that it's put your scene shop out of commission. If it would be of any help, I'd love to offer our space for your set construction, if you need it." That would be fantastic," Leah stammered. The problem of where to construct and paint the sets for The Importance of Being Earnest was the next big hurdle on her ever-growing to-do list. That is, if we won't run into any union issues building it over there. "Perish the thought," Anthony said with a laugh. "I'm sure I can appease the union at this moment of crisis. After all, we little community theaters have to stick together, don't we?" "Yes, I suppose we do," Leah said. "Have a great rehearsal." And with that, he was gone. Leah stood by the back door to the theater, weighing the significance of this call. He had liked her proposal to direct at his huge, impressive theater. He had asked her to the opening night of his new show to discuss the proposal. And he had solved her seemingly insurmountable set-building problem, all in the course of about 2 minutes. This may have been, without exaggeration, the most productive phone call of her entire adult life. Plus, unless she was very much mistaken, Anthony Knox had also asked her out. Maybe not officially, but sort of. Yet that wasn't what was on her mind at that very moment. In fact, to be honest, there wasn't much on her mind. Her welcome speech for Miss Prism had gone out of her head, as had her mental reminder to reset the automatic timers for the parking lot lights. Even the call with Anthony Knox was quickly fading. The persistent image in her mind was the face of the driver in that car that had been parked at the far end of the parking lot. She could still see his look of disgust, or anger, or resentment, or who knows what. And just as she touched the door handle, she remembered where she had seen it. The face, at least. It was the actor who had turned down the role of Lane, or was it Merriman, with such vehemence. She distinctly remembered his dismissive tone on the phone call, and a moment later his name came back into her slightly addled head. Charles Beck, Leah said, although there was no one there to hear her. She repeated the name. Charles Beck. I wonder what he wanted. Despite all the other interesting options available to her brain at that moment, that was the thought she continued to ponder on as she went into the theater and made her way up to the rehearsal room. Leah leaned in close to Kenesha at the table they shared in the rehearsal room. Lady Bracknell isn't in the scenes we're blocking tonight, is she? The stage manager echoed Leah's whispered tone. I was just double-checking the schedule, she said as she glanced across the room. Susan Withers was happily chatting with Malcolm Rose. I think she's made a mistake. No mistake, Alex said as he came up behind the two whispering women. Leah jumped at the sudden appearance of the voice behind her, but Kenesha, ever unflappable, merely continued to look over her notes. Susan reached out to me for help on her accent, Alex said. So we're going to go down and sit on the stage and run her lines. Leah arched an eyebrow. She came to that decision on her own? Alex shrugged. I guess so. Kudos to her for seeing the issue and wanting to work on it. So are we okay to go sit in the auditorium tonight? Nothing else going on there? That should be fine, Leah said with a quick glance to her trusty stage manager. Kenesha nodded assent without even looking up. But before you head out, I need to make a short announcement. Leah got up and began to step toward the center of the room, but Alex put a hand on her shoulder. Are you okay? Alex's tone, which had been friendly but businesslike before, shifted into a much warmer manner. Sure, Leah said quickly. Really? Leah noticed for the first time that Alex looked genuinely concerned. Sure, I'm fine. It's just been a weird couple of days, one thing after another, but I'm fine. She stepped past him and spoke to the small group of actors. Good evening, everyone. In addition to Susan Withers and Malcolm Rose, the evening's cast included Sam Tillett, Ryan Hall, Jesse Schmidt, Beth Sarrazin, Eric Wood, and the new addition to the cast, Rebecca Flanders. Some quick housekeeping, Leah continued. As you may have heard, we had a small fire last night in the scene shop. No one was hurt, fortunately, but it has put that space out of commission for the foreseeable future. This produced a small babble of comments from the group, but Leah held up a hand and continued. Not to worry. Our friends over at the Guthrie have kindly offered the use of their scene shop for building our set, so there's a very good chance you will have scenery to play in front of come opening night. This news got a surprised reaction from the group, even producing a small whistle of amazement from Kenesha. Excellent, Alex said, and the rest of the cast added their own sounds of agreement. Yes, it's a huge help, Leah agreed. But as they say, we little community theaters have to stick together. Her reproduction of Anthony Knox's comment produced more of a laugh from the group than she had anticipated. Undaunted, Leah plowed forward. I also want to take this opportunity to welcome our new Miss Prism, Rebecca Flanders. Leah gestured to the older woman, who responded with an exaggerated bow to the group. We're thrilled that she can join us as we jump into tonight's blocking rehearsal for the beginning of Act 2. Leah considered adding more detail about the missing Marcy Hallberg, but then she thought better of it. She didn't want to overextend her welcome of this new actress by talking about the mystery surrounding the old one. Before she could add anything else, Kenesha jumped into stage manager mode and took control. We'll start in 5 minutes, Kenesha barked behind her, and that's a real 5 minutes. Thank you, 5 minutes,
the group echoed. Leah returned to the table to quickly consult her notes for this next scene, but she was cut off by an approaching Susan Withers. "I don't know if he told you," Susan said quietly, "but Alex has offered to help me with my accent issues." "I hadn't noticed any, but that's what he's here for." "You're too kind," Susan said with a laugh. "I'm as rusty as an old nail, but I promise you, I will come through. By opening night, I will sound like Dame Judi Dench and not a drunken leprechaun." "I have no doubts," Leah said with a smile. "And I was so sorry to see that we lost our first Miss Prism," Susan added as she turned to join Alex across the room. "That's a bit of bad luck." "Yes, well, we're not quite sure what happened with Marcy, but fortunately for us, Rebecca was available to step in at this late date. I'm sure she'll be wonderful. Just between us, there was something a little off about our first Miss Prism. I can't quite put my finger on it, but there was something, don't you think?" Leah completely agreed with this sentiment, but felt it wasn't a good idea to do so publicly. "I just hope that everything's okay with her," Leah finally said. "As do I," Susan said as she sailed away. Alex, who was in the midst of a short conversation with Eric Wood, turned to follow her. He was just about to the door of the rehearsal room when Beth Sarrazin yelled to him from across the room. "Alex, will you be joining us at Jimmy's after rehearsal tonight?" She pleaded in a clipped, exaggerated British accent. For some reason, this invitation seemed, at least to Leah, to be of interest to nearly everyone in the room, as it appeared that all conversations stopped and all heads turned toward Alex. But, Leah realized, this might have just been her imagination. That would be great," Alex began with an uncharacteristic stammer. "But I have to meet with, Leah after rehearsal about the show." He looked to Leah for confirmation. It took her a second longer than she would have liked to come up with a response. "That's right," she said quickly, trying to fill in what felt like a monumental gap between his question and her answer. "Thanks for reminding me." "No problem," Alex said with a nod, and then he turned to Beth as he headed out of the room. "Another time." Susan Withers followed him out, and Leah returned her attention to the blocking rehearsal. She found that she felt both slightly confused and also relieved by this short exchange with Alex. Then she pushed it out of her head, and she and the cast began blocking Act 2. "Excellent work, everyone. Just outstanding." Leah closed her rehearsal notebook and looked up at the cast. "We got a lot done tonight, and it all looks terrific." Beth Sarrazin gave an enthusiastic yip and started to lead the cast in a round of applause, but she got little support from the others. The rest of the cast were already assembling their belongings and getting ready to head home for the night. Beth clapped for a few seconds on her own and then gave up. Leah turned to Kenesha. "We'll have to get Carol Andrews in here for a costume fitting for Rebecca," Leah said as she scanned the short list of notes she had written during the evening. "I've got that one, and I've already texted her. She'll be here for tomorrow's rehearsal," Kenesha said quickly. "And I reminded her that we need to get the women's shoes sooner than later, so that the actresses can start practicing how to move and walk in them." Leah crossed that note off her list with a smile. As usual, Kenesha was one step ahead of her. "I also texted Brandon with your news about the temporary scene shop over at the Guthrie," the stage manager continued. "He's going to call you tomorrow to work out the details." Leah laughed as she crossed that item off her list as well. "Sometimes I wonder why I even bother making notes." "I was thinking the same thing," Kenesha said with a rare smile, "but I thought it best not to mention it." "You've put together an excellent group," a new voice said. Leah looked up to see Malcolm Rose standing in front of the table she shared with Kenesha. "Just an excellent troupe," he continued. I thought as much at the read-through, and this first night of blocking for me simply confirms the notion. It's an honor to be part of the ensemble, he added, giving the last word an exaggerated French pronunciation. Well, we're thrilled to have you as well, Leah said as she stood up. And, might I add, Malcolm continued, lowering his voice, our new Miss Prism is a fine addition. He glanced over at Rebecca Flanders, who was chatting with Jessie in the far corner. Eric Wood was nearby, putting on his coat. Leah noticed that Ryan Hall had already disappeared, which seemed to be his routine. As soon as the rehearsal was over, the young actor was gone. Yes, we were lucky to get her, Leah said. She is one of those chameleon actors, Malcolm continued. That is to say, our first Miss Prism was born to play that part, but not many others, I suspect. Not unlike myself, he added with a smile. Duncan and I used to joke about that. I recognize I can be good within a very narrow range. But actors like Duncan and our new Miss Prism can literally play any part. Leah murmured in agreement as Malcolm continued. Not unlike our Lane and Merriman, he said, gesturing toward Eric Wood. I suspect that there will be many in the audience who, upon reviewing their programs later, will be surprised to learn that the two butlers were in fact portrayed by the same actor. Yes, he's very good, Leah agreed. Although they'd only had the one rehearsal this evening with that character, it was already clear to her that Eric's two butlers, his Lane and his Merriman, would come across to the audience as two entirely different actors. I think the same might be said of our young John Worthing, Malcolm said as he scanned the room looking for Ryan Hall. He's already gone, Leah said. Quiet as a mouse, that one, Malcolm said, but I suspect able to shed his skin and take on a new identity in the snap of a finger. The older man smiled at Leah. A talent I envy in others. As do I, Leah said. Although, if Duncan's life provided any proof, there may be a dark downside to that gift. This thought surprised Leah, but before she could form a question to dig deeper, Malcolm was on to another topic. And speaking of our young John Worthing, the scuttlebutt is that he's working on a photo project. For the theater? Yes, he's helping Betsy scan production photos from all of our past shows before they disintegrate. A worthwhile endeavor indeed, Malcolm said, and then he paused, gathering his words. I'm wondering, if it's possible, when you come across any photos of Duncan and myself from our early shows, could I perhaps have a copy? I looked through my meager photo collection at home and am sad to report that I don't have any photos of us together in a show, which is too bad and, frankly, a little odd, because back in the day we did a slew of productions together. It was clear that the topic was an emotional one for Malcolm. I'm sure Betsy can pull copies for you, Leah said with a reassuring smile. I'll make a note to ask her. That would be wonderful. Thank you. Leah jotted a quick note on her pad and then looked up. But before she could probe Malcolm further on just what he had meant about the dark downside of Duncan's gifts, the older man had already joined the other actors as they streamed out of the rehearsal room and headed home for the night. Chapter 16. Thanks for stepping in and saving me this evening. Leah cocked her head and looked across the table at Alex. I wasn't aware I'd provided any salvation, she said. You got me out of going out for drinks with Beth and company, he said as he used his fork to slice the tip off the piece of French silk pie the waitress had just set in front of him. They were back in the nearly empty late-night diner they'd gone to after Alex had been questioned by the police. The cafe was just as deserted as before, and their waitress was just as ill-tempered, maybe even a tad more. I may be wrong, he continued, but I think Beth is one of those young actresses who makes a point of getting involved with someone in just about every play she's in. You know, one of those early and fast infatuations that burns bright and then implodes soon after opening night. Leah nodded. I know the type. In fact, early on I probably was that type, she added with a laugh. Nothing like a little drama with your drama. Exactly. So thanks for getting me out of that. Plus, I really got the sense you needed to talk, or process out loud, as my college girlfriend used to call it. Leah nodded. You're probably right, she said as she took the first bite of her slice of German chocolate cake, which she had opted for instead of the pumpkin pie she'd had at their last visit. She savored the sweet, sugary wonderfulness of it while she tried, with little success, to push any sort of calorie count out of her mind. It's been a weird week. Expound, Alex said, gesturing that the floor was entirely hers. Leah shook her head as she tried to figure out just where to start. When I think about the occurrences of the past week or so, my mind keeps trying to find the connective tissue between all these weird events. Like the death of Duncan Lundeen and the disappearance of Marcy Hallberg? Leah nodded. And now last night's fire in the scene shop. You think that's connected? I don't know. I don't know what's connected and what isn't connected. That's the problem. Duncan dies, Marcy disappears, the theater catches on fire. It's just one thing happening after another, like disaster dominoes. Post hoc ergo propter hoc, Alex said as he took a large bite of his quickly disappearing pie. Leah looked at him for a long moment. Are you having a stroke or something? What is poster hack prompter hack? Post hoc ergo propter hoc, Alex repeated more slowly. It's Latin. It basically means you're saying thing 1 caused thing 2, which then caused thing 3. But that's a fallacy, or at the very least not necessarily true for the whole sequence. Thing 1 may have had nothing to do with thing 2, or thing 3. In reality, they all might be completely unrelated. But our human nature is designed to find connections between things, even if those connections might not actually exist. You're quoting Latin at me? What are you, some kind of dead language scholar? Alex smiled. Actually, I'm quoting an episode of The West Wing, but I appreciate that you think I might have been able to survive even 1/4 of Latin. So you're suggesting that the 3 events are completely unrelated? Leah took another bite of her slice of cake, silently wishing she had ordered a glass of milk to go along with it. She looked around, but of course the waitress was nowhere in sight. No, I'm saying we don't necessarily know what's connected and what isn't connected. At least not yet. I suppose that's true. Maddeningly true. Leah took another bite of her cake. How did it go with Susan Withers tonight? Did you get her flailing accent under control? Alex waved this away while he chewed. He wiped his mouth with his napkin as he shook his head. Turns out the accent thing was solved pretty quickly. I think what she was really looking for was someone to run lines with, which I'm happy to do. To be honest, she's pretty shaky on her lines, and I think that's got her freaked. Leah shrugged. It's early yet, and she hasn't acted in a while. True enough. They ate silently for a few moments, and then Leah suddenly looked up. Oh, and it looks like my proposal got accepted. I might be directing a show in the Guthrie's Black Box Theater. That is fantastic, Alex said, grinning broadly. When did you find out? Tonight, just as I was walking into rehearsal. Well, that explains why you were so discombobulated, Alex said, or gobsmacked, or one more big word that I can't think of right now. Leah laughed. Yes, the call came right out of the blue. She thought back to her short conversation with Anthony Knox. She had already been thrown off balance when she spotted the guy in the car at the far end of the parking lot, and then the surprise phone call had thrown her further out of whack. Thanks for recognizing that. I guess I needed to talk, she said as she pulled her phone out of her purse. And thanks for getting me out of drinks with Beth, he replied. Not a problem, Leah said as she quickly tapped on her phone. Sorry, I just remembered I was going to remind myself to reset the timers for the parking lot lights. The dreaded daylight savings time changeover? Yes, and if I don't send myself a message, I'll never remember to do it. She finished her typing as Alex scanned the diner for the waitress. And if I don't find the waitress, I won't be able to order another piece of pie. He looked over at her. Want another piece of cake? It took all the willpower she had, but Leah was able to resist the tempting offer, at least at first. Then Alex asked a second time, and she quickly and happily caved.
And here I thought I'd had the greatest brainstorm of the century, and then it turns out you'd already gone ahead and solved the problem.
Betsy chuckled and shook her head. Well, thanks for the compliment, but it was actually Anthony Knox who solved our problem, Leah explained. But what was your brainstorm? She and Betsy were standing by the coffee maker in what they laughingly called their break room, which was little more than a closet that was too small for any other real purpose. While there was a larger break room with vending machines and a refrigerator for the actors and crew at the other end of the building, the two women preferred to get their coffee from the small space between their offices.
Well, I was clipping the cat's nails last night,
Betsy said as she poured coffee into Leah's cup and then into her own,
and I was thinking about the fire in the scene shop and asking myself, how in the world are we going to get the set built for the next show?
Leah nodded. She recognized that, on occasion, listening to a story from Betsy was not unlike starting your car in the winter. You had to let it warm up for a few minutes before it really took off.
And then I remembered about, I don't know, maybe 20 years ago, she continued. The other time we really had a problem getting a set built. It wasn't the same situation, there wasn't a fire or anything. It might have been when they found asbestos or something in the scene shop. Anyway, it was off limits and we were stuck. The current show was getting ready to close and there was no way to build and paint a new set. And then the director had a great idea. We'll just reuse the existing set, the one that was already on stage. And I thought we could do the same thing here.
Leah looked at Betsy for a long moment, waiting for the older woman to break into a laugh to signal that she was, in fact, joking. But Betsy just stared at her, waiting for the genius of this idea to sink in. Okay, Leah began. Back then, what were the two shows? The one that was closing and the one that was opening? Betsy thought about this for a long moment.
Let me see,
she said, and then took a long sip of her coffee. She stared up at the corner of the ceiling, waiting for the thought to come to her.
I think the running show was Neil Simon's Rumors, and the show that was opening was Noel Coward's Present Laughter. Or maybe it was the other way around.
Leah nodded. Okay, I can see how that would have worked. Both of those shows take place in a high-end living room. Our current show is Inherit the Wind, which takes place in a courtroom. For the Importance of Being Earnest, I need 2 sitting rooms and a garden.
Well, I didn't say I'd worked out all the kinks, Betsy said, sounding a bit huffy. It was just a brainstorm, not a detailed action plan. But I guess it's moot now.
It's close to moot, knock wood, Leah agreed. I've got to connect Brandon with the Guthrie's shop foreman to work out the details of the load-in and the load-out. But fingers crossed, that's one less thing for us to worry about.
One less thing to worry about is always a good thing,
Betsy said as she turned to head into her office. Leah watched her go, knowing there was something else she needed to mention to the longtime administrative assistant. It was right there at the edge of her thoughts, and then it came to her. Oh, one more thing, she said as she followed Betsy and stood in the doorway. I had a request last night about the photo library.
Oh my, that's just sailing along, Betsy said with a laugh as she slid into the chair behind her efficiently cluttered desk. That boy you brought on is a whiz, I tell you. He got a system all set up in about 10 minutes flat, and now he just burns through those stacks of photos. What took me 3 months to do, he got done in like an afternoon. Just a whiz, that one.
Fantastic, Leah said. pleased to hear that at least one of the projects at the theater was moving ahead smoothly.
Of course, he can't do the tagging, Betsy continued, because he doesn't know anybody. He's got none of that thing you keep saying I have. What is it again?
Institutional memory, Leah said.
That's it,
Betsy said as she snapped her fingers.
The boy's got zip in the institutional memory department, which isn't his fault, of course. So we're dividing and conquering. He scans, I tag.
Well, that's perfect, Leah said, because the request I had was from Malcolm Rose. He wanted to know if we could get any copies of past production stills with him and Duncan Lundeen.
That should be no problem,
Betsy said as she reached down and flipped the on switch for her computer.
I'm tagging the actors I know, and when I don't recognize someone, I use the play's program to help jog my memory. But I can usually figure out who's who. Some are easier than others. I mean, when it's the Elephant Man, it's pretty simple to deduce which actor is playing John Merrick. But when it's 12 Angry Men, it becomes a little less cut and dried to figure out who is who.
I imagine it would.
But I tell you, that kid you got is a whiz. Quiet as a mouse, shy as all get out, might not even cast a shadow in the bright sunshine. But that boy is a whiz.
So, I hear you're going to be one of the many movers and or shakers gracing our theater at tomorrow's opening night for Two Tramps and a Tree. News travels fast over there. Nowadays, news travels fast everywhere. But at this theater, gossip travels at light speed, Gloria corrected. So the fact that I'm going to the opening night of the show qualifies as gossip? Leah smiled as she leaned back in her office chair. She had called Gloria to get the contact information for their shop foreman, but she was enjoying her friend's opening monologue. No offense, no one cares one way or the other about you, Gloria said with a laugh. The salient, newsworthy point is that our new artistic director is bringing a date to his new show. The brand new show, which thumbs its nose at Broadway and celebrates the power of regional community theaters while celebrating the human condition and exploring the theme of man's inhumanity to man and our sad yet humorous existential existence within a meaningless universe. Gloria paused to take a deep, much-needed breath. That's a lot for one show to take on. And did I mention it has songs? Gloria continued. He invited me because he said he wants to talk about my proposal. I'll just bet he does, Gloria said, giving the phrase a licentious inflection. He probably has a proposal or two of his own, I suspect. Leah decided to ignore that comment. I'm guessing you'll be there as well? Yes, but I'll be on the clock and therefore on relatively good behavior, Gloria said. Opening nights are prime time for the theater's foundation. I need to press the flesh with our highest donors, and I don't mean in the fun way. What are you wearing? Some form of corporate chic, Gloria said with a sigh. Tasteful yet stunning. Boring, really. I'm not sure I have anything that qualifies as corporate chic, Leah lamented as she mentally ran through her highly limited wardrobe. No, Gloria cut in. Don't go down that route. I'll be at work, but you'll be at play. You don't want corporate chic. You need something drop-dead stunning. Well, I don't think I have anything that even qualifies as corporate chic, but I'm sure I don't have anything that comes anywhere near drop-dead stunning. The day is young, Gloria said as she stood up. Grab your credit card. I'll be right over. You and me, we're going shopping. Chapter 17. You know, now that I think of it, this is probably the first time since I got to town that I'm missing a performance at the Como Lake Players. You are to be commended for your diligence. Remind me, what's the show we're doing now? Inherit the Wind, Leah said. She and Gloria were riding the long escalator up to the Guthrie's main lobby, which was several stories up from the ground floor. In front of and behind them were a long stream of well-dressed theater-goers,
all headed up to the same opening night performance of Two Tramps and a Tree. "Oh my," Gloria said with a shudder, "and Hair at the Wind. I regret to say I experienced that during its opening weekend. By the time the show was over, I was ready to side with the creationists." Leah smiled. "Yes, our young director on that one added a lot of unnecessary bells and whistles to what probably should have been a pretty straightforward retelling of a classic courtroom drama." "I didn't mind the Greek chorus so much," Gloria said, "or the skateboarders, but I drew a line at the strobe lights and the disco dance break. Completely unnecessary. I'm not sure that particular director should be given the reins to anything in the future." "Hold up a second. Weren't you the one, when you were working so hard to coax me out here from New York, who said that part of the Como Lake Players' mission was to, as you put it, let creative people create?" "Of course, but I never said I agreed with that sentiment," Gloria said as they stepped off the escalator into the packed lobby. "Sometimes that's the worst thing you can do." She began to forge a path through the throng of excited theater goers. "Come on. If we hurry, we'll just have time to have a quick drink or three before the curtain goes up." While Gloria waited not so patiently in the long line at the bar, Leah scanned the packed lobby. She was, technically, the guest of Anthony Knox, but the plan he had sketched out in his email to her suggested that he was unlikely to be able to spend much time with her before the show. Given the number of last-minute items he was dealing with, meeting at their seats would probably be the simplest way to connect on their date. So she was a little surprised when he materialized next to her in the lobby. "I am composed entirely of butterflies," he said out of the corner of his mouth, sotto voce. "I suspect you have experienced the feeling as well." "Yes, I have," Leah said. "Actually, from both sides of the curtain. It's natural." "I'm as nervous as a cat," he continued. "It will pass," she said. "So glad you could make it," he said, looking from Leah to the packed lobby. "Be warned that, as I mentioned, I may be less than attentive, but I assure you, we'll find time to chat." "Whatever works for you," Leah said. "Opening nights are always fun." "Lies, lies, lies," Anthony muttered. "We both know you speak lies. And speaking of which, I need to run to the green room to give the cast one final pep talk. Be back in a sec." And with that he was gone, disappearing into the well-dressed crowd, nodding greetings and accepting well wishes along the way, before disappearing entirely through a discreet, unmarked doorway. Moments later, Gloria appeared from the other direction, artfully clutching 3 plastic glasses of wine. She held her hands out to Leah. "Thanks," Leah said as she took one of the glasses. "You just missed Anthony, so he won't be needing that 3rd glass of wine." "What makes you think this is for Anthony?" Gloria said with a grin as she sipped first from one glass and then the other. A 3-tone bell sounded, signaling the show was about to begin. "Let's avoid the rush and let the old stirs go in first," she suggested. "I'd hate to be tussled and spill any of this, the nectar of the gods." Once the crowd had thinned out, they headed into the theater. Leah assumed she would be sitting in the back with Gloria and the other theater staff members who made up most of the last row. Instead, she was surprised when the usher directed her to a seat about halfway down the steeply inclined stairway, putting her just about at the midpoint of the house. Fortunately, her seat was only one from the aisle, so there was no need to climb over people. Her question as to whether or not Anthony Knox would make it into the empty aisle seat next to her before the show started was answered moments later as he slid quietly into it, just as the house lights dipped to black. "Here we go," he whispered. "Once more into the breach." He gave her hand a quick squeeze, but before she could respond, the stage lights popped on and the overture kicked in, signaling the show was underway. If pressed, Leah would have admitted that she wasn't overly familiar with Waiting for Godot. She had seen a production of it in New York years before, in the dingy basement of an even dingier bar. It had been staged by an artsy theater troupe which had folded, somewhat acrimoniously, she'd heard, soon thereafter. After experiencing this single production of theirs, she was not surprised at the group's implosion. It felt like it might have been the best choice for all concerned. Leah had been dragged there by her then-boyfriend, Dylan, an actor with far loftier aspirations than she had ever been able to muster for their shared craft. To Leah, it often felt like Dylan enjoyed talking about acting as much as he enjoyed the actual process of acting, perhaps even more so. As he usually did, Dylan went on at length after the show, expounding on the depth of the characterizations and the profundity of the play's message. At the end of his monologue, he turned to Leah with an expectant look. "You're very quiet. What did you think?" "Honestly?" "The theater is all about honesty," Dylan replied without a hint of irony. This coming from a man who would prove over the next few months and years to be unfaithful and dishonest on multiple occasions and in a variety of formats. "Honestly, I thought it was slow and kind of sad," Leah said. "I could see where the humor was supposed to be, but the actors didn't seem to recognize it. Overall, it just made me unhappy." "Well, that's ideal," Dylan said. "If you leave a production of Waiting for Godot and don't feel like killing yourself, they've done something wrong." With that as her only memory of the play, Leah was unprepared for Two Tramps and a Tree, which kicked off with a lively patter song introducing the two main characters, Dee Dee and Gogo. From that moment, it zoomed forward and didn't look back. Dee Dee and Gogo sang, they bickered, they danced. They performed hysterical routines which felt like polished vaudeville gems, and even interacted with the audience in ways which seemed entirely improvised. Leah was pulled into the story while still being dazzled by the incredible stagecraft on display. This included a moment when Dee Dee seemed to make the tree in the center of the stage levitate, while Gogo sang a lovely ballad, "The Tree Is Me," which Leah felt was destined to become a hit, just as "Send in the Clowns" and "Memory" had done in the past. The arrival of two other characters, Pazzo and Lucky, only increased the frenetic energy on stage, and for moments the play felt like the finest French farce she had ever seen. And then, moments later, the foursome were performing as a barbershop quartet, and seconds after that it felt like a scene from a Marx Brothers movie had come alive on stage. Act 1 ended with an amazing scene in which Dee Dee, panicked that he has lost his hat, is reassured by Gogo, who proceeds to produce hat after hat after hat, seemingly from nowhere. In a matter of moments, the stage was littered with what felt like hundreds of hats, all of which had appeared as if by magic. This final tableau of the act was of Dee Dee and Gogo, swimming in a sea of multicolored hats, desperately reaching for each other, their arms outstretched, their fingers almost touching. And then the stage went black. Moments later, the house lights slowly faded on. The audience, which seemed stunned by all they had seen, froze for a long moment before bursting into a thunderous round of applause. Anthony Knox leaned over to Leah and nearly yelled above the din, "I don't know about you, but I need a drink." He grabbed her hand, and she followed him as he headed up the steep aisle toward the door, taking the steps two at a time. Recognizing who he was serving, the bartender got a drink in Anthony's hand in record time. Leah's drink came right after, which was ideal because a moment later Anthony was surrounded by well-wishers and access to the bar was blocked. He was besieged with questions which he happily answered. Traditionally, Waiting for Godot has been seen as a celebration of despair, an evening of angst, Anthony said with a laugh. But I don't see it that way. I think of the piece as the purest rendition of the human experience. We are not alone in the universe. You stand by me, I stand by you. Surely this is headed for Broadway, one man said. Others nodded and made noises of strenuous agreement. Oh, over my dead body. No, this play is not bound for Broadway. It's bound for Omaha, for Columbus, Ohio, for Flagstaff, Arizona. That's where the real people are, and that's where the real piece should be performed. In ghettos, in prisons,
in the depths of the suburbs, anywhere where people feel stifled and trapped." "But Broadway," someone in the group said in a pleading tone. Anthony shook his head. "We have to get away from this mentality that says the only good theater comes from New York. The classics of the theater generally are not found on Broadway. They may end up there, interpreted in tepid revivals, peppered with TV and movie stars, but that's not where real theater exists," he said. Leah noticed that others in the group had started to nod along vigorously as Anthony pontificated. "Real theater comes from the heartland," Anthony continued. "It comes from the heart. It comes from the land. It comes from theater artists like Leah here. She's the future of theater." He turned to her and placed an arm on her shoulder, pulling her closer to the group. "Leah will be directing a new piece upstairs for our studio series, and that's what really excites me. Not the latest bloated Broadway retread, but real theater made for real people." People continued to pepper Anthony with questions. Seeing that his glass was empty, Leah took it from him. He nodded his thanks as she headed to the bar to get him a refill. Gloria was already halfway up the long line and waved Leah into place next to her. "How do you like it?" she asked as they moved slowly forward. It's stunning," Leah finally said. "Overwhelming. Just on a technical level alone, I can't believe it." "It's not such a bad thing to have nearly unlimited resources, is it?" Gloria agreed. "And of course, to have someone who knows how to harness them." Throughout the first act, with all that stuff happening on stage, all I kept thinking was how much trouble we had getting that crackle out of our little sound system back at the theater. And then you see a tree levitating, and then a million hats. Leah shook her head. "I mean, some nights we can barely get our curtain to open properly. And that's not even approaching what he's done with the play, how he's reimagined it." "I'm sure Beckett is spinning in his grave, but even he'd have to admit that it's fun." "Anthony just called me out," Leah said, reducing her volume as she leaned in toward her friend. "He touted my studio series show, said people like me are the future of theater." "Good for you," Gloria said. "Good for him." "It's sort of weird," Leah said, still speaking quietly. "I've never been the flavor of the month before." Gloria looked at Leah and then over at the ever-expanding group surrounding Anthony Knox. "I hate to burst your bubble, hon," she said, "but he's the flavor of the month. You're just the sprinkles on top." Before Leah could form a response, they were at the bar and placing their orders. Act 2 not only met the expectations set during the first half, but easily surpassed them. The audience, still fired up by what they had seen in Act 1, greeted every song, every gag, every theatrical in-joke with outright prolonged laughter and more than one long applause break. For a moment, Leah flashed back to that earlier production she had experienced in that dank, cramped bar basement. She couldn't imagine how this was the same play she had seen before. The second act was shorter than the first, but that felt right to Leah, as she and audience were nearly exhausted from laughing and clapping. The show ended with one final duet, "Who Needs Godot? We've Got Each Other," which accompanied the final action of the play. When she had seen it before, the play had ended with the two tramps alone on stage, waiting, again and for always, for Godot. In this version, as the two tramps sang the final song, the barren tree in the center of the stage, which had only one lonely leaf tentatively clutched to its otherwise bare branches, suddenly began to bloom. Abruptly, it sprouted big, bright green leaves across every branch, which were followed by the appearance of large, red, juicy apples throughout the tree. As the song neared its conclusion, Dee reached up and plucked one of the apples from the tree. He examined it for a moment and then, in an act of selflessness, handed it to Gogo, who took a large, crunching bite from the obviously fresh fruit. At that same moment, another large apple fell from the tree,
hitting Dee Dee squarely on the head, just as the song ended and the stage went black. By the time the lights came up, the audience was already on its feet, applauding wildly. Chapter 18. I feel so guilty. Guilty about something new, or is this more like a generalized, ongoing thing, like a primal guilt? Alex posed his questions and then took his first bite of pie of the evening. He and Leah were once again in the late-night diner, engaged in what had become a ritual of sorts after most evenings' rehearsals. I feel guilty because the whole time I was watching this amazing production, all I could think about was how rinky-dink our show seems in comparison. Well, first, congratulations for rescuing rinky-dink from the lost annals of theater criticism, Alex said. If people aren't vigilant, we'll lose that along with Hunky-Dory and 22 Skidoo. I mean, they had a tree levitating 5 feet off of a stage. A stage that revolved. And then the tree bore actual fruit. And all I could think the whole time was that I feel lucky when my Lady Bracknell can make it through her question scene with Jack without calling a line. And she's holding a notepad while she's doing it. Leah's frustration was evident not just in her voice, but also in the violent stab she took from her slice of German chocolate cake. Well, first, Alex said, setting down his fork, Susan is getting better on the lines. She's still shaky in places, but I think by opening night she'll be spot on. We'll see, Leah grumbled. I'm not going to bet on it. And second, they have a lot more resources over there than we'll ever have. And not just money. For instance, their actors aren't pulling a full shift at Wendy's before dragging themselves to the theater for another 4 hours of work every night. If you're just going to sit there and make valid points, you're going to suck all the fun out of my complaining. Sorry, Alex said as he picked up his fork again. My bad. Won't happen again. See that it doesn't, Leah said, trying not to crack a smile. And, Alex suddenly continued, once again setting his fork on the table, you really do have a great cast. Sam is an hysterical Algernon. Ryan is spot on as Jack. Malcolm is heartbreaking as Reverend Chasuble, your new Miss Prism. Alex paused his litany for a moment, searching for the name. Rebecca Flanders, Leah offered. Rebecca Flanders could have gone pro, easily, he continued. She's terrific as Miss Prism. And that's not mentioning Eric Wood's turn as not one, but 2 butlers. Just a jaw-dropping pair of performances. Particularly when you consider what he was given to work with. They're not both butlers. One of them is a manservant, although I can't remember which one it is, Leah said as she pondered the question. She looked back at Alex. You didn't mention Gwendolyn or Cecily. Alex looked at her for a very long moment, his face expressionless. Did I mention how outstanding Eric Wood is? He finally said. You hate my Gwendolyn and Cecily, Leah said, flicking her napkin at him. No, Alex said as he held up a protective hand. They're fine. They're both just fine. The problem is those just aren't great roles. They have one good scene together, and that's about it. Even the Gwendolyn and Cecily in The Odd Couple got better stage time than they do. Leah grumbled a response. So, Alex said quickly, what did you learn about your studio series directing gig while on this alleged date? Are you trying to change the subject? With all my heart. Leah smiled. Actually, I didn't learn much. Anthony was too tied up with well-wishers and congratulations and kudos and all that. Anthony, is it? Alex mocked, putting a sarcastic spin on the pronunciation of the name. Anthony was being pelted with praise, was he? Crowded with compliments, confounded with kudos, was our poor, beleaguered Anthony. Yes, he was, Leah said, trying not to laugh. It was an important evening for him, and so he wasn't focused on my little directing gig. Foolish boy.
Anyway, he said we'd talk about it next week, Leah said, trying to wave the topic away with her free hand, which is fine because I have more than enough to keep me busy and occupied. Like next Saturday's stumble through? She rolled her eyes as it dawned on her. Yes, she finally said. Next Saturday's stumble through. Leah looked up, scanning the room to see if the crabby waitress was anywhere in sight. I'm going to need more cake, she said. Lots more cake. Okay, everyone, we call it a stumble through because, frankly, that's what you're going to do. Leah stood in front of the full cast, who had assembled for their first complete run-through of the show. Most were in partial costumes, mixed with their street clothes. The women were all wearing their show shoes. Some of the actors were desperately paging through their weathered scripts, like they were cramming for an all-important final exam. Kanisha, completely calm in this sea of nervous energy, was making a final check of all the items on the 2 prop tables, one on either side of the room. Assisting her was the young woman who had volunteered to handle props for the show. Leah was still struggling to remember her name. Mara, or Kara, or Tara. She seemed nervous in her role, having only propped a couple shows in the past, but under Kanisha's firm direction, she appeared to have risen to the occasion. At a new table, set up next to the table Leah shared with Kanisha, sat the costumer, Carol Andrews, along with Alex. Both had notepads at the ready in front of them. Kara, or Tara, or Mara, tentatively joined them, pulling up a chair as quietly as possible. In a perfect universe, they would have been joined by the set designer and the lighting designer. However, both of them were currently occupied down on the stage, trying to stay out of each other's way as the show's set went up and the lights were focused. And speaking of being focused, Leah was trying to stay focused on the task at hand and not think about that car in the parking lot. Again. Moments before, when she had put her hand on the door handle to enter the theater, she had heard the sound of tires on gravel. She'd turned just in time to see that car. She was pretty sure it was the same car she had seen on more than one occasion now, as it quickly exited the parking lot and disappeared around a corner. But was it the same car as before? And had it been driven by Charles Beck, the actor who'd been miffed at her offer of a small role in the play? She couldn't be absolutely certain on either point. Leah tried to count how many times she'd thought she'd seen that car as she entered the theater. Was it 4? 5? Was it just her imagination? As she tried to mentally tally the number of occurrences, she recognized an odd silence in the room. And then it struck her. The room was silent because she was addressing the cast and she'd stopped talking. Anyway, Leah said suddenly, not entirely sure where she'd left off. Those of you who are slavishly following Kanisha's detailed schedule will note that we're not on stage for today's stumble-through like we should be. That's because the crew is just a little behind on finishing the set. It took longer to get everything out of our temporary scene shop, which as many of you know is over at the Guthrie Theater across the river. I'm not exactly sure why it took longer. Kanisha jumped in. Their scene shop is several floors up, she offered. It's designed to make it easier to get their sets to their stages, which are also several floors up. The problem was they never planned on taking sets out of the building once they were built. So it took some juggling to figure it out, I guess. But happily, they apparently figured it out, Leah said. Anyway, Brandon tells me they will be mostly ready for us to be on stage tomorrow and completely ready for previews on Wednesday and then opening on Friday. Yikes, Sam Tillett said with a gulp. Yikes indeed, Leah echoed. But I think on the whole, we're in pretty good shape. Our goal this afternoon is to go through the show start to finish, twice if we're lucky. Then we'll do some scene work as needed in the morning, and then tech tomorrow afternoon and run it tomorrow night. Double yikes, Sam said, which produced a nervous laugh from the group. So, Leah said as she took her place behind the table with Kanisha, let's get started.
It was by no means perfect, but they got through it. Some of them barely got through it. Others fared better, being more confident in their lines and actually starting to play with the scenes. But on the whole, they got through it. Leah was relieved, but not surprised with the outcome. Sam and Ryan were in excellent shape as Algie and Jack. Malcolm and Eric Wood were near perfect, although to be fair, they had fewer lines and less business to deal with than the others. Rebecca Flanders, who had gotten a later start than the rest of the cast, was well on her way to being a terrific Miss Prism, adding wonderfully small touches and ticks as she grew in the role. Leah conceded that both Jessie and Beth were fine as Cecily and Gwen, doing the best they could with the roles. Leah even recognized that she was feeling a little sorry for Beth. The young actress still found reasons, when not in a scene, to wander over to Alex and whisper questions in his ear. His lack of interest was, to Leah, palpable, but that didn't stop Beth from persisting. The only real issue was Susan Withers, who was still struggling with her lines. When she found the words, she was a formidable Lady Bracknell, but when she didn't, it was like a car accident that you couldn't stop staring at. After Susan had inverted several lines in her big Act 3 scene, and then pulled some lines from Act 1 to cover, Alex leaned over and whispered to Leah, "It's like that line from the Monty Python sketch about the actor. She's got all the words, she just needs to get them in the right order." Leah didn't know the sketch, but she agreed with the sentiment. "I know. I don't know what to do about it, but I know." "Don't worry. I'll work with her again tomorrow. We'll get it nailed." Leah nodded a thank you, but deep down she wasn't entirely convinced that Susan Withers would ever utter all the right words in anything resembling the correct order. Okay, everyone, that was interesting. Leah's pithy assessment of their afternoon's work produced a nervous laugh from the cast. "On the whole, it's looking good," she continued. "There are some obvious weak spots, but we'll work on smoothing them out in the morning. So let's plan on a full cast call for 9 a.m. I'll do notes at that time because you've already had a long day today, and to be honest, I can't read all my notes." Leah glanced down at the list she had scratched out while watching the show, flipping through the several pages of hastily scribbled performance notes. "That's a lot of notes," Sam said with a low whistle. "But do you have any for the others?" "These are actually mostly notes to myself," Leah said by way of explanation. "It's not as dire as all that. For example, be sure to let Kanisha know if you want tickets for the previews on Wednesday and Thursday night. You each get 5 free tickets." She turned to Kanisha. "It's 5 each, right?" Kanisha consulted her own notes. "That's correct, although we're not doing physical tickets this time around. We'll just have a list at the box office. So I'll need the names of all your guests by end of day Tuesday." "And let's see," Leah continued, flipping through her small notebook. "Oh yes, thanks are in order to Ryan, who Betsy tells me finished up the photo digitizing project in record time. Betsy said she'd be done tagging today, which means Malcolm—" The older man looked up from the chair he'd been sitting in all afternoon, except for those moments he had been performing. "Yes? I can get you those show photos you asked for." "No hurry, but thanks so much," Malcolm said with a sad smile. "There's nothing like a trip down memory lane." "If you're pulling photos from past shows, I'd love to see what you have of me from Jumpers, lo, those many years ago," Eric Wood offered. "Not to jump on the bandwagon, but my husband and I were in I Do several eons ago," Rebecca Flanders said, joining in. "I would love to get some shots from that." Leah held up a hand. "I'm sure Betsy has a system in place for distributing the finished photos," she said with a laugh. "She has a system for everything else." "If you want photos from a past show," Kanisha said, taking charge, "I've got a pad right here. Write down your name and the name of the show. That will be our starting point." This opened the floodgates, as it seemed like nearly all the actors moved toward Kanisha's notepad on the table to add their requests to the list. "Okay, everyone," Leah said, not sure any of them were still listening. "Great work today. We're back here again at 9 a.m. and then on stage at 1 for the technical run-through, and then a full run-through tomorrow night."
Leah wasn't sure any of them were still listening to her, and she wasn't aware that the rough schedule she had just announced was about to get a lot rougher.
You're still here? I thought you went home.
Leah looked up to see Betsy standing in the doorway to her office. She shook her head. Brandon and his crew are still putting the sets together on stage, Leah said with a laugh. I figured the moment I went home, they'd have a question for me, so I'm sticking around, at least for a while. What are you still doing here? Betsy shrugged.
I'm just about to head out. I was just doing a final sweep of the building. Oh, by the way, your new prop person left the prop room unlocked. Again.
Leah nodded, still trying to remember which of the 3 name options that came to mind was the right one. She couldn't land on a choice that sounded correct. I'll remind her about it in the morning, she finally said.
How is she doing? It's her first show here, right?
I think it's almost her first show anywhere, but it all looks good, Leah said, remembering going through all the props the young woman had put together for the show. I mean, it's pretty much a pull show.
Yes, we've done Ernest a lot over the years. I suspect everything she needed was already in props in one form or another.
That's the impression I got. I think the only thing she bought was Miss Prism's handbag, because the one we used before has gone missing, Leah said. So other than making a big batch of cucumber sandwiches every weekend, I think she's in good shape. But I'll remind her about locking the prop room. Betsy turned to go, but Leah raised her hand as she peered at her computer screen. One other thing, if you've got a second.
Sure.
Betsy made her way over and stood behind Leah, looking over her shoulder at the computer screen.
It's about the photo library, isn't it?
Betsy shook her head.
I was afraid I hadn't made it user-friendly enough.
Oh, you did, Leah said quickly. I'm sure it's just me. She pointed at the computer screen. I'm having no trouble finding all the show photos that Malcolm Rose is in, and I can find photos of Duncan Lundeen. But how do I find the photos of the 2 of them together?
Oh, darn it, I thought I might have made that too complicated, Betsy said. You just type in the first person's full name, then an ampersand, then the second name, but no spaces in between.
Ah, Leah said as she began typing again. I added spaces. That's where I went astray. She hit the return key, and a moment later the screen was filled with rows and rows of thumbnail images. Bingo!
I'm so glad to have that project behind me, Betsy said as she headed toward the door. It was a bear. Next, I'll start properly cataloging all the plays scripts in the library. Anyway, have a good night.
Good night, Leah said without looking up. She was immediately engrossed in clicking through the show photos, looking at younger images of Duncan and Malcolm, the Macbeth boys, as Malcolm had said they'd been called. Betsy was nearly back to her office when she heard Leah call her name. Oh, Betsy, I think you've got a mistake here. And here, and here. The older woman spun around and quickly returned to Leah's office.
What's the problem?
This photo is mistagged, Leah said, pointing to one of the images she had enlarged on her screen. She clicked to the next photo, and this one, and this one. Betsy returned to her position behind Leah, looking over her shoulder at the computer screen.
Who'd I get wrong?
Well, it's a long time ago, but this is clearly Malcolm, and this is Duncan. But you've got this one tagged as Joey Sloan. Betsy peered at the screen.
No, that's right. Trust me, a person is not likely to forget Joey Sloan, America's Most Wanted and all.
Leah looked more closely at the face on screen. Are you sure? I could just swear.
No, that trio was thick as thieves back in the day, Betsy said. Left-leaning doesn't even begin to cover it. And then Joey went and tried to burn down the Federal Reserve building downtown. Never got caught, as far as I can remember. Went underground, I think, but certainly never did any shows here after that.
Really? Are you sure about that? Leah began. She was going to expound further, but her phone beeped loudly, signaling the arrival of an email. Leah picked up the phone and opened the email program. Her eyes went wide when she saw who it was from. You're not going to believe this, she said. Betsy had leaned in closer and was clicking through photos, reviewing her tagging.
You'd be surprised what I'd believe.
Listen to this. I'm back and want to go to the police, but I must see you first before I can do that. Can you meet me at my apartment? Betsy looked up, no longer paying attention to the photos on the computer screen.
Who's back? What's that about going to the police?
Leah checked the email address and then rechecked the signature. It's from Marcy Hallberg, she said slowly. It appears our Miss Prism has finally come out of hiding. Chapter 19. You know, you didn't have to come along with me. Betsy scoffed at Leah's comment.
Are you kidding me? Our last executive director never let me help him when he was out there solving murders. I wouldn't miss this for the world.
Leah glanced over at Betsy. What are you saying? The theater's last executive director solved murders? Leah wasn't completely tracking with the conversation. She was too busy trying to parallel park her car in front of Marcy Hallberg's apartment building.
Leah, you'd be amazed at what's gone on at the Como Lake Players over the years.
This comment brought Leah's attempt at parking to a dead stop. She turned to Betsy. You're kidding. Like what? Betsy laughed.
Like nothing, she said with a grin. I was just pulling your leg. Until you arrived, nothing criminal ever happened at the theater. And then, suddenly, boom! It's like something new popping up every day with the police and the fire department and the EMTs. I'm just saying, you brought a lot of excitement when you showed up.
Post hoc ergo propter hoc, Leah muttered to herself as she completed her less-than-perfect effort at parking. She looked out the window, trying to judge the car's position relative to the curb. Close enough?
Close enough for me,
Betsy agreed as she opened the door and slid out of the passenger seat. So what do we do? Just ring the bell? Leah thought aloud as they stepped inside the building's tidy foyer.
That's what I would do.
Leah slowly reached out and let her finger hover in front of the button above Marcy Hallberg's mailbox. She glanced at Betsy, who gave her a definitive nod of approval. Leah took a deep breath and then pressed the doorbell. The two women waited for what felt like a long moment. Leah was just about to ring the bell again when a buzzer sounded, followed by the mechanical click of the door unlocking. She grabbed at the handle and pulled the door open before the buzzer ceased. Here we go, she said.
I'm right behind you,
Betsy said. And then the main door swung closed behind them as they started up the stairs. Once they got there, the two women stood for what felt like a long time in front of the entrance to apartment 3A. And then Leah knocked sharply on the door, giving it 2 quick but resounding raps. There was no sound from within. They exchanged a look.
What if nobody's home?
Betsy suggested. Well, somebody buzzed us in, Leah offered, so someone was home 2 minutes ago.
Good point,
Betsy agreed. She gestured toward the doorknob.
Why don't you try the door?
Leah hesitated for a moment, then turned the knob. She was surprised when the door swung freely open. She peered into the apartment and might have stood there for a long time if Betsy hadn't given her the slightest push. The older woman then followed Leah into the dim, still apartment. Hello? Leah said, then tried it again, this time a little louder. Anyone home? Marcy? The door swung shut behind them, and the lock snicked noisily into place, making such a loud click that Leah actually jumped and turned to look at the door. When she looked back, she was surprised to be facing the person who had obviously buzzed them in. Leah gasped, but it was Betsy who spoke first. The recent photo search had freshened her memory.
Joey Sloan,
Betsy said, her words coming out as a hoarse whisper. That's not who Leah saw, but she absolutely recognized the person. Of course, she didn't know her as Joey Sloan, because, to Leah, it was her Lady Bracknell. It was Susan Withers. and she was pointing a gun at them. "It looks like I've lucked into a 2-for-1 special here," Susan said as she used the gun to gesture the two women further into the small living room. "Lucky me."
"Josephine Sloane, as I live and breathe," Betsy said, shaking her head slowly. "Back from the dead, as it were."
"No, not dead. Just deep, deep underground. For far too long." "I'm a little lost here," Leah said, holding up her hands defensively. "So you're not Susan Withers?" "Well, I am now, and have been for years and years," Susan said. "And that's who I hope to continue to be. With you two out of the way, that should be a more distinct possibility." "But you're also Joey Sloane," Leah said, trying to put the pieces together and doing it out loud. "Josephine Sloane." "I used to be."
"It was big news back in the day," Betsy said as she turned to Leah. "It was in all the papers, on the news, the national news even, and the theater got a lot of ink because of it. It's not often that a community theater actress suddenly becomes America's most wanted."
Leah thought back to her conversation with Malcolm Rose about the early leftist plays he had done with Duncan Lundeen. "So you and Duncan and Malcolm got started at the same time," Leah began, "and did plays together?" "Plays, then protests, marches, sit-ins, civil disobedience, the whole bag," Susan said with a laugh. "We were quite the cliché, getting more and more radical all the time. More woke, as they say. Of course, Malcolm's heart was never really in it, but Duncan and I were always ready to fight the good fight. But then, of course, even he chickened out when things started to get real."
"Like when you tried to torch the Federal Reserve building in downtown Minneapolis," Betsy said flatly.
"On a Sunday when no one was there," Susan snapped defensively. "Sometimes when you want to send a message to the powers that be, you have to do it with flames and explosions. Subtlety is wasted on them." Leah was still trying hard to process all of this. "So you went underground, changed your name, changed your life." "That was the plan," Susan agreed. "And that's the way it was for a long, long time. Over 40 years. It was all going just fine." "Until you decided to get back into acting," Leah said. "Yes," Susan said slowly. "Even though I was giving a stellar performance every day of my new life as Susan Withers. But I missed being on stage." "I can understand that," Leah said. Susan gave her a hard look, so she continued. "I used to act. I miss it. But why risk everything by coming back to the same theater?" "It was 40 years later," Susan said with a shrug. Then she glanced at Betsy. "How was I to know that anyone would still work there who remembered me?" "Or that you'd run into Duncan Lundeen at the audition?" Leah offered. Leah thought back to the single short conversation she'd had with the older actor that night. She'd told him that she'd never had anyone recite poetry at an audition, and his response hadn't made complete sense to her, until now. He'd said, "It's a night of firsts all around, an evening worth remembering, when past meets present." And Leah now understood what he had meant. "Dumb luck. Yes, running into Duncan hadn't been part of the plan," Susan admitted. "But then when it became clear that he had no intention of staying quiet about our encounter or our shared past, I went to see him at his apartment, to discuss it further, to see if we could come to some sort of understanding." "And then you stabbed him," Leah said. "Let's just say one thing led to another," Susan replied. "Conflict resolution has never really been my strong suit." "But then what about Malcolm?" Susan shrugged. "Oddly enough, he has yet to recognize me," she said. "I chat with the old coot at virtually every rehearsal, and I've yet to see the slightest glimmer of recognition behind those watery blue eyes. So for now, Malcolm's faulty memory is his greatest gift. But Marcy Hallberg remembered you, didn't she? Apparently so, Susan said. She had been in some of our early shows. Walk-ons, servants, that sort of thing. Never part of the core group. But then she remembered me. If I had to guess, I'd say it was when she first heard my voice, at the read-through of the play. She was sitting right next to me, as I recall. Leah distinctly remembered that moment when Marcy's eyes went wide and she sat frozen in her chair. At the time, Leah had believed it was because of something Beth Sarrazin had said, or the way she had read her line as Gwendolyn. The younger actress had been seated directly across from Marcy. But now it was clear that Marcy froze when she heard that familiar voice from long ago, and realized the actress sitting on her left was the infamous Josephine Sloane. "So where is Marcy now?" Leah said as she glanced past Susan, for the first time looking around the apartment. The place looked the same as it had when she and Betsy had come to check on Marcy's well-being with Detective Dietz. The large, odd figurines were a bit dustier, but all still in place. The plants, however, looked much droopier. Some appeared to be beyond saving. For a moment, Leah realized she was feeling that way herself. If she had only ignored the instructions in the email and called Detective Dietz, she'd be part of a very different conversation right now. "Where is Marcy Hallberg?" "I literally have no idea," Susan said, following Leah's gaze. "Like I said, Marcy was on the fringes of our group back in the day. I must have made some sort of an impression on her. Certainly more than she made on me, more's the pity. My guess is, when she realized that she was in a play with the notorious Josephine Sloane, something must have snapped in her small, cat-lady brain. Such as the realization that you had killed Duncan Lundeen and in all likelihood might kill again?" Susan gave Leah a rueful smile. "Something like that," she said. "I suspect that dear old, addled Marcy Hallberg has gone underground until she feels that the coast is sufficiently clear." "But she sent me an email," Leah said as she reached for her purse, which was slung over her shoulder. Susan Withers waved the gun at her menacingly, and Leah stopped in mid-motion. "She sent an email asking to meet her here." Susan shook her head. "Sorry for the ruse," she said. "I figured once Malcolm saw the photos you were pulling for him, something might be triggered in that foggy old brain of his, so I had to act quickly. I had Marcy's email address from the cast emails you'd sent out," she continued. "It was marcy.hallberg@gmail.com. So I just created a new Gmail account with the same name, only using one L in Hallberg instead of two. I figured you wouldn't notice the difference." "I didn't," Leah admitted.
"And then you broke into her apartment," Betsy said. "Probably the same way you broke into the Federal Reserve Building."
"Essentially, yes, employing that same skill set. I'd say it's like riding a bike, but honestly, it couldn't be more different." Leah was still trying to make sense of all the pieces. "So then, was it you who started the fire in the scene shop?" Susan Withers nodded sadly. "Yes, and it was not my finest moment, I must admit. I panicked when you first announced that photos from all the old shows were being digitized and would be available to the one person I didn't want to see them, Malcolm Rose. But it was really a half-hearted attempt on my part, as one might infer from my less than devastating results." Leah was puzzled. "Half-hearted because?" "I honestly wanted to burn down the theater to destroy all that evidence," Susan said. "But damn it, I also wanted to be in the show." "So this all happened because of the show," Leah mused. "The Importance of Being Earnest, that silly little play." "A trivial comedy for serious people, as Wilde referred to it," Susan said. "And now it's over." "Oh, hardly," Susan said, taking a step toward the two women. "Of course, everything would have been a lot less complicated if you two had never discovered any of this. As my Lady B is so proud to observe, ignorance is like a delicate exotic fruit. Touch it and the bloom is gone." Sure, now you've got the lines, Leah murmured, not even attempting to take the bitterness out of her tone. Oh, I'll have all the lines, and it will be a terrific little show. Sadly, we'll be minus one director and one whatever you are.
Administrative assistant, Betsy snapped, and proud of it.
Whatever, Susan said, but the show will go on. Of that I'm sure. She pointed the gun at them with renewed resolve and then used the pistol to redirect their attention to the coffee table by the couch. They looked in the direction she was pointing. A coil of rope and a big roll of duct tape were sitting on the table, next to a large figurine of some sort of fairy or elf. Leah wasn't sure which it was, but its expression was not at all cheering. I hadn't planned on you bringing a helper, Susan continued. Sorry, an administrative assistant. And to be honest, I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to do with you two. But for now, we're going to tie you up and shut you up until I can come up with an actual viable plan. She pointed the gun at them and gestured that they should move toward the coffee table. Betsy and Leah made tentative steps, walking in sync. And if we don't? Leah asked as she followed Betsy. Well, then I'll be forced to shoot you, Susan replied. Leah stopped and turned to the older actress. I don't think that's going to happen, she said, working hard to include a note of defiance in her voice. Oh, and why might that be, pray tell? Susan replied quickly, affecting her best Lady Bracknell haughty tone. Because I recognize that gun, Leah said as she pointed at the pistol in Susan's hand. She immediately realized the gesture had been unnecessary, as it was really the only gun in the room. Do you? I do. That's the same prop gun that Jonathan Brewster pointed at me for a dozen performances of Arsenic and Old Lace, Leah said, her tone becoming confident as she went along. There's a dot of blue paint still stuck on the handle, or the butt, or whatever it's called. Starting to feel more confident, Leah then looked over at the coffee table. And I recognize that rope from our production of Treasure Island, she continued. The duct tape? Well, I guess that could be from anywhere. But the other two items are definitely from the prop room at the theater. The one that was unlocked, Betsy whispered to no one in particular. Leah took a step toward Susan, who tightened her grip on the gun. I really don't want to shoot you, she said. No problem, Leah said, because you can't shoot me, not with that prop gun. When we did the show, the sound effect of its shooting came from someone off stage, slapping two boards together. And not always at the right time, Betsy said. Kanisha added it up. They hit the cue about 9 out of 16 times. That sounds about right. Don't make me do it, Susan interrupted as she cocked the pistol. I don't want to shoot you, but I will. You shouldn't be shooting her, Betsy suddenly yelped. I'm the one who figured it out, you stupid commie pinko loser. Susan turned for just a second toward the older woman. Maybe she was going to shoot. Maybe she was going to deny being a commie pinko loser. Whatever she was going to do, that spare second was all that Leah needed. She grabbed the large figurine of the elf, or the fairy, or whatever the hell it was. In that split second, she picked it up and swung it in a short but energetic arc which ended abruptly at the base of Susan Withers' skull. Two things then happened, so close together that they felt like one action. First, Susan Withers collapsed like a stringless marionette into a heap onto the living room floor. At that same instant, the gun went off. It fired with a near-deafening blast, the stray bullet shattering a mirror on the wall behind the two women. Leah and Betsy stood frozen for a long moment, staring down at the old woman on the floor and the still smoking gun, which lay near her on the rug. Betsy was the first to speak. You know, she said, I'm not entirely convinced that actually was the gun from Arsenic and Old Lace. I think you may be right, Leah agreed, her voice starting to tremble a bit. But I do think you're spot on about the rope. That was definitely from Treasure Island. I recognized it immediately. The duct tape, she added. The duct tape is anyone's guess. Leah nodded in agreement, although to be fair, she wasn't really listening. Chapter 20. You know, the PR department here at the Guthrie works overtime to find clever ways to get our shows into the news, Gloria said with a laugh. But they could certainly take a lesson or two from you. Well, my methods may be effective, but they aren't necessarily repeatable. Or safe, even. So, are you holding up okay? Gloria's tone was uncharacteristically warm, which Leah knew meant her friend was genuinely concerned. This phone call to Gloria was not the first call Leah had made after the run-in with Susan Withers. In fact, she'd waited until the next day to bring her friend up to speed. Oh, sure, once the adrenaline wore off, Leah said. When did it wear off? Actually, it hasn't yet, Leah admitted. But it's not even been 24 hours. Given the intensity of the situation, I'll give it a week. And America's Most Wanted is safely behind bars? Mostly. She's in the medical wing of the jail. Apparently the angel, or the elf, or whatever it was I whacked her with, was a surprisingly effective weapon. So now you know who killed Duncan Lundeen, and you know who set the fire, and you know who scared your Miss Prism into deep, deep hiding. That one encounter answered all your unanswered questions. Very economical. True enough, Leah said as she settled back in her office chair. She was still buzzing from too little sleep and too much caffeine. Her conversation with Detective Dietz had gone late into the night, and by the time she got Betsy home, it had been way, way, way past midnight. There was only one other mystery, and Betsy, of all people, solved it on the ride home, Leah continued. What was the other mystery? The car in the parking lot, Leah said, and then she went on to explain about the recurring vehicle and the scowling actor and how it had unnerved her. I was sure I recognized Charles Beck the first time it happened. I wasn't absolutely certain it was him the other times, but of course that didn't do anything to lessen my unease about the situation. And who is this Charles Beck? He sounds like a serial killer. You're thinking of Richard Speck. No, Charles Beck is just an actor who I asked to play one of the butlers in the show, and he was insulted by the offer and turned it down. And you think he was stalking you? Gloria said, a note of concern returning to her voice. Well, yes, that's what I thought, because I was sure he scowled at me the first time. And then I kept seeing his car again and again, and I couldn't figure out why. The only reason I could figure that made sense was I hadn't offered him a good part in the show, Leah continued. At least that's what my mind came up with based on the limited information at hand. You know how my mind works. Actually, I've never fully understood how your mind works, Gloria admitted. But the same could be said for my own mind. And then it was dear old Betsy who had the solution to the mystery all along? Leah laughed. It was only a mystery because I didn't say anything about it. Just about anyone at the theater could have provided me with the solution had I just brought it up. I'm waiting with bated breath, Gloria said. What was the dealio? Turns out Charles Beck is married to Rebecca Flanders, the actress who took over the role of Miss Prism, Leah explained. They only have one car, so he would drive her to and from rehearsal some nights. That's why I kept seeing the car as it left the parking lot. And he scowled at you because you offered him a lousy part? Leah laughed. Well, that's what I imagined. In truth, it probably wasn't your imagination, Gloria suggested. I'm sure actors scowl at you and curse your name after auditions all the time. In this particular case, you just got to see him do it. You're probably right. And speaking of scowling and cursing names, have you heard about Anthony Knox? Or do I have to be the one to break the bad news to you? What happened to Anthony? Leah said as she sat upright in the chair. He didn't die, did he? She nearly whispered. Worse, Gloria said. He sold out. What do you mean? Well, there's a lot more to it, but the short version is that some Broadway producer backed up a truck full of money, and now Anthony, and his production of Two Tramps and a Tree, is headed to Broadway. Like pronto. What? Leah was barely able to get even that single syllable out of her mouth. Yep. The producer said he could get Nathan Lane and Matthew Broderick, and so Anthony immediately said, "Where do I sign?" So all that talk about regional theater and community theater and serving the heartland. Apparently, that was all just a heaping serving of doo-doo, Gloria said. When they backed up the truck full of money, he let them open it just enough so he could hop in and roll around in it. And now he's using that money to buy his new condo on the Upper West Side, which I'm sure has a terrific view of Central Park. Sort of fitting, because around here he's now officially a Central Putz. Leah hesitated before asking her next question. So, she said tentatively, what about the studio series? Ah, yes, Gloria said with a laugh. Do you remember our old friend Scrooge and his comment about the doornail? You mean old Marley was as dead as a doornail? I might have been inclined to regard a coffin nail as the deadest piece of ironmongery in the trade? Yes, that's the one. But you don't need to do the whole play for me. Sorry, but if you do a show about 1,000 times, it's sometimes hard to get the lines to leave your head. Plus, A Christmas Carol is coming up later in the season, so it's on my mind. Anyway, the studio series is mostly as dead as a doornail. Since it's got Anthony's fingerprints all over it, it will likely be completely dead by the end of the week. Leah sighed. Oh well, easy come, easy go. And speaking of projects that are on life support, what's going on with Ernest now that you're one Bracknell down from a full cast? Funny you should ask, Leah said as she glanced at the clock in the corner of her computer screen. I'm just about to head into a production meeting with the team to discuss exactly that topic. Wish me luck. First, the good news, Leah said as she addressed the small group which had assembled around the long, weathered table in the boardroom. The team had divided themselves pretty evenly on either side of the table. On one side was set and sound designer Brandon, lighting designer Kevin, and the young woman who had done the props. Leah was now pretty sure it was Mara, but as soon as she felt positive about that, she would start leaning heavily toward Tara. On the other side of the table sat stage manager Kanisha, costume designer Carol, and Alex, who was there in his role as dialect coach, and also because Leah had asked him to join them. The good news, Leah continued, is that Brandon tells me that the set is finished. Kudos to Brandon and his tireless team. Leah led a short but enthusiastic round of applause from the small group and then continued. And Kevin tells me he and his team need just a few hours to finish focusing the lights. 3 hours tops, Kevin said. Leah wasn't sure, but this might have marked the first time she had heard the shy lighting designer say more than 2 words in a row. Granted, his reply had only consisted of 3 words, but today Leah felt she was willing to take success wherever she could find it. Which means, barring any unforeseen complications— You mean any more unforeseen complications, Carol suggested. Yes, any more, Leah agreed. Barring any more complications, we should be able to do a tech rehearsal with the full cast later tonight. And when you say full cast, Kanisha said, how would you define that? Do we even have a full cast? Well, that's the thing, Leah said. As you all know, we no longer have a Lady Bracknell. Or we do have one, but she's sitting in jail, Kanisha offered, which is sort of the same as not having one, I guess. True enough, Leah said. Could you move Rebecca Flanders up from Prism to Bracknell? Carol suggested. She's a pretty good actress, and the part isn't huge. Plus, Bracknell spends a good part of her Act 1 scene referring to her little notebook, the prop designer said from the far end of the table. Leah was now leaning back toward Mara, although suddenly Kara was sounding correct as well. So she'd have a convenient place to hide her lines. Yes, but unfortunately that would leave a prism-shaped hole in the cast, Leah said. Because, sadly, our original Miss Prism is still AWOL. I suspect she'll resurface when she learns that Susan Withers has been apprehended, but we don't have the luxury of time to wait her out on that. So are we postponing the opening? Kanisha asked, looking down at her schedule as she mentally calculated the positive and negative consequences of that possible decision. No, I think we have an option for Bracknell who is good to go. They've already been in the show twice in the past. As Bracknell? Kanisha asked. Unfortunately, no, but they do claim to know the lines better than our most recent Lady Bracknell. That's not so impressive, Kanisha said. I probably know the lines better than she did. She looked around the table, suddenly nervous about the implications of making such a claim. But I'm not doing it. The theater's loss. I think you'd make a great Lady Bracknell, Leah said with a smile. But no, you're not my suggestion for the part. Instead, I'm thinking of someone who knows the lines, can act, and has always confessed to having Brian Bedford as a personal hero. Who's Brian Bedford? Tara Mara Cara asked. He was an actor from the Stratford Festival in Ontario who famously and brilliantly once played Lady Bracknell, Alex said, speaking for the first time from his side of the table. You're going to have a man play Lady Bracknell? Tara Mara Cara said, sounding a little aghast at the suggestion. It's not an infrequent choice, Kanisha offered, grinning down the table at Alex, who simply grinned back at her. And lucky for us, I think the costumes will fit with very little alteration, Carol added as she too gave Alex a long look. I don't know who should be more offended by that comment, me or Susan Withers, Alex said as he smiled at Leah at the other end of the table. Wait, Tara Mara Cara said as it finally dawned on her where this conversation had been headed. She looked over at Alex. You're going to play Lady Bracknell? Yes, I have accepted the role. To lose one Lady Bracknell may be regarded as misfortune, Alex said in his best haughty tone. To lose two looks like callousness. There was a long silence at the table, which was finally broken by Kevin, the shy lighting designer. This is the greatest thing I've ever heard in my whole entire life, he said, the words rushing out of him. I mean, just totally, simply fantastic. Leah couldn't have agreed more. Chapter 21. It's amazing how little effort it takes to make you look like a 55-year-old British dowager. Isn't there some rule about directors not being backstage during a show, and particularly on opening night? I'm not here as the director, Leah said with a smile as she tweaked the large hat atop Alex's Lady Bracknell wig. I'm here as the executive director of the theater. I think you're splitting hairs. And by the way, a dowager refers to a widow. Lady Bracknell's husband is still alive, Alex added, swatting her hand away. Fine, I always make it a point to defer to the actors when it comes to the character's backstory. That's not backstory, Alex said as he made his own small adjustment to the hat. It's textual. And now I think it's you who's splitting hairs, Leah said. They looked at each other for a long moment. You look fantastic, Leah finally said. And so do you, Alex added. Thanks for doing this. Alex nodded. Thanks for the opportunity. And thanks for being, you, Leah said. Ditto. I think you're swell, Leah added tentatively. Right back at you. We should hang out more, Leah said. I was just about to suggest the same thing, Alex agreed, but now is maybe not the best time. Leah nodded. I agree, now is not the time. Because I'm about to go on stage. That you are. But maybe later, he said tentatively. We can talk? Yes to that, and more, Leah said as she gave Alex a quick kiss on the cheek. I think that's your cue. To kiss you back, he suggested. No, to go on stage, she said. I mean, that's literally your cue. Leah spun him around and gave him the slightest push toward his entrance. Moments later, Lady Bracknell was fully on stage and getting her first laughs of the evening. "I'm sorry if we are a little late, Algernon," Alex said, perfectly affecting Lady Bracknell's haughty tone. "But I was obligated to call on dear Lady Harbury. I hadn't been there since her poor husband's death. I never saw a woman so altered. She looks quite 20 years younger." He paused perfectly, letting the laugh build, and then continued. "And now I'll have a cup of tea and one of those nice cucumber sandwiches you promised me." Leah, standing just off stage, realized that despite everything that had happened, this might just be her favorite theatrical moment of all time. And, oddly enough, she wasn't even on stage when it was taking place. For a second, she wondered if this might be something like personal growth. And then a moment later, it was all forgotten, and she was laughing and enjoying the show, along with everyone else. This has been Dying to Audition, a Como Lake Players mystery, written by John Gaspard, read by Margaret Mickelson, produced and engineered by Alberts Bridge Books at Grass Lake Studios. Text copyright 2020. Recording copyright 2022. All rights reserved. Looking for more fun mysteries? Check out all the books, including the first book in this series, Acting Can Be Murder, at albertsbridgebooks.com. That's albertsbridgebooks.com. And thanks for listening.